Matteo Lucarelli was stunned, not mentally but physically. A football had just slammed straight into his face. He was now sitting in the stands at the Bernabeu surrounded by impassioned Real Madrid fans. His mother beside him asked with concern, "Matteo, are you all right?" Matteo Lucarelli rubbed his aching nose and said in a muffled voice, "Mother, I'm fine." The blow had been powerful. Fortunately, it hadn't hit his nose directly, or it could have been broken. His mother finally felt relieved. She stood up and denounced the culprit. "Messi, how dare you kick the ball at my son? You must apologize to him." But obviously her words couldn't carry onto the pitch, for the stadium was too noisy. Matteo Lucarelli couldn't help but rise to his feet, peering through the gaps between people at the little figure who was walking back onto the pitch with an innocent expression. Yes, the one who had just smacked the ball into his face was none other than Lionel Messi, the football superstar and two-time Ballon d'Or winner. This match was the second leg of the 2010-2011 El Clasico, with Real Madrid hosting Barcelona at home. Barcelona was then at the peak of their power. Under Guardiola, they were playing football that drove teams to despair. They were hailed as the most terrifying side in football history, and everyone called them the Cosmic Team. Yet this Cosmic Team had crashed out in the Champions League semi-finals the previous year. The man who defeated them was the one now standing on the sideline, Mourinho. And this was Mourinho's first year at Real Madrid. The man most capable on earth of beating Barcelona was leading the team that wanted nothing more than to beat Barcelona, taking upon himself the mission to counter the Cosmic Team. However, in the first leg between the two sides, Real Madrid had been thrashed 50 by Barcelona. Consequently, this match was charged with intense hostility. In particular, Real Madrid's tight marking made Messi extremely frustrated in this match. A moment ago, while chasing a hopeless ball, Messi had vented his anger by blasting it into the stands, and it had hit Matteo right in the face. Messi was about to turn back, but Real Madrid's brute Pepe charged over and pressed his forehead aggressively against Messi's. "What are you doing? Why did you kick the ball into our stands?" Messi was clearly intimidated by him, but he still forced a composed expression and spread his hands toward Pepe. Evidently, he offered no apology whatsoever. That naturally infuriated the crowd even more, and a barrage of abuse filled the air. Yet amid the torrent of curses, Matteo distinctly heard a crisp notification sound. "You have obtained 50 of the football skills of the person who came into indirect contact with you. Do you agree to accept?" Matteo was taken aback. He finally realized the voice was in his head. Instinctively, he chose to accept in his mind. The next instant, a notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have obtained 50 of Messi's football skills. Your current compatibility with this skill is 0. This bewildered Matteo. What did it mean to have obtained 50 of Messi's football skills, but with 0 compatibility? However, he had no time to contemplate these matters because the match was nearing its end and had entered a white-hot stage. Players from both sides lunged for the ball like madmen, each hoping to strike a fatal blow against their old rivals in the final moments. All the fans were on the edge of their seats praying for a miracle. But clearly the time remaining was insufficient for such a miracle to unfold. A sharp whistle from the referee brought the match to an official end. In the end, the two teams drew 11 at the Bernabeu, and the gap in points between them remained 8. This left both Mourinho and Guardiola standing on the sidelines dissatisfied. The former friends shook hands perfunctorily before hurrying back to the changing rooms. However, Messi's final blast into the stands left all the Real Madrid fans and players deeply resentful, and it would become the focus of media attention after the match. As the victim, Matteo received words of comfort from many around him. His mother thanked them while muttering under her breath, "This Messi is truly detestable. He clearly did it on purpose, and still he puts on an act of refusing to apologize." She turned to look at her son, her eyes full of tenderness. "Don't be upset, Matteo. If your father ever gets a chance to face Messi, I'll make him slide tackle Messi and get revenge for you." Matteo Lucarelli was born into a football family. His father, Alessandro Lucarelli, was the captain of Parma, and his uncle, Cristiano Lucarelli, was a renowned Italian striker who had even earned a few caps for the Italian national team. Influenced by the older generation, he had aspired to become a professional footballer since childhood. This time his father had secured 2 excellent tickets for him and his mother to attend El Clasico, only for Matteo to end up getting smacked by the ball. But Matteo no longer cared about his physical pain. His mind was entirely occupied with pondering what it meant to possess half of Messi's football skills. Normally, a child under 10 would not be able to comprehend such things. But he was no ordinary child, because inside his body dwelled a 32-year-old soul. About half a year earlier, through an accident, a 32-year-old soul had entered the body of this 9-year-old boy. The 32-year-old man was called Matt. Although his name sounded Western, he was a pure-blooded Chinese. He had been a devoted football fan and had once fantasized about battling on the green pitch as a professional player, but reality was cruel. He simply lacked the talent. Moreover, in China, pursuing a career in football cost far too much money. Thus, he could only become an office drone, barely scraping by to sustain himself. Though he had food and clothing, a fire still burned deep inside him. Then one day in 2022, he was struck by lightning and his soul traversed into the body of Matteo in 2010. After a brief period of confusion, this rekindled his hope. Perhaps in this child's body, he could realize his dream of becoming a professional footballer. But merciless reality dealt him another blow. Although Matteo's body was sturdy, his ball control was somewhat lacking, which left him no choice but to play center back. He quickly adjusted his mindset nonetheless. Center back it was. As long as he could get on the pitch, he could shine in any position. Wasn't his own father a center back? Yet this incident had shown him another possibility. He seemed to have obtained something extraordinary. After returning to the hotel, Matteo lay on the bed, carefully pondering what he had gained. In his mind, now floated a small halo containing a gray portrait of Messi with the words 50 marked beneath it. Apparently this was where the 50% of Messi, 50% of footballing skill, was stored. As for why it was gray, the answer was obvious: his proficiency was currently 0. Actually thinking about it, how could he, a youth player under 10 as center back, have anything in common with a small, fast, agile winger? Therefore obtaining this 50% skill pack was temporarily useless to him. At the thought, he couldn't help heaving a long sigh. The next day Matteo returned to Italy with his mother. As a student and a youth team player, he naturally could not stay in Spain for long. This adventure, however, seemed to have changed nothing in his life. Yet after a few days of studying and training, he suddenly noticed that the great image of Messi in his mind had lit up, an extremely faint speck of light. Beside it, a new number had appeared: 1%. He finally understood. This proficiency could only be increased through continuous training. Excitement surged within him. As long as he persisted in training, there would one day be a time when he could raise this proficiency. On Wednesday night, Europe's football scene welcomed another blockbuster clash: Real Madrid versus Barcelona again. It was the final of the Copa del Rey, and the old rivals were meeting for the second time in 4 days. For the fans, this was undoubtedly a treat, but for the players, it was exhausting. After all, such a high-intensity match was a tremendous test of their stamina. Real Madrid played a 4-3-3 formation. That night, Casillas, Arbeloa, Ramos, Carvalho, and Marcelo formed the back line. Pepe, Khedira, and Xabi Alonso anchored the midfield, and the front three were Ozil, Di Maria, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Barcelona also lined up in 4-3-3. Pinto, Alves, Pique, Mascherano, Adriano, Busquets, Xavi, Iniesta, Pedro, Messi, and Villa formed the starting 11. Both sides knew each other extremely well, so the match started at a very fast pace. Mourinho's strategy was simple: smother the midfield to create chances for the front line. This earned them some advantage in the first half. Unfortunately, they never managed to score. Barcelona, meanwhile, found their passing disrupted by Real Madrid's aggressive tactics, and they never created any good chances either. The two most watched players of the sides had completely different performances in the first half. Ronaldo was highly involved up front, using his runs and individual skill to create numerous attacking opportunities for Real Madrid. Aside from the lack of a goal, his display was still eye-catching. Messi, however, was uncharacteristically subdued, touching the ball infrequently and earning even fewer moments to shine. The best scoring chance of the first half came from Pepe. In the 43rd minute, he met Ozil's cross left high and powered a header toward goal, but the ball struck the post and bounced away. Barcelona had escaped. Overall, Real Madrid were more proactive in the first half. It seemed Mourinho's tactics were correct, but whether they could maintain that high-intensity pressing for the full 90 minutes would be the decisive factor. Barcelona, on the other hand, were generally underperforming and urgently needed to adjust. The fans also hoped Messi could find his form in the second half and deliver a more brilliant performance. After the second half began, Barcelona indeed picked up the pace, and their attacking chances clearly increased. However, to the fans' confusion, the team's star player Messi remained unenthusiastic, depriving Barcelona of a potent attacking weapon. Until the 68th minute, Messi finally had a good opportunity. After receiving the ball in the front court, he played a 1-2 with Villa and earned a long-range shot just outside the penalty area. He drew back his left foot and unleashed a powerful shot. Then, the ball flew high over the goal line. The point was, the shot was not only high, but also wide. Casillas said that if he had so much as moved, it would have shown disrespect to the ball. Even the commentator couldn't resist remarking that the strike was truly substandard. Matteo, watching in front of the TV, couldn't help saying to his father, "Dad, that was a terrible shot." Alessandro Lucarelli smiled and said, "Everyone makes mistakes." Since Parma had no midweek match, the father and son could enjoy the game together. The match, meanwhile, continued. In the 85th minute, Messi had another good chance. This time, he surged forward along the flank into the penalty area, and after observing Villa's run, chose to make a square pass. However, the pass was poorly weighted, going straight into Casillas' arms. Villa found it unbelievable. Even his grandmother could have delivered that pass properly. It was clear that Messi's form in this match was dreadful. Having missed that chance, Barcelona did not create anything else in the remaining time, and the two sides entered extra time. In extra time, Ronaldo had his moment. In the 103rd minute, he met Di Maria's cross left high in the box and powered a header into the net to make it 1-0. That goal ultimately decided the match. In the end, Real Madrid defeated Barcelona 1-0 in the Copa del Rey final and won the title. Afterwards, the contrasting performances of the two teams' star players became the focus of media attention. On one side, Ronaldo's powerful display produced the winning goal. On the other, Messi was listless throughout with skewed shots and ridiculous passes. In this match, the difference between them was plain to see. However, most people believe that Messi's slump was merely due to the congested schedule and Mourinho's well-organized defense, and that he would soon regain his form. But they could never have imagined that in the next league match, Messi would be even worse. 3 days later, Barcelona hosted Osasuna. Osasuna were currently 16th in the league, a true relegation battling side. Facing such a weak opponent, Barcelona should secure a relatively easy victory. Guardiola had planned to let Messi play for the first half to rediscover his form, and once the victory was secured, he would substitute him off early to save energy. As it turned out, Messi's performance left him stunned. During the match, Messi's dribbling was still sharp, often causing chaos in the opponent's defense. But his subsequent decisions looked utterly amateurish. Either he skied a shot or delivered a wildly inaccurate pass. His teammates were baffled. What was Messi doing? In the 35th minute he again received Xavi's through ball and charged into the box, but faced with the opposing goalkeeper, he produced another bizarre shot that missed the goal. Even Guardiola on the sideline was so angry that he knelt on the grass at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Matteo, who was following the match in front of the TV, also felt strange. A phrase suddenly popped into his mind: dribbling like Messi, finishing like Heskey. After squandering yet another golden scoring opportunity, Messi couldn't help but glance down at his own feet. He too felt a flicker of bewilderment. Why, since the start of this week had his passing and shooting abandoned him? Unbeknownst to him, that very kick had indirectly brushed against a child who had absorbed 50% of his footballing ability. For an attacking player, the core of their craft lies in passing, controlling, dribbling, and shooting. What Matteo had siphoned away were precisely his passing and shooting talents. Thus he had become a footballer who could only dribble past opponents, but was utterly incapable of delivering a decisive pass or a telling strike. Matteo, watching from his television, seemed to sense the connection. Messi's slump over these two matches appeared inextricably linked to the 50% of skill he had taken. A glimmer of smug satisfaction rose within him. That's what you get for kicking me in the face. To be fair, he had once been a half-hearted fan of Messi, genuinely admiring his technique. However, after the incident of the football smashing into his face, any fondness he held for Messi had evaporated completely. After all, who could tolerate a player who deliberately kicks you and doesn't even bother to apologize? Consequently, he felt not a shred of guilt for taking half of his ability. Indeed, in the matches that followed, Messi's every performance only served to reinforce Matteo's conviction. Messi's dribbling remained as sharp as ever, but he continued to squander chance after chance, earning the dubious title of attack terminator. In desperation, Guardiola substituted him off at halftime. With him off the pitch, Barcelona's attack flowed with noticeably greater fluidity. They eventually secured a 1-0 victory over Osasuna, thanks to a goal from Villa narrowly averting an embarrassing upset. Nevertheless, Messi's poor form sparked anxiety among the Barcelona faithful. In just 4 days they were set to face their arch-rivals Real Madrid in the Champions League semi-final. If Messi remained in this state, their chances of progressing would be slim indeed. And reality was about to unfold in the very manner they dreaded most. In the first leg of the Champions League semi-final, Messi's performance continued to falter. Mourinho, ever perceptive, noticed this immediately and made the bold decision to abandon double-teaming him, instead focusing his defensive efforts on stifling the coordination of the other players. It was a daring tactical gamble, but it proved remarkably effective. Real Madrid began intercepting numerous balls from Barcelona's feet and launching wave after wave of dangerous counterattacks. In the end, it was Benzema who scored the only goal of the match in the 73rd minute. Real Madrid had seized the advantage in the two-legged tie. Following the match, everyone was asking the same question: what on earth was wrong with Messi? It seemed he had transformed overnight from the king of dribbling to the king of lost possessions, leaving Barcelona's attacks to die at the final step. Within the Barcelona camp, this issue was elevated to the highest priority. A team of sports psychologists was brought in to provide Messi with mental coaching. Their hypothesis was that his problem was psychological. However, after a series of exhaustive evaluations, they concluded that Messi displayed no apparent mental block. He was simply inexplicably unable to hit the target or find his range. This baffled everyone involved. Even Messi himself felt utterly perplexed, as if his own feet had suddenly turned against him. Despite the widespread incomprehension within the club, Guardiola chose to retain his faith in Messi for the second leg of the Champions League semi-final against Real Madrid. And then, Messi did not betray that trust. In the 79th minute of the match, he executed a deceptive feint inside the penalty area that lured Marcelo into sticking out a reckless foot. The Argentine went down in a heap, and the referee immediately pointed to the spot. The Barcelona fans erupted in a frenzy of excitement. If the penalty was converted, the tie would be level. And with the match being played at the Camp Nou, a level scoreline would surely swing the momentum decisively in Barcelona's favor. However, there was slight contention among the Barcelona players over who should take the spot kick. Given the immense importance of the penalty and Messi's recent poor form, several players advocated for Villa or Xavi to step up. But Captain Puyol stepped forward, overruling the dissent and insisting that Messi take it. He argued that there was no way Messi could miss a penalty. And so, carrying the hopes of the entire team, Messi placed the ball on the spot. As the referee's whistle blew, he took his run up and struck the ball. The ball, carrying the hopes of everyone in the stadium, sailed high and wide over the crossbar. A collective gasp of disbelief swept through the crowd. This wildly inaccurate shot signaled the loss of Barcelona's most golden opportunity. Ultimately, Real Madrid advanced to the Champions League final, aided by Messi's spectacular contribution. Though Mourinho had failed to outpace Barcelona in the league, eliminating them head-to-head in Europe was a feat that catapulted his reputation to even greater heights. Yet no one could ever have guessed that the root cause of it all was simply a football blasted into a fan's face. In the ensuing weeks, Barcelona ultimately clinched the league title as expected, while Real Madrid triumphed over Manchester United in the final to claim the Champions League crown. Matteo, meanwhile, continued his dual life as a student and a youth academy player. However, the icon of Messi in his mind had been partially illuminated, with his proficiency gradually climbing to 15%. By his rough estimation, if he persisted for another year, he could push that proficiency above 90%. It was an undeniably tantalizing prospect. So he continued to train with relentless dedication, not even allowing the summer holidays to interrupt his regimen. And when his proficiency with Messi Skills reached 45%, he celebrated his 10th birthday. The day was October 10, 2011, a Monday. Alessandro Lucarelli, fresh from his match, along with his wife Claire and younger son Diego, came together to celebrate their eldest son's birthday. They presented Matteo with a birthday gift with great solemnity. Upon opening it, he found exactly what he had mentioned before, 2,000 euros. He had previously told his parents he wished to begin cultivating his financial acumen and wanted a sum of money to practice with. True to their word, his parents respected his decision. This filled him with immense excitement. He planned to use this capital for his first investment, hoping to leverage his knowledge of the future to reap a substantial profit. Although his family was currently well off, he knew a significant crisis loomed in the coming years, and he needed to be prepared. After enjoying a perfect birthday, an even greater surprise was waiting in the wings. As he settled into bed that night, he habitually cast his mind's eye toward the halo representing Messi's skills. To his astonishment and delight, he discovered that right beside Messi's halo, a new empty halo had materialized. What did this ring signify? Matteo immediately formed his own hypothesis. If the first ring could contain Messi's football skills, then the second ring likely served a similar purpose. In other words, he might be able to absorb another person's football skills. However, this was merely speculation. To verify it, he would need to put it into practice. And so he decided to find someone to experiment on. The player he could most easily get in contact with was his own father, Alessandro Lucarelli. But a moment later, he immediately dismissed this audacious idea. If he were to turn his own father into a football imbecile, their household would surely crumble. The next morning, Matteo came to the breakfast table with dark circles under his eyes. Alessandro Lucarelli, seeing his son so haggard, couldn't help but place a hand on his shoulder. Matteo, what's wrong? And instantly the same prompt as before echoed in Matteo's mind. Obtain all football skills from the person in direct contact with you. Do you agree to receive? Startled, Matteo hastily chose no. No way. If he were to drain his own father's skills, the consequences would be disastrous. Meanwhile, Alessandro, unaware that he had just narrowly avoided retirement, continued. Did you not sleep well last night? Are you feeling unwell? Matteo snapped back to reality and quickly said, It's nothing, just a few dreams. I'm fine. Only then did Alessandro feel reassured. He sat down beside Matteo. Matteo, however, kept replaying the recent incident in his mind until he finally discerned the key. When his father had placed a hand on his shoulder, he had been pondering the halo in his mind, and it was precisely then that the prompt had appeared. Could it be that if he focused on the halo while making contact with someone, he could absorb their football skills? The thought excited him immensely. Following the principle of controlled variables, he refrained from thinking about the halo this time and touched his father's hand. Indeed, the prompt did not appear. This clarified for him how to acquire others' football skills. So he thought of the halo again and touched his father's hand once more. Sure enough, the prompt reappeared. Obtain all football skills from the person in direct contact with you. Do you agree to receive? After declining again, he discovered the subtle difference. Unlike with Messi, this time it was all football skills of the person in direct contact, whereas with Messi, it had been 50% of the football skills of the person in indirect contact. It turned out that Messi had been in indirect contact via the football, hence, he only received 50% of his skills. But direct contact meant acquiring all of the person's football skills. If he ever got the chance to shake Messi's hand, would he essentially become another Messi? Just then, Alessandro, noticing his son touching his hand twice in a row, couldn't help but asked curiously, Matteo, what are you doing? You seem a bit odd today. Matteo quickly snapped out of it, offering an awkward smile. Nothing, just trying to soak up some of your good luck. Alessandro chuckled and ruffled his hair. Work hard, and you'll have your own good luck. Claire, who had just finished preparing breakfast, leaned in with curiosity. What good luck? I want some of that too. Knowing his mother was into stock trading, Matteo said, Mom, you'll have good luck too. The whole family shared a laugh. As they ate, Matteo suddenly spoke up. Mom, can you buy Bitcoin with these 2,000 euros for me today? He pulled out the birthday money he had received the previous night. I want to start learning about investing. Claire was taken aback. Bitcoin? That virtual currency you told me about before. Matteo nodded. Yes, I believe it's a currency with immense future potential. Its value will be incalculable. Alessandro paused, looking at his son with interest. Matteo, where did you learn about this? Matteo, of course, couldn't reveal he was from the future. I read a report about Bitcoin and learned some things about it online. I'm very optimistic about this decentralized currency. It enables a truly fair trading environment, something no existing currency can achieve. The Lucarellis exchanged a glance, both astonished by their son's words. Claire wanted to protest, but isn't it too risky to throw these 2,000 euros into a currency that hasn't gained public acceptance yet? Matteo shook his head. I see it as venture capital. I believe in its future, and I'm willing to take a chance with this money. If it fails, I'll just lose these 2,000 euros. Claire wanted to say more, but Alessandro interjected. All right, since you're so determined, we'll support you. After all, that money is yours now. You can do with it as you please. Only then did Matteo brighten up. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Claire said no more and simply put the money away. As they finished their meal, Matteo spoke again. Mom, I know you've been trading stocks lately. Are you still buying domestic Italian ones? Claire paused, then nodded instinctively. Yes, but the Italian stock market has been sluggish lately. There haven't been any great opportunities. Matteo said, I think the stock market is a barometer of the economy. Italy's economy lacks vitality, so our market won't perform as well as others. I think you should look further afield, perhaps at the US stock market, especially tech giants like Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. I'm confident these companies have enormous growth potential. Buying those stocks would be much better than investing in our domestic companies." This speech left Claire utterly bewildered. She looked at her 10-year-old son. "Matteo, where on earth do you learn all this?" Matteo smiled. "I read it all in books." Alessandro chimed in with a laugh. "Our son is truly remarkable, talking like a little adult. Claire, you should give his advice a try." Claire nodded and urged, "I'll try it when I get the chance. Look at the time, you two should get going." Time flew by swiftly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. This day, October 10th, 2014, marked the 13th birthday of Matteo Lucarelli. Over these 3 years, Matteo had honed the 50% of Messi's football skills he possessed to 95% proficiency, yet no amount of effort could push them further. He suspected this was due to the vast disparity between his physical condition and Messi's. During this period, Matteo had experienced a rapid growth spurt, now standing over 1.8 meters tall, making him a standout among his peers. However, he still played as a center back, which irked him considerably. He had intended to ask his father to speak with his old teammate Hernan Crespo, the current youth team head coach, but had yet to find the right moment. Meanwhile, the halo in his mind had increased to 4, with a new one appearing each birthday. He anticipated gaining another after tonight. Still, he hadn't decided which player to absorb, leaving 3 halos vacant. Many events had also unfolded during these 3 years. Take for instance the recent World Cup, where Brazil suffered a humiliating 7-1 defeat to Germany on home soil, a shock that even eclipsed the final itself. Matteo had longed to bet on that match to get rich overnight, but being underage he couldn't. His father, being a football professional, would face ethical risks, so he could only watch the opportunity slip away. In La Liga, Messi had languished for a while after having half his football skills stripped away, though he began gradually rediscovering his form about a year ago. He dedicated extensive time to training his passing and shooting, eventually elevating these abilities to the level of an ordinary player. To his dismay, Xavi was past his prime, and Barcelona's midfield could no longer provide the support of previous years, resulting in mediocre performances for the club. Real Madrid emerged as the primary beneficiary of Barcelona's decline, clinching the league title in both the 2011-12 and 2012-13 seasons, only to be dethroned by Atletico Madrid's surprise triumph in 2014. In that season's Champions League final, Atletico capitalized on a mistake by Casillas to score, defeating Real Madrid 1-0 and securing the first European trophy in the club's history. Jose Mourinho subsequently departed Real Madrid in disgrace following a trophyless campaign and locker room discord. In Serie A, Juventus began their reign of dominance, while Milan's 2 clubs started their decline. Parma, once a member of the legendary Seven Sisters of Serie A, found itself in even direr straits than the Milan clubs. Due to chairman Gianpietro Gherardi's mismanagement and irregular player acquisition practices, the club plunged into an operational crisis, culminating in the Italian Football Federation stripping them of European qualification for financial reasons. A paltry sum of just over €3,000 in unpaid taxes sparked a bitter dispute between Parma and the federation. Despite Gherardi's immediate appeal and claims of having settled the taxes, the federation showed no mercy. After missing out on European competition, Parma's financial woes deepened. Recently, journalists exposed that the club's debts had surpassed $200 million. This turmoil unsettled the players. Consequently, Parma managed only 1 win and 5 losses in the first 6 league matches of the season, much to the fans' fury. After all, they had finished 6th in the league the previous season. Alessandro, as team captain, bore the dual burden of on-field responsibilities and helping head coach Roberto Donadoni soothe the players striving to coax out their full potential. Consequently, he had been feeling physically and mentally drained. Yet on Matteo's birthday, he mustered his energy to celebrate with his wife for their beloved son. Matteo's birthday gift remained money, though it had grown to €400. His gifts from his 11th and 12th birthdays had been entirely invested in Bitcoin. He now possessed 800 Bitcoins, which would bring him immense wealth in the future. However, with Bitcoin's price creeping upward, he decided against buying more. He turned to Claire and asked, "Mom, can I use your account to buy stocks?" Claire chuckled. "Why the sudden interest in stocks?" Matteo grinned. "I'm just diversifying my investments." Alessandro, overhearing, smiled at his son's business acumen. Claire asked, "Which stock did you have in mind?" Matteo replied, "You already hold Apple and Amazon, so I'll go with Tesla." At the time, Tesla was barely staying afloat, making it a prime investment opportunity. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Claire's face. Matteo caught the expression instantly. "Mom, how much have you actually made on Apple and Amazon?" Claire laughed it off. "Oh, kids shouldn't pry into such matters." Matteo had seen her stock account before. It held €1,000,000. Had she followed his advice to buy Apple and Amazon in October 2011, she would have earned at least €8,000 by now. Alessandro, eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't help but lean in. Though his salary far exceeded the average person's, it paled in comparison to top-tier players. The money in Claire's stock account represented a fifth of their family's total assets. He had never inquired about it before, but now his curiosity was piqued. Seeing both father and son staring at her with eager curiosity, Claire sighed in resignation. "Fine, I'll satisfy your curiosity." She pulled out her phone and said, "Here." The total assets displayed on her account were €1,003,000. Matteo stared at his mother in disbelief. "Mom, did you not buy those stocks?" Claire replied, "I did buy them." Matteo sighed. Then why haven't you made any money? Claire sighed too. After I bought them they dipped slightly, and I couldn't hold on. Once they recovered to my purchase price I sold them. Then I saw them surging and couldn't resist chasing them again. After gaining 10% they corrected again. When they fell back to my cost I couldn't take it anymore and sold them. And then they went on to hit new highs. Matteo felt a metaphorical arrow pierce his heart. Mom, you're a true stock market guru. Due to Claire's miraculous maneuvers, the Lucarelli family's assets had failed to grow. Facing the gazes of the two men, Claire looked a bit embarrassed. Well, it's not like we lost anything. Matteo sighed. Mom, you could still buy now, you know. As long as you stop messing around, we'd still see substantial returns. Can you listen to your son for once? Claire nodded eagerly. All right. I've decided that once I buy these stocks, I'm deleting the trading app. Matteo looked at his mother with a skeptical, I really. Claire nodded immediately. Alessandro watched the exchange between mother and son and couldn't help but laugh. Though the pressure on him was immense, seeing his family instantly lifted his spirits. He was their pillar of support, but they were also his solid bedrock. Of course, the dire state of Parma wasn't something he could change alone. In the next 3 league matches, Parma suffered another 3 consecutive defeats, bringing their record to 1 win and 8 losses, firmly rooted to the bottom of the league table. This made the team's situation increasingly perilous. Although they surprisingly defeated Inter Milan 2-0 in the following match, they then suffered a humiliating 0-7 defeat against Juventus in the next round, causing them to lose all face. Worse than their performance, however, was their gradually exposed financial crisis. On November 15th, the players were shocked to discover that their due wages had not been paid. They immediately confronted the club, demanding their salaries be paid promptly, or they would report the matter to the Italian Football Federation. But the club adopted a defiant attitude. No money. Sue us if you want. Enraged, the players took their case to the Italian Football Federation. The federation responded swiftly. Parma is ordered to pay wages immediately, fined €5, and deducted 1 league point. Having only 6 league points to begin with, this penalty undoubtedly pushed them another step towards the abyss of relegation. Yet even this punishment didn't spur Parma's owner Gherardi into action. He continued to insist he had no money whatsoever. Without salaries, the team's fighting spirit was predictable. From rounds 12 to 14, Parma suffered yet another 3 consecutive defeats, ending the first 14 rounds with a dismal record of 2 wins and 12 losses. At this point, another explosive piece of news emerged. Gherardi was seeking to sell the team, and his asking price for the club was merely €1. Of course, that €1 was purely symbolic. The real issue was the debt that had now accumulated to over €200 million. This deterred many potential investors. After a search, Parma finally changed hands at the end of December. The new owner was a newly established company reportedly backed by Albanian oil tycoon Rezart Tasi. For the fans, this seemed like good news, as in their eyes, any owner was better than Gherardi. But they quickly discovered that this new owner was nothing like they had imagined. Tasi had promised to inject capital into the club, yet the money never arrived. He had promised to pay the players' wages, but he remained inactive. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to the club's players. Naturally, their performance suffered greatly. In the following period, they managed only 1 win and 9 losses, sinking deeper and deeper into the relegation mire. Following this, the club's basic logistical support began to be cut off, first the broadband, then the meal provisions, and eventually even the hot water in the locker rooms was unavailable. The players were on the verge of collapse. How could they continue playing under such conditions? Even more absurdly, at this very moment, the new owner grandly announced that he had sold Parma again. The transfer price was once again a single euro. Parma's fans and players were dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? The new owner Maneni proved even less reliable. He repeatedly promised Parma's mayor Pizzarati that he would inject millions of euros into the team, but 2 weeks passed, and the promised millions never materialized. February 15th was the scheduled quarterly payday, but the players still hadn't received their wages. Alessandro, in desperation, could only constantly reassure the players, even offering to pay out of his own pocket to help young players facing financial hardship, hoping everyone could pull through the crisis together. But the events that followed became intolerable for both him and the players. On February 20th, Parma officially announced that their home match against Udinese would be postponed because they could no longer afford the stadium's maintenance costs. On February 26th, they announced once more that their away match against Genoa was also postponed because they lacked the funds to cover the travel expenses. Although the players expressed their willingness to pay for the trip themselves, how long could such a situation persist? They couldn't keep playing out of pure passion forever, could they? And so on February 27th, Alessandro and head coach Donadoni announced a press conference. At the conference, Alessandro spoke on behalf of all the players. We have sent requests to various football authorities demanding protection and respect, but no one has paid us any attention. The executives at the federation have grown too comfortable in their cushy positions, and none of them have bothered to come to Parma to see what's happening. This life is unbearable for us. Donadoni was even more blunt. We feel like we've been left exposed under the scorching desert sun, waiting for the hyenas and vultures to pick our bones clean. The Parma I know is dead. However, this press conference did little beyond expressing their grievances. Owner Manini still refused to provide funds, and the club could no longer maintain its normal operations. In desperation, they began selling off all the club's valuable assets. The trophies they had won, the training facilities, and even the benches in the locker rooms were all sold. But selling these items was merely a temporary stopgap, offering no real solution to the team's predicament. 20 days passed in this manner until a piece of news became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Their new chairman Manini was arrested on charges of money laundering. In other words, this new owner was nothing but a complete fraud. When this news broke, the entire club could no longer hold on. On March 19, 2015, after holding a hearing, the Parma District Court officially declared Parma Football Club bankrupt that afternoon. This news sent shockwaves through the world of football. Was this storied club, which had once produced legends like Buffon, Cannavaro, Crespo, and Adriano, truly about to vanish from the Italian football landscape? Yet a glimmer of hope remained. If a new owner could be found, they might still compete in Serie B next season. But without a savior, Parma would be erased from Italy's professional ranks entirely. Alessandro returned home with a grim expression. Since his transfer to Parma in 2008, he had gradually become the club's standard-bearer. Though he may never have been as flamboyant as Crespo or Cassano, he remained a steadfast and dependable pillar of the defense. He had poured his heart and soul into Parma, truly considering it his home. Now, with the club on the brink of extinction, he felt as though his own career was ending as well. At nearly 38, he lacked the energy to seek a new path in his professional life. Claire looked at his ashen face with concern. "Alessandro, are you all right?" Alessandro managed a weak smile. "I'd like to say I'm fine, but I'm not really." Claire gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, everything will be okay." He took her hand and offered a faint smile. "I hope so." Their son Matteo chimed in from the side. "Dad, what are your plans now?" Alessandro looked lost. "Honestly, I haven't figured that out yet. If Parma ceases to exist, I suppose it's time for me to retire." Matteo spoke up. "Dad, have you ever thought about saving Parma?" Alessandro was taken aback. "Saving Parma?" Matteo nodded. "Let's help Parma climb back to the summit." Alessandro gave a bitter laugh. "Son, that's easier said than done. Just clearing that 200 million debt is beyond our means." Matteo replied seriously, "Under normal circumstances that would be incredibly difficult. But what if Parma goes bankrupt and rebuilds, eh?" Alessandro was stunned. He couldn't help but say, bankruptcy and rebuilding. That means starting over in Serie D. Matteo affirmed, "Yes, it's the only way to bring Parma back to life. But it's going to be a long process." Alessandro fell into deep thought. Indeed, Serie D. Italian professional football comprises 3 tiers: Serie A, Serie B, and Serie C. Below that lies the amateur leagues. If Parma were to go bankrupt, they would have to register a new club and start competing from the amateur level. It was indeed a viable option. But starting from Serie D, how long would it take for Parma to grace the Serie A stage once more? At nearly 38, how much further could he lead the team? And how many of the current players would even stay? As if reading his father's concerns, Matteo stepped forward and with a maturity beyond his years placed a hand on his father's shoulder. "Dad, if you retire when Parma goes bankrupt, you'll just be another captain. But if you lead Parma out of the mire, you'll become the greatest captain in its history. No, not just a captain. You could even become Parma's owner." Alessandro stood frozen on the spot. Looking at Matteo, who was now almost as tall as he was, he suddenly realized his son had grown up. He looked at Matteo with pride. "You're bolder than I ever was. This is something I never dared to dream of." His son's words ignited a fire within him. Indeed, if he could lead Parma back into the spotlight, what a monumental achievement that would be. The lingering confusion and anxiety of the past days shattered, and he seemed to see a path ahead, thorny yet brimming with promise. The next morning, Alessandro left home punctually, as always heading to the club. Despite the bankruptcy declaration, he remained committed to his duties. The Italian Football Federation and other Serie A clubs immediately pledged $5 million in support to help Parma finish the current season. He had also contacted all the players, urging them to return and give their all for the final stretch. Head coach Donadoni had already set an example by waiving his remaining salary to ease the club's burden. Many followed suit, and Alessandro was among them. Youth team coach Crespo also forwent his salary and contributed personal funds to compensate the young players. Many were making their final efforts for the club. As Alessandro drove down the street near the club, he saw a sea of fans gathered at the entrance. These were Parma's most loyal supporters. In this small city of just 1,800 people, Parma was a symbol of pride for many. Since their promotion to Serie A in the 90s, they had left an indelible mark during the league's golden era. Countless stars had graced their ranks, and they had achieved remarkable success in both Serie A and European competitions. Though those days are gone, the fans' unwavering support for Parma remains. In contrast to their earlier outrage, the fans now appeared calmer. They stood silently at the club's gates, gazing at their beloved club with despair and sorrow. Just then Alessandro's car pulled up. The fans, recognizing his vehicle, all turned their gaze towards him. Meeting their eyes filled with hope, Alessandro felt a swell of emotion in his chest. He stopped the car and stepped out. Looking at the throng of fans, he steadied his nerves and declared, "I'm so sorry, everyone." He then bowed deeply to them all. The fans quickly responded, "Alessandro, this isn't your fault. You don't need to apologize. Alessandro, you've done more than enough." Alessandro straightened up, looking at the sincere faces before him, and felt a lump in his throat. What incredible fans they were. How could we ever let them down? He spoke, "Thank you all for your understanding. Though I couldn't prevent the club's bankruptcy, I promise you all that in the remaining matches we will give 120 effort to bring you the best football we can." Sparse applause broke out among the crowd. Alessandro took a deep breath. "I give you my word, I will dedicate myself entirely to bringing Parma back to life." Even if it means starting all over again in Serie D, I will never leave this club. Alessandro's firm declaration galvanized the fans at the scene. Though they harbored little belief in Parma's rebirth, they still awarded his statement with the most fervent applause. The captain was still the captain, one of their own. Alessandro boarded the vehicle, as well discreetly rubbing his eyes when no one was looking before driving into the club. He still had much work to accomplish. Meanwhile, Matteo arrived at the youth team's locker room. Parma's youth system had numerous tiers, and he currently played in the U15 squad. However, due to the club's declared bankruptcy, few players had shown up today. Matteo sighed, feeling a sense of impending doom like a tree falling and scattering its monkeys. His good friend Dino Rossi, however, also entered the locker room, offering Matteo a sliver of comfort. He jested. "Hey Dino, why are you still here for training?" Dino Rossi glanced at him. "Just to see if you fool would show up." Matteo chuckled. "Keep making excuses? It's just that no one else has contacted you to play elsewhere." Dino Rossi, standing 171 meters tall, was a midfielder and an avid football enthusiast. His father was also a die-hard Parma fan, having sent him to the club's youth academy for training since childhood. Like Matteo, though, his talent wasn't particularly outstanding, so he remained in the U15 squad alongside him. Still, he was exceptionally hardworking, possessed great stamina, and covered a vast area on the pitch. If anything, he resembled a certain tireless midfielder from the Chinese national team. With a bit of luck, he could carve out a rotational spot in a Serie B team. The two hit it off and often spent their time together. Just then a mocking voice chimed in. "Oh, look at you two. Still planning to train." Matteo frowned the moment he heard it. The speaker was Paolo Guardi, a thoroughly obnoxious individual. Relying on his decent talent, he threw his weight around in the youth team and had clashed with both Matteo and Rossi before. Previously, he hadn't dared to sever ties completely, knowing Matteo's father was Parma's captain. But now that Parma was bankrupt, he had no such reservations. "Looks like you two really have no one wanting you." Rossi shot him a glare. "What's our training got to do with you? What, did you get signed by another club already?" Guardi puffed up with pride. "So no one has contacted you?" "Well, I've been in touch with Bologna. They've arranged a trial for me. If I pass the trial, I'll sign with them." Bologna was less than 100 kilometers from Parma, and they had always been rivals. Though Bologna was currently in Serie B, they at least had a healthy financial status and could steadily compete in professional leagues, which was far better than Parma's current predicament. Rossi sneered. "I thought you'd been picked up by Inter or Juventus. Turns out it's just Bologna and Serie B. And it's only a trial. What's there to boast about?" Guardi looked at them. "Let me tell you, it's a trial, but their youth coach said that for a player of my caliber, signing is just a formality. Unlike you two, who haven't even a single inquiry." He paused, then added, "Besides, Bologna is fourth in Serie B. They're likely to be promoted to Serie A next season. And Parma, I doubt they'll even exist next season." "Huh?" Rossi, enraged, couldn't resist stepping forward to teach him a lesson. Matteo grabbed his arm. "Don't be impulsive. It's not worth getting angry over someone like him." At that moment a voice boomed. "Since you look down on Parma so much, get out right now. Parma doesn't welcome scum like you." Guardi's expression shifted, and he instinctively turned to see who spoke. A tall, burly man walked over from the other side. It was Hernan Crespo, the head coach of their youth team. The renowned Argentine striker's first European destination was Parma. After wandering through several clubs, he returned to Parma at the tail end of his career, forging a deep bond with the club. Last summer, he had become the coach of Parma's U17 squad, also overseeing the U15 team. He was regarded as a godlike figure among the young players, commanding immense respect. Guardi's words had unfortunately landed on his ears, igniting his fury. He pointed coldly towards the door. "Get out now." A flash of anger crossed Guardi's face, but he dared not talk back to Crespo. He shot a venomous look at Matteo, and Rossi grabbed his belongings and stomped out of the locker room without a word. The moment he left, a hint of melancholy crept onto Crespo's face. It wasn't for Guardi, but out of concern for Parma. A significant number of youth players were also set to depart. Even if Parma managed to survive this ordeal, their youth system would face a massive gap. For a small-scale club like Parma, without the support of its youth system, survival would become even more precarious. The thought made him even more pessimistic about their future. Though he could dip into his own pockets to help the team, it was merely a stopgap. If Parma truly met its end, he might have no choice but to leave as well. Seeing Crespo's gloomy expression, Matteo quickly approached. "Coach, are we training today?" Crespo, recognizing the son of his old teammate, managed a faint smile. "Matteo, you still have the heart to train." Matteo nodded. "Of course. We're still part of Parma, so we must fulfill our duties." Crespo broke into a genuine smile. "Good. You're a tough one, just like Alessandro. Come on, let's go train." He gave Matteo's shoulder a firm pat. At that moment, Matteo's thoughts drifted to the halo in his mind. A familiar voice echoed in his head. "Acquire all football skills from the person you directly touched. Do you accept?" He hesitated for a moment. Then he finally chose to accept. After all, Crespo had already retired, out taking his skills wouldn't harm him. "Sorry, Uncle Crespo." A moment later, a second halo materialized in his mind, bearing the grave visage of Crespo. Unlike Messi's, beside his image the figure read 100%. It seemed Matteo had completely absorbed his abilities. However, to wield these skills proficiently, he would need at least 6 months to a year of dedicated practice. Crespo, oblivious to any change, continued to gather the children for training. When they arrived at the pitch, they found only a dozen or so youngsters present. The turnout was less than a third of the usual number. Crespo sighed inwardly, but said nothing, methodically guiding the young players through their drills. Just then a football bounced its way toward him. Frustrated, he decided to unleash a powerful shot. Yet to his astonishment, his foot swung clean through thin air. He even came close to pulling a muscle in his thigh. Staring incredulously at the ball, he glanced around, furtively relieved to find no one had witnessed his blunder. After all, he was once a top-tier striker. Missing such an easy ball would be utterly humiliating. He planted his foot on the ball, carefully eyed the goal ahead, then struck it with purpose. The ball flew off his boot. And then, it veered wildly towards the corner flag. Crespo was dumbfounded. What was happening to him? How had he suddenly forgotten how to play? He quickly composed himself, feigning nonchalance, and sought to vent his frustration on the young lads. The boys, having noticed his absurd shot, erupted in laughter. For a moment, his blunder seemed to dispel the gloom hanging over the training ground. Indeed, despite the uncertain future, their potential remained boundless. And in the subsequent matches, Parma's performance would astonish everyone. Though their fate was sealed with relegation due to point deductions, they fought with all their might in every remaining game, just as Alessandro had promised. In their first match after declaring bankruptcy, they fell 0-2 to Torino at home. They played with great effort, but luck was simply not on their side. However, in the following league match, they managed to hold Inter Milan to a 1-1 draw away from home. This result deeply moved the traveling Parma supporters. Though few in number, their passionate support echoed throughout the entire San Siro. As the final whistle blew, the entire stadium applauded Parma and their loyal fans. Though Parma had long been a fierce rival, there was a palpable sense of melancholy at the prospect of their departure. After the match, Alessandro led his players to the away end to show their gratitude for the fans' unwavering support. A week later, Parma welcomed the mighty Juventus to their home ground. As the dominant force in the league for years, the gap in quality between Juventus and Parma was substantial. Moreover, given Parma's dire circumstances, no one gave them a chance before kickoff. But spurred on by 2,000 passionate spectators, Parma displayed remarkable resilience throughout the match. Despite Juventus enjoying territorial advantage, Parma threatened on the counter-attack, and it was Cassano who delivered the decisive blow. That proved to be the only goal of the game. Ultimately, Parma toppled the league leaders Juventus 1-0 at home, delaying their title defense. Juventus manager Massimiliano Allegri could only manage a grimace, a look of sheer exasperation on his face. After the final whistle, Parma's fans lingered in the stadium, reluctant to leave, knowing such moments of joy were becoming increasingly rare. They watched Alessandro lead the team over to acknowledge them, chanting, "Alessandro, you are our eternal captain." With tears welling in his eyes, Alessandro pounded the club crest on his chest and vowed, "We will continue to fight." In the subsequent matches, they secured a 2-2 draw away at Empoli and a 1-0 victory at home against Palermo, extending their unbeaten run to 4 games. It was a rare bright spot in an otherwise disastrous season. Fans seemed to momentarily forget the impending doom of bankruptcy, cheering for their beloved team with customary fervor. Yet with only 6 rounds remaining, these final fixtures threatened to be Parma's swan song. Furthermore, just 3 days after the Palermo match, Alessandro suffered an injury in training, ruling him out for a month. This was a significant blow to Parma's defense. In the matches that followed, Parma abandoned their cautious approach altogether, engaging every opponent in open attacking football. They wanted to leave their fans with lasting, beautiful memories. Unfortunately, their lack of quality was exposed once again. Over the next 5 matches, Parma managed to score only 4 goals, while conceding a whopping 15, earning just 2 draws and 3 defeats. As the season drew to a close, the hearts of the fans grew heavier with each passing day. With no buyer emerging for the club, it became increasingly clear that the final away match against Sampdoria would likely be Parma's last ever game. Consequently, a multitude of Parma fans made the trip to support their team in what promised to be a final farewell. Sky Sports, in a rare move, broadcast the seemingly low-profile match live. Sampdoria, one of the original 7 sisters of Serie A, was a fitting opponent to bid Parma a final respectful adieu. Although Sampdoria were considered favorites, Alessandro's timely return from injury significantly bolstered Parma's defensive stability. Knowing this was their last outing, the Parma players gave their absolute all. In the end, the two sides played out a 2-2 draw after 90 minutes. The Parma players had played their final match of the season. Aware that their future lay elsewhere, most prepared to leave the club in the summer. But Alessandro gathered them together and led them towards the away fans section, the heart of Parma's most loyal supporters. Alessandro applauded the fans, his eyes filled with emotion, and declared, "Trust us, we will return." The fans responded in kind, shouting back, "We will wait for you." At that moment, someone began to sing the Parma anthem, F.A. Parma. F.A. Parma, the Crusaders are champions, Parma's players are brave and bold, victory belongs to the Lions of Parma, no one can stop their courageous fight, glory is ours. Alessandro couldn't help but join in singing softly. Many players followed suit, their voices rising in solemn unison, a dignified farewell to the club they called home. The season concluded with Parma finishing dead last, suffering an inevitable relegation from Serie A. Yet an even more tragic fate awaited them. With no buyers coming forward, they were forced to accept bankruptcy. Thus, this century-old club faded into history. Countless Parma fans gathered at the club's entrance, silent, gazing repeatedly at the gates, reminiscing about past glories. The mayor of Parma, Pizzarati, said in an interview, "This is the darkest day in Parma's history. I cannot imagine what the city would be like without the club. I can only hope for a miracle." But miracles don't happen. This club was in Italy, lacking the commercial value of the Premier League. With a smaller population, and without the spotlight of metropolises like Milan or Rome, no investors were interested. Fans once considered crowdfunding to buy the club, but the 200 million debt and the enormous future operating costs made them abandon the idea. So they could only watch helplessly as the club ended its century-long history. Meanwhile, Matteo and his teammates attended their final training session that day. Crespo's face showed a trace of melancholy. Boys, starting tomorrow, I will also leave the team. Like you, I don't know where my future lies. But I hope we all keep striving on our own paths until we meet again on the pitch. Keep going. Matteo nodded vigorously and shouted, Coach, we will work hard. Crespo nodded with satisfaction, until we meet again. Yet even he knew these were just empty words. In his view, the remaining players lacked real talent. At best, they might play in Serie B, but at worst, they'd be drifting in Serie C. Especially Matteo. With his build, he could have a shot at Serie B as a center back, but his recent obsession with pushing forward was detrimental to his development. He wasn't a generational talent who, deviating from his strengths, would be dangerous. But there was little time left to guide him. He sighed inwardly, thinking he'd have a word with Matteo's father, a former defender, who might steer his son right. But that was a matter for another day. He clapped his hands. Training ends here. Farewell, everyone. After bidding Crespo goodbye, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the young player's eyes. Matteo looked around. Only a dozen or so remained, including Rossi. They were all without clubs, and many were contemplating giving up football. Rossi, though unwilling to quit, now faced the prospect of having no team to play for, leaving him at a loss. His usual cheerfulness was gone as he silently walked side by side with Matteo toward the locker room. Matteo spoke up. Dino, what's your plan now? Dino, Rossi sighed. My dad wants me to go back to school and get into a good university. Matteo asked, so you're giving up football? Rossi shrugged. What can I do? You know our talent isn't enough to become stars. The fact that no one has called us for trials says it all. Matteo, seeing his dejected face, couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Transfer the selected football skill to the person in direct contact. Do you agree? Startled, he quickly refused. What was that? Transfer to someone in contact. He replayed the moment when his hand was on Rossi's shoulder. His thoughts had inadvertently drifted to the auras of Messi and Crespo. Could it be that by thinking of an absorbed skills aura while touching someone he could transfer it? With this thought, he placed his hand back on Rossi's shoulder. Sure enough, the voice returned. Transfer the selected football skill to the person in direct contact. Do you agree? Matteo's heart leaped with joy. This meant he could transfer absorbed football skills to others, forging a formidable team. Rossi, noticing Matteo's odd expression as he felt around his shoulder, shuddered. Matteo, what are you doing? Matteo snapped back quickly, withdrawing his hand with an awkward grin. Your shoulder feels nice, kinda chubby. Rossi glared at him. I treat you like a brother, and you take advantage of me. Matteo laughed heartily, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Dino, I believe we're destined to become great stars. Don't you? Though Messi's and Crespo's skills didn't suit Rossi's style, he could always find a midfield maestro to bestow upon him. With Rossi's dedication, becoming a new midfield master was within reach. Rossi, trapped in Matteo's embrace like a chick, struggled in vain to break free. Helpless, he finally said, Fine. I believe you. Now let me go. But Matteo held on tight. No way. I'm going to convince your dad to let you keep playing. Rossi retorted. My dad's a stubborn mule. Matteo chuckled. I might not convince him to let you play, but I can persuade him to stop you from wasting time on studies. Rossi fumed. Matteo, what did you say? Matteo replied, Am I wrong? Your grades would make even God weep. Rossi, furious, broke free from his grip. Oh yeah, you never even got an A. I at least have an A on my report card. Matteo teased mercilessly. An A? I never knew. Oh, you mean in PE? I got an A, remember? Rossi seethed. Fine, Matteo, you've been hiding that from me. I didn't know you got an A. You're playing games with me. Take this. Matteo shouted, Take this kick. Rossi yelped, Just because your legs are longer. Matteo laughed, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Rossi jumped up. I'll show you what a real master is. Under the setting sun, their shadows stretched long and far. After Parma's bankruptcy, nearly all of the first-team players chose to leave. Almost the entire coaching staff also departed, including first-team manager Donadoni and youth team coach Crespo. In an instant, the once grand club was left with only a few loyal veterans staring at each other in bewilderment. They were reluctant to abandon Parma, yet powerless to reverse its fate. It was then that Alessandro Lucarelli stepped forward. He declared to the remaining loyalists, I will not forsake this team. I will devote everything I have to it. With the assistance of Mayor Pizzarati, he sought audiences with numerous local entrepreneurs. To revive Parma, he knew he had to secure their support. However, the initial progress was far from smooth. Running a club was not a matter of mere words. While acquiring Parma might not require a fortune, sustaining its operations would demand substantial capital. They lacked the courage to take such a risk, leaving Alessandro deeply troubled. Upon learning of this, Matteo immediately voiced his dissent. Dad, I believe you shouldn't just be a figurehead. More importantly, you must invest, and buy shares, perhaps even become the actual controller of the new Parma. That's the only way you'll earn the trust of the majority. Alessandro hesitated. Matteo, I understand what you're saying. But we don't have that much money. Running a club is far more difficult than you imagine. Matteo replied, From an investment perspective, Parma's valuation is undoubtedly at its lowest point right now. If we can help Parma get promoted back to Serie B, its valuation will skyrocket, and our investment is sure to pay off. Given Parma's pedigree, I think reaching Serie B shouldn't be a major problem. And if we can't continue later, we can simply find a good buyer and sell it. Alessandro stared intently at his son, incredulous that such words could come from a boy not yet 14 years old. He couldn't help but say, "Matteo, I feel you're more suited to be the club's owner than I am." Matteo grinned. "Dad, I'm not even 14 yet. Wait until I'm an adult, then you can hand me the reins." Alessandro playfully flicked his forehead. "You wish." Claire, who had been listening nearby, found Matteo's words intriguing. "Alessandro, I actually think Matteo has a point. We could seize this opportunity to take control of Parma. Then you work hard to lead the team to Serie A, and we'll be set for life." Looking at his wife, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, Alessandro couldn't help but sigh. His wife was perfect in every way except for her lack of financial acumen. He decided to illustrate the point with a concrete figure. "According to our calculations, to gain control of Parma, we'd need at least 2 million euros. That's no small sum for us." Claire blinked and said, "We have 5 million euros in liquid assets. 1 million is in stocks, leaving 4 million available. So we'd be putting up half our funds." Alessandro thought this would deter her, but she surprised him by adding, "That's fine. We'd still have 2 million left." Diego, their usually quiet youngest son, chimed in to support his mother. "Yeah, we still have 2 million. Alessandro was speechless. Bolstered by the support of his wife and son, he finally made up his mind. The next day, he called Mayor Pizzarati, expressing his determination to become the club's controlling shareholder. Pizzarati was overjoyed and promptly arranged a meeting with the entrepreneurs. With Alessandro's backing, they finally resolved to invest in the new Parma. This time, a consortium led by entrepreneur Guido Barillo was formed, agreeing to invest 1 million euros for a 30% stake in the club. Alessandro would invest 2 million euros for a 60% share. The remaining 10% would be held by the Parma Football Investment Association, composed of fans. After the resolution was passed, Alessandro notified Demetrio Albertini, the vice president of the Italian Football Federation. The AC Milan legend had been instrumental during Parma's bankruptcy liquidation, using his connections to help reduce the club's debts significantly. Since they were establishing a new club, it was only proper to inform him. Albertini was thrilled upon hearing the news. "Excellent. I'll do everything in my power to help you." He promised to handle the registration with the FIGC and also pledged to mediate on the matter of the remaining debts. Thanks to his efforts, the new Parma club was swiftly registered with the Italian Football Federation. However, due to certain regulatory restrictions, they couldn't use the original name immediately and had to settle for Parma in 1913. A substantial portion of the funds they raised had to go towards debt repayment, leaving little for operational costs. One could only imagine how much remained. After settling the debts, they were left with a meager 500,000 euros, which would serve as the budget for the new season in Serie D. Of course, they still bore liabilities exceeding 10 million euros to be repaid in installments over the next decade or more. On the financial front, they received a welcome piece of news. Through connections, they secured a sponsorship deal with a clothing brand to sponsor their jerseys worth 1 million euros over 2 years. Although the sum was modest, it was enough to alleviate their most pressing financial woes. Meanwhile, Mayor Pizzarati also managed to get a municipal council decision to lease the Ennio Tardini Stadium to them at a very low cost for a 2-year period. On the other front, once the club's formation was finalized, they appointed the legendary former manager Nevio Scala as the club's president. Scala was the architect of Parma's rise 2 decades ago. His willingness to return at this moment was a testament to his profound love for the club. The choice for head coach was quickly settled, as well. Luigi Apolloni, the club's legendary center-back, a former Italian international who had served the team for 12 years. While he wasn't a top-tier manager, he was undoubtedly the perfect fit for the current Parma. For the youth team, they brought in Stefano Morone, a club stalwart who had just retired last summer, to serve as head coach, confident he would make significant contributions. This was a club reborn under the aegis of its legends. With them as the standard bearers, they would surely lead the new Parma forward. July 1st, 2015. A date destined to be remembered. After relentless efforts from all sides, Parma 1913 club was finally proclaimed. On this day, the entire city of Parma erupted in jubilation. Citizens flooded the streets, celebrating the rebirth of their beloved team. Though they were only in the Italian Serie D, as long as the club existed, there was hope. Journalists roamed the streets, interviewing fans who all chanted in unison, "Viva Parma." In this small city, the club was the very soul of its people. At that moment, they finally understood the promise Alessandro Lucarelli had made to them. He had not only refused to abandon the team, but had saved it with his own hard-earned money. They professed their love for him before the cameras. "Alessandro, we will love you forever. We will all be there to watch every match next season." Meanwhile, Alessandro Lucarelli, along with Scala and Luigi Apolloni, stood at the club's entrance, cheering with the fans who had gathered. They were the club's core strength, the most steadfast of Parma's faithful. And on the other side, countless familiar faces also appeared at the scene. Legends such as Gianluigi Buffon, Crespo, Gianfranco Zola, and Prandelli all came to show their support, while other historic clubs also sent their best wishes. Of course, Alessandro's brother Cristiano Lucarelli was also present, eager to support his sibling. He had also played for Parma and had even coached the youth team early in his retirement. And there was Albertini, the vice president of the Italian Football Federation, who had been instrumental in Parma's bankruptcy restructuring. He too was present today. Undoubtedly, this newly formed Parma had garnered immense attention from the very start. Perhaps this was the club's true heritage. Matteo and Rossi were also at the scene. Although it was a Wednesday, no one felt like going to school. They too were present at the club as insiders. A while back Matteo had made a bet with Rossi's father if Parma were reborn Rossi could continue playing football. The result was clear. Matteo and Rossi became the first two members of the new club's youth system. Though they had no chance to play for the first team, yet they were overjoyed. The two were now mingling in the crowd watching the excitement. With the bigwigs so close they felt an urge to ask for autographs. Matteo in particular felt a restless stirring within. If only he could shake their hands, their skills would transfer to him. Take Buffon for instance, a goalkeeper of historic caliber. If he could just take his skills. But a moment later he dismissed the thought. After all, Buffon was a Parma legend destined to return to the club one day. If he were to take his skills, wouldn't he be forced into premature retirement? Of course, for those already retired like Albertini and Zola, he had no such qualms. Especially Albertini, who was now the vice president of the FIGC and had no use for his footballing skills. Besides, when he played, he was a world-class defensive midfielder, a profile that perfectly matched Rossi. But they were still far apart, and Albertini was surrounded by many people, making it hard to approach. So he could only bide his time. Just then his uncle Cristiano appeared before them. "Oh, my little Matteo, you've grown taller." Matteo looked at him. "Uncle, why didn't you bring my cousin?" He was referring to Cristiano's eldest son Matteo Lucarelli, who was 2 years his senior. They had always gotten along well. Cristiano shrugged. "He's out on a date today." Matteo spread his hands. "Why don't you keep him in line?" Cristiano chuckled. "How could I? He's grown up and has his own way of thinking. You're still young, you'll understand in a couple of years." He patted Matteo on the shoulder. In truth, Matteo had had many chances to absorb his uncle's skills, but his uncle, though decent, was clearly not of top-tier striker caliber, so Matteo had been picky and declined. But if the need ever arose, "Uncle, you'd want someone to fully carry on your legacy, wouldn't you?" Soon it was noon. Parma Club arranged a luncheon to celebrate the club's rebirth. Albertini and the others were naturally among the invitees. As the eldest son of Parma's de facto owner, Matteo also appeared at the banquet. Alessandro was deep in conversation with Albertini and the others, but upon seeing Matteo, he immediately beckoned him over. A surge of joy swept through Matteo, and he hurried over eagerly. Alessandro proudly introduced his son to the group. "This is my son Matteo Lucarelli. He's currently training in Parma's youth academy." The guests, seeing the youthful boy, couldn't help but offer a few pleasantries. Matteo in turn greeted them politely. Alessandro smiled. "Actually, the reason I was determined to lead the reorganization of Parma this time was partly due to Matteo's encouragement. He told me that only by putting our own money and effort on the line could we attract more people to help us." The guests couldn't help but regard Matteo with newfound respect. Albertini chuckled. "Despite his tender age, Matteo speaks with great wisdom." Matteo smiled. "Uncle Albertini flatters me. I merely offered my father a small suggestion. It was he who made the final decision and saw it through." Albertini, seeing the boy's composed and humble demeanor, grew even more impressed. "Alessandro, this little one of yours is truly remarkable. He's bound to achieve great things." Alessandro laughed. "He's already dreaming of becoming Parma's president someday." Everyone around them joined in the laughter. Albertini couldn't resist patting Matteo on the shoulder. "Ambitious. I believe you can do it." And Matteo smiled as well. Because just then a voice echoed in his mind. "Acquire all football skills of the person you are in direct contact with. Do you accept?" Without a moment's hesitation he accepted. This way he would obtain all the skills of a midfield maestro, which he would then find a way to transfer to Rossi. If all went according to plan, Rossi would become the next Albertini. With the club officially established, the most critical task ahead was assembling a squad. After all, Alessandro was the only legitimate player on the roster, and there were far too many gaps to fill. Although Matteo yearned to play alongside his father, he was underage and had no chance of taking the field. With limited funds and no proper sporting director in place, much of the transfer work fell squarely on Scarra's shoulders to rally the troops. However, for a semi-professional league like Serie D, Parma's prestigious name still carried weight, making it relatively easy to recruit a few serviceable players. Matteo, however, had someone specific in mind. During dinner, he deliberately steered the conversation with Alessandro. "Dad, how's the recruiting going?" Alessandro was in good spirits. "Pretty well. I've rounded up a few old comrades. Their physical condition is more than enough for Serie D." Matteo pressed on. "Shouldn't we consider scouting some promising young talents? We need to think about the future." Alessandro sighed. "Matteo, we're in the amateur leagues now. What talented young player would willingly join us?" Matteo smiled. "We could hunt for hidden gems stuck in the lower divisions. We're far more appealing than your average Serie D club." Alessandro paused, a hint of realization dawning on him. "You little rascal, do you already have someone in mind?" Matteo grinned. "Yeah, I actually found a promising player, and he hasn't found a club yet." Alessandro's interest was piqued. "Go on, tell me." Matteo said, "I came across a video online recently. It featured a player from the German 6th division named Jonathan Kraus. He's a right back, but he excels at overlapping runs and providing assists. His stamina is exceptional, and I think he'd be incredibly useful in a lower league." Alessandro was taken aback. "Germany? The 6th division?" Matteo replied, "Yes, but even though it's the 6th tier, I believe his abilities far surpass that level." Though somewhat skeptical, Alessandro knew that disregarding his son's suggestion entirely would dampen the boy's enthusiasm. He patted Matteo on the shoulder. "After dinner, find that video for me." Matteo nodded. Soon after their meal, the father and son gathered around the computer. Since Matteo had previously searched for Kraus's videos, he easily located the viewing history. "Dad, look here." Alessandro clicked on the video and watched intently. When he saw the player charging down the right flank, he couldn't help but be impressed. His style of play can definitely contribute to the team. With the three-man defense system gaining traction in Italy, players capable of excelling as right wingbacks were in high demand. Having such a player in Parma's ranks would be a tremendous advantage for tactical versatility. Moreover, in the lower leagues, sheer pace and tenacity could overcome 80% of opponents. Alessandro was immediately intrigued by the player. Crucially, signing a player from such a low level would cost next to nothing. With that thought, he couldn't help but ask, how old is this player? In his mind, a younger player would be an even more worthwhile investment. Matteo replied calmly, he's only 23, still very young. Alessandro burst into laughter, excellent. I'll contact him tomorrow. Sure enough, early the next morning, Alessandro managed to track down Kraus's phone number through various connections. Faced with Parma's outstretched olive branch, Kraus agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Compared to the clubs he had been in contact with, Parma was like a dying camel that was still larger than a horse. Parma offered him a one-year contract with a weekly wage of €700. While not a hefty sum, it was quite decent for Kraus. He had previously been playing for a few €100 a month. This salary was enough for him to dedicate himself to football full-time. And no one could have predicted that this casually acquired French lad would one day even have a chance to be called up to the French national team. This young man was also one of football's most famous inspirational stories. After securing Kraus, Parma proceeded to sign several other unknown players, finally assembling a squad ready for the new season. Meanwhile, Matteo and Rossi began their own recruitment drive, reaching out to their former youth teammates, hoping they would come and train with the youth team. After a round of persuasion, 4 individuals accepted their invitation and joined the club. Among them, Domenico Rispo was a striker, though his current potential seemed unlikely to lead to greater things. Salvatore Cantu, a left winger, had acceptable pace, but lacked in other areas. A left-back, Luca Beretta, was a player with strong team spirit, but limited individual skill. And finally, Simone Didi, a center-back, was essentially a loyal and hard-working player, but with average overall ability. Overall, their level was quite mediocre, but there was no alternative. The good players had already found their own paths who would come here to linger. The youth team coach, Stefano Morone, also managed to bring in 5 more players, barely scraping together 11 to form the youth squad. This was clearly insufficient for a proper youth setup, but there was little to be done given the current circumstances. On July 10th, as the first team members began to assemble, the youth team also held their inaugural training session. It was on this day that Matteo finally transferred the skill he had acquired from Albertini to Rossi. The moment he placed his hand on Rossi's shoulder, his consciousness simultaneously shifted to the halo bearing Albertini's portrait. A prompt sounded, transfer the selected football skill to the person in direct contact. Do you agree? Matteo chose to agree without any hesitation. The instant he confirmed, Albertini's portrait vanished from the halo, leaving it blank once more. Matteo then looked at Rossi, but he couldn't perceive any visible change in him. It seemed that once the skill was transferred, he had no way of monitoring its subsequent effects. However, a thought struck him, and he placed his hand on Rossi's shoulder once again, shifting his consciousness to the now empty halo. Sure enough, the familiar voice echoed in his mind. Acquire all football skills from the person in direct contact. Do you agree to receive? Matteo's heart stirred, and sure enough, the next moment Albertini's portrait reappeared within the halo. It seemed he could reclaim the skill at any time. At that moment, only one thought dominated his mind. It's all locked in. With this recycling ability, he could take back any skill he had granted at any moment. If he had entrusted his skills to the wrong person, he could simply cut his losses. Nevertheless, Rossi was his best friend, and Matteo trusted him implicitly. Thus, he also passed on Albertini's skill to him. He hoped Rossi would cherish this gift and diligently raise his skill proficiency. Time flowed like water, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. During that year, Parma achieved remarkable results. They secured an undefeated record of 28 wins and 10 draws in Group D of Serie D, earning a well-deserved promotion to Serie C. This held profound significance for the entire club, as Serie C was a professional league, which meant Parma could now offer professional contracts to their players. Alessandro's first decision was to offer Jonathan Klaus a 3-year professional contract. Throughout the year, Klaus's outstanding performances on the right flank had attracted attention from numerous clubs. The best way to quell their covetous gazes was to secure his signature on a new deal. The new contract raised his weekly wages to €1,200, a sum that convinced Klaus to sign without hesitation. However, a clause was added to the new contract. Should the club achieve promotion, his wages would increase by 30%. This was a reasonable agreement, and the club accepted his request. In the new season, he would continue to fortify Parma's defensive line alongside Alessandro. However, a new challenge loomed before the club. Most of the players signed during their Serie D campaign had 1-year contracts, which had now all expired. Many of them were deemed not to meet the required standards for Serie C, so Scala decided against renewing their contracts. This left Parma's first team depleted once again. Thus, the primary objective for this transfer window was to recruit new talent. It was at this moment that Matteo once again made a grand entrance. Over the past year, Matteo had grown from a 13-year-old boy into a 14-year-old young man, his height increasing to 1 meter and 86 centimeters. He now stood taller than his father. The number of halos in his mind had grown to 6, though he currently only possessed half of Messi and 1 Crespo, leaving the remaining slots vacant. Crespo's skill proficiency had reached 80%. Combined with his physical frame, he was fully capable of fulfilling the role of a center forward. However, he was still too young to play professionally and could only offer his father advice on transfers. At the dinner table, he proposed 3 names: Guglielmo Vicario, Giovanni Di Lorenzo, and Federico Gatti. As a dedicated fan, Matteo had followed the news of the Italian national team. These 3 players would all become members of the Italian national team in the future, but at this moment they were all struggling in the lower leagues. He was confident they could be acquired without a significant investment. Given the resounding success of Klaus's signing the previous season, Alessandro no longer doubted Matteo's judgment and took his advice seriously. Their first target was Guglielmo Vicario. This future Italian national goalkeeper was currently enduring a series of loan spells. Having risen through the ranks at Udinese, he found no opportunities in the first team and spent the previous season on loan at Venezia in Serie C. His contract with Udinese had expired at the end of the season. He chose not to renew it, instead considering other possibilities. The most persistent suitor was Venezia, where he had spent the previous season. The club's newly appointed coach Filippo Inzaghi was actively persuading him to join, and negotiations were progressing smoothly. Just then he received a call from Parma's chairman Scala. "Hello, Guglielmo. This is Scala." Vicario, aware of Parma's new chairman, replied, "Hello, Mr. Scala. To what do I owe this call?" Scala got straight to the point. "I won't beat around the bush. I'd like to invite you to join Parma." Vicario was certainly intrigued by the prospect, as Parma's reputation in the footballing world far surpassed that of Venezia. However, he still hesitated. "Mr. Scala, as you know, I spent last season at Venezia, and they are very interested in keeping me." "So He was still leaning towards a familiar environment. Scala chuckled. "Guglielmo, I must say Venezia is a fantastic club. But Parma isn't too shabby either, right?" Vicario smiled as well. "Of course not. In the world of football, Parma has a much greater reputation." Scala continued. "Although we are currently in the same league as Venezia Serie C, our advantages over them are quite evident. Our goal is promotion, and to achieve that we're willing to offer you a contract linked to our promotion." This statement clearly captured Vicario's attention. "What kind of promotion-linked contract?" Scala explained. "We can include a clause for a 30% wage increase upon promotion, as well as an option to terminate the contract if we fail to achieve it. If we fail to secure promotion in the coming season, you have the option to leave." Vicario was taken aback and fell silent, deep in thought. Parma's willingness to propose such a deal demonstrated immense confidence in their ability to be promoted. For a young man not yet 20, this was an incredibly tempting offer. After all, at this stage of his career, playing more high-level matches was the most critical priority. The scales in his heart had decisively tipped in Parma's favor. While he deliberated, Scala on the other end of the line was also feeling some uncertainty. Firstly, he wasn't entirely sure Parma would secure promotion. If they didn't, the player could choose to leave. Secondly, why was Alessandro so willing to offer such a seemingly one-sided contract? The goalkeeper didn't appear to have any extraordinary qualities. Was Alessandro trying to buy a lottery ticket? How much potential could a goalkeeper discarded by Udinese possibly have? Apart from the low cost of signing him, Scala couldn't see much investment value. Scala was of course unaware that this seemingly unremarkable young goalkeeper would gradually evolve into an Italian national team starter in the coming years. While he was lost in thought, Vicario, after careful consideration, finally gave his definitive answer. "Mr. Scala, I am willing to join Parma Football Club." Soon Vicario signed a 3-year contract with a clause allowing him to terminate it if Parma failed to achieve promotion this year. Parma also paid his former club a 1-0 youth training compensation. Although it seemed a modest sum, it represented 1/5 of Parma's entire summer transfer budget. Burdened by over €1 million in outstanding loans, they had to tighten their belts this year. Had it not been for the fans' tremendous support in ticket revenue last season, they wouldn't have had even this modest budget. With only 4,000 remaining, they had to be resourceful in their recruitment. After securing the goalkeeper, Parma set their sights on Giovanni Di Lorenzo and Federico Gatti. Unlike Vicario, both players were under contract. They were currently plying their trade in Serie C, with one at Matera and the other at Alessandria. Matera firmly rejected Parma's approach, deeming Di Lorenzo indispensable and unwilling to sell him to a direct rival. Left with no other choice, Parma focused exclusively on Gatti. Fortunately, Alessandria's sporting director Magalini proved more amenable. After some deliberation, they agreed to transfer Gatti to Parma for 1,000. This left them with just 3,000. Many positions still needed reinforcement, and their first priority was finding a center forward. Their attention turned to a 34-year-old striker named Caracciolo. A familiar face in Serie A, he had been Siena's top scorer in his prime and possessed considerable ability at his peak. Despite his advancing age, he was deemed capable of competing in Serie C. As a free agent, Caracciolo didn't hesitate to accept Scala's invitation to join Parma. Parma offered him a 1-year contract with a weekly wage of 4,000. One striker, however, wasn't enough, prompting them to search for another forward. It was then that Alessandro thought of a potential candidate, Alberto Cherry. A product of Parma's youth academy, Cherry had left when the club went bankrupt last year and was now on the books at Juventus. Struggling for game time at Juventus, the club was open to loaning him out. When Scala called Juventus's general manager Marotta, the latter hesitated. "Scala, to be honest, we'd prefer to loan Cherry to a Serie B club. The higher level would be more beneficial for his development." As old acquaintances, Marotta felt somewhat apologetic. Scala showed understanding. "I can understand that. However, we could ask the player himself. What if he agrees?" Marotta replied. "All right, if Cherry agrees, we have no reason to stand in the way." Marotta then contacted Cherry. Alberto Parma has just inquired about loaning you. Would you be willing to join them? Sherry didn't hesitate. Of course I'd be willing. Having grown up in Parma, he was eager for the chance to return to his hometown club after leaving last year. Surprised by his enthusiasm, Murata decided not to obstruct the move. In the end, Alberto Cherry joined Parma on a season-long loan, with Parma covering 80 of his wages, which amounted to $800 per week. The announcement of the deal sparked excitement among the Parma faithful. After all, he was one of their own. Though he hadn't shown the same loyalty as Alessandro during the club's crisis, his decision to come to the team's aid at this crucial time earned him a warm welcome. With the attack sorted, Parma's next task was to strengthen the midfield and left-back positions. Matteo once again provided a recommendation to Alessandro. The player in question was Andrea Cambiaso, a future star left-back in Serie A who would eventually join Juventus. At the time, he was still in Genoa's youth setup, and at just 16 and a half, he was far from ready for first-team football. Playing as a left midfielder without standout performances, Genoa agreed to release him to Parma upon receiving a compensation fee of 5,000. With the defense and attack taking shape, the midfield remained a concern, forcing them to explore loans and free agents. Matteo had no suitable candidates in mind. Those he could think of were either too expensive for Parma, or he deemed them not good enough. Scala, however, preferred midfielders with Serie B experience, believing that players with high-level match experience could better aid the team. This led him to Gianni Munari, a 33-year-old midfielder. Munari had played for Parma during the 2013 to 2014 Serie A season, albeit not as a regular starter. Now with Parma in Serie C and Munari 3 years older, the match seemed fitting. They quickly reached an agreement, with Munari signing a 2-year contract worth 3,500 per week. They also secured Matteo Safet, a 28-year-old who had played in Serie B the previous season and was now a free agent. Scala's persuasive skills convinced him to sign a 3-year deal with a weekly wage of 4,900. With 2 key midfielders secured, they still needed wingers for their preferred 4-4-2 formation. For the left wing, Scala identified Luigi Alberto Scalia, a free agent, after his contract with Serie B side Latina expired at the end of the season. Scalia signed a 3-year contract with a weekly wage of 2,300. This left only the right wing position vacant in the starting lineup. Just then, news arrived from Matera. Di Lorenzo, having learned of Parma's interest, demanded that Matera accept Parma's offer. Parma was a bigger club, and it was only 100 kilometers from his hometown of Castelnuovo di Garfagnana, far more appealing than Matera, which was over 800 kilometers away. Left with little choice, Matera contacted Parma to restart negotiations for Di Lorenzo. Ultimately, the two clubs agreed on a 1,500 fee. Di Lorenzo successfully joined Parma, signing a 4-year contract worth 3,000 per week. Di Lorenzo could play right back, allowing Kraus to push forward to the right wing position. This left Parma with just 1,000 of their original 4,000 budget. Nevertheless, they had finally assembled a respectable-looking starting 11. Vicario, Di Lorenzo, Gatti, Alessandro, Cambiaso, Kraus, Munari, Safet, Scalia, Caracciolo, and Cherry. With a few more squad players to bolster the bench, they should have enough to compete in Serie C. While the first team was reinforcing its ranks, the youth squad was also expanding. With Parma's promotion to Serie C, many local youngsters had joined the club. Naturally, Matteo and Rossi had become the senior figures in the youth setup. Over the past year, Rossi's progress had been remarkable. After inheriting Albertini's skills, he gradually assimilated his technical traits and displayed extraordinary ability in his passing. It was fair to say he had emerged as the shining hope of the academy. Even Rossi himself hadn't anticipated such immense growth in just over a year. Youth team head coach Stefano Morone also believed that Rossi was destined to become another rising star from Parma's youth system. As for Matteo, it felt like he had allocated his skill points incorrectly. Why would a center back constantly yearn to perform fancy tricks? Although his passing was accurate, he couldn't just keep charging forward all the time. What? You even want to go into the penalty area to score? Get back here. Youth team coach Stefano Morone was exasperated. Matteo was equally frustrated. Since his skill points weren't invested in defending, he wanted to play as a striker. He possessed half of Messi's playmaking and shooting prowess plus Crespo's center-forward instincts, yet he was forced to remain a center-back. This situation was actually a product of circumstance. Due to Parma's instability, the youth team's coaching staff had been in constant flux. A year ago, Crespo had noticed Matteo lacked the heart for defending and wanted to discuss it with Alessandro, but his departure meant the conversation never happened. By the time new head coach Stefano Morone took over, Matteo had already become the club's privileged son. Having received instructions from Alessandro to be strict with his son, Morone couldn't allow Matteo to pursue anything deemed unconventional. Consequently, Matteo had no choice but to continue playing as a center-back. However, on July 20th, 2016, Matteo finally couldn't hold back and approached Alessandro. "Dad, can you talk to Coach Morone? I want to switch to striker." Alessandro was taken aback. "Striker?" Matteo insisted. "Yes, I want to play as a striker." Alessandro looked at him carefully. "Matteo, I understand every boy dreams of being a striker, but we must be grounded and not aim too high." He believed his son lacked the innate talent for a forward role. His greatest hope for Matteo was to develop into a solid center-back and carve out a few years in Parma's first team. Having recently heard Morone's reports about Matteo struggling in training, he also saw this as a chance to offer some guidance. Matteo looked at his father in disbelief. "Dad, I want to know, how long has it been since you last watched me train or play a match?" Alessandro was stunned, realizing he hadn't seen his son train in quite some time. Between matches and managing club affairs, he rarely had the opportunity to watch the youth team practice. In fact, he hadn't attended a single one of his son's training sessions in the past year. Matteo said, "I still hope you'll come watch one of my training sessions and see for yourself whether I'm suited to play as a center forward." Alessandro grew curious. Matteo was usually very level-headed. His serious tone suggested he had considerable confidence in this matter. Maybe he should go and see. With that thought, he asked, "Do you have any intra-squad matches coming up? If so, I'll have Morone arrange for you to play as a striker." Matteo's eyes lit up with excitement. "There's an U18 internal match tomorrow at 4 p.m. You can come and watch." Alessandro checked his schedule. "All right, I'll be there." Soon it was 4 p.m. the next day. Morone had received Alessandro's notice to deploy Matteo as a striker for this match. Although he disagreed with the decision, he had no choice. After all, his former teammate was now the club's owner. Both teams lined up in a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Matteo positioned as the lone striker. His close friend Rossi was placed on the opposing team. This was a deliberate arrangement by Alessandro, who wanted to see how Matteo would perform as a center forward without midfield support. It was the ultimate test of his suitability for the role. Just before kickoff, Alessandro hurried in and took a seat on the sidelines. The young players on the pitch were energized by the owner's presence, knowing they had to perform exceptionally well to leave a lasting impression. Consequently, from the very first whistle, the match intensity surpassed that of a typical internal scrimmage. In the 11th minute, Rossi received the ball in midfield, sidestepped a sliding tackle, and delivered a surgical through pass. Domenico Rispo, reading the play perfectly, made a clever run to latch onto the ball and slot it past the onrushing goalkeeper. 1-0. Rossi's green team had drawn first blood. Alessandro couldn't help but applaud. Rossi's decision-making was impeccable. Truly the most gifted player in the academy. In the 23rd minute, Rossi orchestrated another attack with a long pass. The green team's right winger sprinted down the flank and delivered a cross, which Domenico Rispo met with a powerful header to score his second goal. With Rossi pulling the strings, the green team had a clear advantage. Meanwhile, Matteo, starved of support, was rendered ineffective. Alessandro grew anxious watching this unfold. While he wanted Matteo to face reality, he still hoped to see his son perform well on the pitch. As his red team trailed 0-2, Matteo decided to change his approach. He dropped deep into midfield to provide an extra passing option, which unsettled the green team. In the 37th minute, Matteo received the ball in midfield, shielded it from Simone Didi, and laid it off to left winger Salvatore Cantu before sprinting towards the penalty area. Using his long strides, he quickly reached the edge of the box. Cantu, meanwhile, had dribbled to the byline. After a quick glance at the center, he whipped in a cross. Matteo read the flight of the ball, leaned into the defender, swung his left leg, and met it with a spectacular volley. The shot was struck with immense power and precision, arrowed directly into the top corner. The green team's goalkeeper was rooted to the spot, helplessly watching the ball hit the back of the net. A world-class goal. A thunderous volley from outside the penalty area. Alessandro couldn't help but rise to his feet at the sideline. An expression of sheer disbelief crossed his face. The speed, power, and angle of the shot were nearly flawless. A goal that could be rated a perfect 100. Moreover, Matteo had scored it with his left foot. As his father, he knew his son well. Matteo had always been a pure right-footer, with his left foot being utterly unreliable. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration to call it his crippled foot. But this strike fully showcased his ability with his weaker foot. It reminded him of Zinedine Zidane's breathtaking volley in the Champions League final. While the difficulty couldn't quite match that legendary strike, one had to remember that Matteo was originally a center-back. And Morone, watching from the sideline, was also stunned. The shooting form was so fluid and expansive. It was the textbook posture of a natural striker. Could he truly be a born forward? The score on the board changed to 1-2. After scoring, Matteo pumped his arm forcefully and shouted to his teammates, "Let's keep going." The goal galvanized the red team's spirits, and they surged forward against the green team with frenzied energy. However, their midfield was clearly outmatched, which hampered the efficiency of their attacks. During the halftime break, Matteo directly suggested his teammates switch to long balls to bypass the opponent's midfield. Having no better ideas, they followed his advice. Indeed, after the second half began, the red team opted to launch long balls forward to find Matteo whenever they gained possession. This simple tactic proved remarkably effective. Standing at 186 meters, Matteo now held a significant aerial advantage among the defenders. In the 5th minute of the second half, a long pass from the red team's defensive line delivered the ball to the forward area. Matteo shielded off the opposing center back and controlled the ball with composure. Seeing his supporting teammates tightly marked, he suddenly backheeled the ball, threading it through the defender's legs. In one swift motion, he spun past his marker and charged into the penalty area with the ball. In an instant, he dismantled the opposition's defense, creating a comfortable one-on-one chance against the keeper. As the goalkeeper rushed out, he calmly aimed for the bottom right corner and slotted the ball into the net. 2-2, the red team had equalized. Alessandro watched his son in disbelief. Was this imaginative dribbling and composed finishing really from his own son? Had his potential truly been wasted at center back? Although the opponent lacked defensive experience, the seamless sequence from controlling the ball to the nutmeg to firing into the corner was hardly the work of a boy under 15. It was clear that the opponent was simply out of Matteo's league. On the other side, Morone couldn't help but rub his face, his mind filled with astonishment. How is he this strong? Could I have been wrong all along? No wonder he wanted to play as a striker. At this level, none of the forwards on the team could match him. After scoring, Matteo didn't celebrate extravagantly. Instead, he quickly retrieved the ball from the net and placed it on the center spot. A draw was far from enough. Alessandro wore a satisfied expression, surprised by his son's fierce competitiveness. A winning mentality is an essential quality for any player. Without it, one can never become great. Without that hunger, even the most enviable talent could end up as a bench warmer. Matteo's actions inspired his teammates, who elevated their pressing intensity to another level, completely stifling their opponents. Soon they created another golden opportunity. In the 17th minute of the second half, the red team intercepted the ball in midfield and immediately spread it to the left flank. Cantu received the ball and sprinted down the wing, delivering a cross into the center of the box before the defender could close him down. Matteo adjusted his stride to meet the ball, leapt high, and powered a header towards goal. The opposing center back couldn't even get close enough to challenge him. The ball flew into the net without any doubt. With Matteo's hat-trick, the red team had taken the lead. His hat-trick consisted of a left-footed goal, a right-footed goal, and a header. A perfect hat-trick in every sense of the term. If one goal could be dismissed as luck, these three distinctly different finishes left no doubt about Matteo's true ability. Finally, Matteo allowed himself a smile. After scoring a hat-trick, not smiling would just be an act. Alessandro's grin was so wide he couldn't close his mouth, his heart swelling with paternal pride. Rossi too stared at Matteo, as if seeing him for the first time, his eyes filled with disbelief. If they weren't on opposing teams at that moment, he would have punched him hard and demanded to know why he had hidden such talent for so long. However, Matteo's performance was far from over. In the 23rd minute of the second half, he dropped deep into midfield to receive the ball. With a subtle touch and a half-turn, he unleashed a long pass. The ball, as if guided by a homing device, flew directly into the half-space. Cantu sprinted onto it, beating the defender to the ball, and with a deft first touch, he surged into the penalty area. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, he smashed the ball into the back of the net. It was 4-2. But the green team refused to give up. In the dying moments of the match, Rossi intercepted the ball in midfield and drove forward. He was brought down just outside the penalty area by a green team defender. This earned them a free kick in a dangerous position. Rossi stepped up to take it himself, curling a perfect shot over the wall and into the red team's goal. The final score was locked at 4-3. Matteo, with 3 goals and an assist, was undeniably the standout star of the match. The red team players gathered around Matteo, exchanging high fives and celebratory gestures. They all knew that without him, they would have suffered a heavy defeat. Despite the loss, Rossi, who contributed a goal and assist and played a key role in another, also shone brightly. Marone's eyes gleamed from the sideline. Matteo and Rossi. Could these two be Parma's new twin stars? Alessandro stood up, thoroughly content. This match was arguably the most exciting he had witnessed in a long time. Even though it was just an intra-squad friendly, he walked over to Marone and said, "Stefano, it seems we really need to consider changing Matteo's position." Marone nodded in agreement. "Alessandro, I must admit, I feel ashamed now. I failed to recognize his talent as a center forward." Alessandro gave a wry smile. "Don't blame yourself. Even I, his own father, didn't see it." Marone chuckled. "Then perhaps we should both get in line to apologize to Matteo." Alessandro laughed along with him. In the days that followed, Matteo finally secured the center forward position he had long yearned for. Given his physical attributes, which were well suited for the role, he adapted to the position with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, his familiarity with Crespo's skill set had surged to 85% in his mind, a level that would undoubtedly allow him to dominate in lower-tier competitions. As he continued to wreak havoc in the youth team, the new season of Serie C gradually drew near. After finalizing their starting lineup, Parma also bolstered their bench with reinforcements in several positions. In defense, backup goalkeeper Marijan Koric joined on a free transfer. Versatile defender Michel Messina was loaned from Atlanta. Senegalese center-back Mohamedou Koli, who had spent years in Serie B, arrived without a fee, and the backup left-back spot was filled by a free agent signing, a young Italian named Leonardo Nuzzarella. In central midfield, they struggled to find a suitable candidate, but conveniently veteran Michel Malerda, who had played for the club the previous season, was still without a team. A mutual agreement was quickly reached, and he signed another 1-year contract. Additionally, they secured a loan deal for Inter Milan's promising talent Lorenzo Tassi, a versatile midfielder. On the flanks, they loaned young Venetian winger Simone Edera, a player of modest ability, but one who could operate effectively on either side. Furthermore, they added a young forward on loan from Sassuolo, a lad named Gianluca Scamacca. In summary, Parma adhered strictly to a policy of loaning, when possible, and signing only free agents, piecing together this squad from various sources. Nevertheless, the assembled team appeared more than adequate for Serie C. Their first league match of the season arrived swiftly. Italian football has a peculiar structure. Serie A and Serie B each feature 20 teams, but Serie C boasts a staggering 60. These are divided into 3 groups of 20. The top team from each group earns direct promotion, while the final spot is determined through a grueling playoff. Parma naturally harbored ambitions of securing automatic promotion as group winners, thus avoiding the treacherous playoff route. Given the generally limited finances of Serie C clubs, the groups are largely organized by geographic proximity, minimizing travel expenses for the teams. Consequently, Parma's opponents this year were predominantly regional rivals, which was a boon for cost saving. Their first opponent was Mantova. This club lacked a particularly illustrious history, with their only notable spell being a few seasons in Serie A over 50 years ago. During that era, they boasted the legendary goalkeeper Dino Zoff. However, that constituted the pinnacle of their achievements. Now languishing in Serie C without exceptional prowess, they were naturally seen as a target for the promotion-seeking Parma side. Yet the match's progression proved far from satisfactory. Despite the influx of talent during the transfer window, Parma's cohesion was lacking. They failed to execute the desired combinations on the pitch, while their opponents Mantova played with vigor and purpose on their home turf. Mantova took the lead in the 18th minute through their main striker Marchi and managed to preserve their advantage until the 80th minute. Parma finally seized an opportunity in the 81st minute. Klaus burst down the right flank and delivered a low cross, which veteran Caracciolo met, with a powerful header leveling the score. The 1-1 stalemate persisted until the final whistle. The opening draw left Parma supporters disheartened, particularly due to the lack of positive signs displayed by the team. Luigi Pell, the president of the Supporters Association, expressed his dismay in an interview. Mantova is hardly a standout team in Serie C, yet Parma appeared to be the weaker side against them. Although the scoreline was 1-1 in my view, they didn't even deserve that point. Some fans had already begun to doubt the team's promotion prospects. If the goal is promotion, then this performance is woefully inadequate. These criticisms inevitably reached Alessandro's ears. After the match, he couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. As a player on the pitch, he had a first-hand perspective on the team's struggles. Indeed, they did not play as a cohesive unit. The lack of understanding between players made their attacking play disjointed. This troubled him greatly. Matteo seemed to sense his father's concern. "Dad, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's only the first round. I believe our quality will shine through. Perhaps it's just a matter of the new signings needing time to gel." Alessandro managed a strained smile. "I hope so." Despite his anxiety, he knew he couldn't change things immediately, so he could only wait with bated breath. In the second round, Parma finally lived up to expectations, securing a 2-0 victory at home against Ferro Pesaro, clinching their first win of the season. Of course, Ferro Pesaro's quality was even lower than Mantova's, so the win didn't prove much. Notably, both goals resulted from individual brilliance, with the team's collective play still requiring significant improvement. Moreover, head coach Luigi Apolloni, a former center-back, lacked expertise in orchestrating attacking play, further exacerbating Parma's vulnerabilities. These were clear causes for concern. Indeed, in the third round they found themselves in a desperate struggle away against the formidable Reggiana. In this match, Reggiana, also deploying a 4-4-2 formation, displayed superior organization and created more scoring opportunities. Parma's two starting central midfielders Munari and Sorfat were rendered ineffectual by Reggiana's midfield press, failing to orchestrate any meaningful attacks. This forced Parma to rely heavily on their wing play. However, their starting forwards Cherry and Caracciolo had an off day, squandering the crosses that were laboriously delivered into the box. Under these circumstances, Parma's defeat seemed almost inevitable. In the 67th minute, Reggiana's midfielder Dario Malta lofted a precise ball over the top. Right winger Calini raced onto it and delivered a cross, which striker Marco Chiendo met with a towering header finding the back of the net. 1-0, Reggiana took the lead. Despite Parma's frantic efforts to push forward after conceding, their lack of creative spark in the final third meant they couldn't find an equalizer. 0-1, Parma suffered their first defeat of the season on the road. Their immediate league standing plummeted to 9th place. Evidently, the results of these first 3 matches were hardly convincing. Fans began voicing their discontent. "In these 3 games, we've seen nothing substantial on the pitch. Playing like this, we might not even qualify for the playoffs." Alessandro also discussed the team's issues with head coach Luigi Apolloni. They concurred that the problem lay in the midfield. The current starting midfielders Munari and Safate were clearly unable to shoulder the responsibility of linking up the play, leaving Parma struggling immensely during matches. In Serie D, they could rely on individual brilliance to solve problems, but that was no longer viable. This left both of them feeling rather helpless. In truth, Luigi Apolloni's tactical acumen had its limits. He wasn't a coach capable of turning straw into gold, so when signings didn't perfectly align with his tactics, he often found himself at a loss. But sacking him immediately wasn't practical. For one, he was a club legend. For another, there were no suitable replacements available. So they had to seek alternative solutions. The most ideal solution would be to find a suitable midfield general. However, such players were not easy to come by. However, when Alessandro returned home, deeply troubled, Matteo offered his perspective. "Dad, the team's problem is clear. You need a player who can link the team together." Alessandro gave a wry smile. "I know the logic, but such players don't just grow on trees." Matteo chuckled. "They certainly don't grow on trees, but isn't there one in our youth team?" Alessandro was taken aback. "You mean Dino? Isn't he too young?" Matteo replied. "Dino is already over 15. He's fully capable of playing for the senior team. Italian professional leagues have no explicit minimum age requirement, so theoretically even an infant could take the field. However, teams typically refrain from fielding overly young players. Thus, Alessandro instinctively thought Dino Rossi was still a child, completely unsuitable for senior football. Matteo, however, disagreed. In a relatively lower-tier league like Serie C, 15 years old was sufficient to adapt to the match's intensity. Moreover, his technical attributes were precisely what the team lacked most, so he deserved playing time. Seeing Alessandro remain silent, Matteo pressed. "Dad, do you think we have a better solution right now?" Alessandro looked seriously at his son and finally shook his head. Matteo stated, "Trust me, Dino's ability is unquestionable. He's someone who can save this team." Alessandro finally nodded. Alright, I'll listen to you. We'll promote Dino to the first team. 3 days after the away defeat to Reggiana, Parma returned home to face Modena. Modena had been in outstanding form this season, winning all their first 3 matches and currently sitting atop the table. Before the game, many predicted a grim outcome for Parma. Given the contrasting form of the two teams, Parma would find it difficult to recover their rhythm in just 3 days. Yet for this match, Parma opted for a change in formation, switching from their usual 4-4-2 to a 4-5-1, placing Dino Rossi in the defensive midfield role. This decision astonished everyone. After all, Dino Rossi was an unknown quantity, and Parma had not only thrust him into the starting lineup, but also altered their formation for him. And when they discovered this youngster was barely over 15, they were even more convinced Parma had lost their minds. In reality, even head coach Luigi Apolloni harbored doubts. After all, placing a 15-year-old kid in the crucial pivot role was an immense challenge. Had Alessandro not insisted, he would never have taken such a risk. Dino Rossi himself couldn't help but feel nervous. Just 3 days ago he was playing in the youth team, now he was starting for the first team. The thought of Matteo and his family watching him in the stands made his breathing quicken. Alessandro noticed his anxiety and said, "Dino, don't be nervous. Just play your own game. Don't fear mistakes. Your uncle Lucarelli will be right behind you to cover any gaps." A faint smile finally appeared on Dino Rossi's face. Since he and Matteo were close friends, he often visited Alessandro's home and knew him well. Having his uncle there for support eased his nerves considerably. However, as he stepped onto the stadium capable of holding over 20,000 spectators, his heart still raced. After all, this was his first time playing in front of such a massive crowd. Of course, this was something he needed to overcome himself. If he couldn't handle this, how could he ever play on even bigger stages? The opponents also eyed the young lad with curiosity, wondering if this greenhorn could handle the match's intensity. But they quickly realized this greenhorn was far from ordinary. Once the match began, Rossi swiftly shook off his initial nerves and started actively demanding the ball from his teammates. It was as if something within him was awakening. He felt this was how he was meant to play. In the 14th minute, he received a pass from Alessandro, skillfully evaded an opponent's challenge, and immediately delivered a precise long ball to Klaus, who was sprinting down the right flank. Klaus was at full throttle charging towards the opponent's penalty area. The pass was perfectly weighted, dipping just over the defender's head and slowing down, making it easy to control. He took a couple of touches to enter the box, and before the center back could close him down, swept a low cross into the 6-yard box. Sherry, starting this match, arrived on time and slotted it home with ease. 1-0 Parma had taken the lead. The goal was orchestrated by Rossi, whose pinpoint long pass had torn Modena's defense apart. This immediately made the opposing coach realize how formidable this young player was. He began making tactical adjustments to restrict the teenager's distribution. But he was astonished to find that the youngster was equally adept at short passing combinations. His link-up play with midfield partners Munari and Safate could instantly dismantle Modena's pressing. Soon the entire midfield belonged to Parma, and Rossi was undoubtedly the crucial piece that had revitalized a stagnant game. Within less than a half, he was already showing signs of becoming Parma's midfield conductor. Dominating the midfield with absolute superiority, Parma sailed through the remainder of the match with smooth sailing. In the 41st minute of the first half, Rossi delivered another precise crossfield pass, this time finding Scalia on the left flank. Scalia drove down the wing and sent in a cross. Cherry let it run at the near post, and Kraus, arriving like thunder at the far post, smashed a first-time volley into the Modena net. This ignited the home fans, who erupted with excitement. With Rossi's precise distribution, Parma's attack was no longer stifled. They began chanting his name, "Dino, Dino. You are our Baggio." Dino Baggio was also a formidable player for the Italian national team in the last century, playing the same defensive midfield role. However, his playing style was quite different from the current Dino Rossi. Back then he was a partner with Albertini for the national team, yet Dino Rossi has inherited Albertini's mantle. It's a rather amusing coincidence. Meanwhile, a rotund bald man in the stands was even more ecstatic. "Dino, Dino, he's my son." This unrestrained shouting drew the attention of the surrounding fans. The bald man grinned, showing his teeth. My son, he's just like me." The fans couldn't help but size him up, their faces expressing, "What a fine son from such a rough father." The bald man was of course Dino Rossi's father, Davide Rossi. Over a year ago, when Parma went bankrupt, he had urged Rossi to quit football and return to his studies. Now, however, he had completely forgotten that, thinking only of boasting about his son. Matteo, standing nearby, covered his face, pretending not to know this portly old man. But the old man hadn't forgotten him. He grabbed Matteo and pulled him close. "Matteo, Matteo, your turn will come soon. You two brothers are definitely geniuses." Matteo, at 186 meters tall, was squeezed so tightly he was nearly rolling his eyes. He quickly patted the old man's arm. "Let go." The old man finally realized his grip and released him sheepishly. "My dear nephew, are you all right?" Matteo shot him a glare, thinking this old man was utterly unreliable. After the second half began, Parma continued to dominate. In the 57th minute, substitute Caleo scored another goal, extending the lead to 3-0. With the victory secured, head coach Luigi Apolloni decided to substitute Dino Rossi off. After all, he was only 15 and needed protection. The match ended 3-0, finally granting Parma a resounding and satisfying victory. Following this game, the 15-year-old prodigy, Dino Rossi, officially stepped into the public eye. Although it was only a lower-tier match, Rossi's commanding presence left a profound impression on many. The local Parma media even described his performance as a meteoric rise to fame. The next day Matteo showed the report to Rossi with a grin. "Dino, how are you feeling right now?" Dino Rossi sighed helplessly. "Come on, just give me your homework to copy." This genius on the pitch was still in high school, and every assignment was a torment for him. Matteo sighed. "Honestly, with that attitude towards your studies, what would you do if you didn't play football?" Dino Rossi shot him a glare. "Don't think just because you're good at studying, I wouldn't dare hit you." Matteo laughed heartily. "You want to bite me?" For Matteo, who had endured the Chinese college entrance exam, Italian coursework was an absolute breeze. If he had actually applied himself, he could easily have been at the top of the class. Nevertheless, he handed the homework over. After all, Rossi was destined to be his father's top workhorse. No weight, his pillar of support. Following this resounding victory, Parma seemed to be on a roll. On September 18th, Parma secured a hard-fought 2-1 victory away against Albinolef. On September 25th, Parma dominated at home, winning 3-1 against Gubbio. On October 2nd, Parma won 3-0 away against Sant'Arcangelo. On October 9th, Parma triumphed 2-0 at home against Fano. With this 5-game winning streak, Parma climbed to second place in the standings, level on points with league leaders Venezia. During this period, Dino Rossi performed exceptionally well. Although he didn't score, he provided 2 assists. His impressive displays attracted attention from several higher-tier clubs, with some even making inquiries to Parma. Due to Dino Rossi's young age, he didn't yet have a professional contract, which presented an opportunity for many clubs. However, both Dino Rossi and his father Davide Rossi flatly rejected all these offers. In their minds, helping Parma gain promotion was the top priority. Furthermore, Alessandro had assured them that when Dino Rossi became eligible to sign a professional contract next year, he would offer a deal that would satisfy them. The day after Parma's 5th consecutive victory, Matteo celebrated his 15th birthday. On this day, he received his birthday gift once again, this time amounting to €10,000. As always, he invested all the money into Tesla stock. The following day, another halo appeared in his mind. He now had 7 halos in his mind, but their utilization rate was clearly quite low. Staring at the 5 empty slots, he set his sights on first-team head coach Luigi Apolloni. After all, Apolloni was an Italian international in the 1990s and a member of the squad that finished as runners-up in the 1994 World Cup. While he wasn't a world-class center-back, holding down a starting spot at Parma in the 90s certainly required significant skill. He decided to find an opportunity to acquire Apolloni's ability and bestow it upon his youth teammate, Simone Dotti. That young man was honest and hardworking with average potential, but an excellent personality. He could serve as a rotational player for Parma's defense in the future, and Matteo wouldn't worry about his gift being wasted. An opportunity soon presented itself. On October 12th, Parma's youth team was scheduled to play a friendly against Medina U18. The match also drew the attention of head coach Luigi Apolloni and captain Alessandro. In this match, Matteo was unstoppable, scoring a hat-trick to lead his team to a 3-2 victory. This unsurprisingly greatly pleased Luigi Apolloni. After the game, he walked over to Matteo and gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Matteo, well done. I think you'll be ready for the first team very soon." At that exact moment, a halo in Matteo's mind lit up. Luigi Apolloni's avatar appeared clearly within it. A few minutes later, Matteo passed Luigi Apolloni's skill to Simone Dotti. Dotti was one of the young teammates he and Rossi had recruited. He was 16 years old, stood 1.85 m tall, and weighed 80 kilograms. His family was of modest means. His father ran a small restaurant and business was just so. He had even wavered when Parma was disbanded last year, but it was ultimately his father's unwavering support that convinced him to continue playing football. However, if things followed their natural course, he would likely fail to find a suitable job upon adulthood and be forced to return to inherit his father's restaurant. In this match, it was his defensive lapse that led to a conceded goal, and he was now wallowing in deep self-reproach. Matteo, however, put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Simone, don't be upset. An occasional mistake is nothing to worry about." Dotti looked at him. "But my mistake was foolish. If it weren't for your outburst, this match would have been very difficult for us." Matteo said, "We are a team. No one is singled out for criticism. What matters is that we won, and we keep moving forward, don't we?" A glimmer of light returned to Dotti's eyes. "Thank you, Matteo." Matteo smiled. "Come on, let's keep training hard. One day we'll play for the first team, like Dino." Dotti managed a faint smile, but inwardly he couldn't help but ask himself, "Is it really possible for me?" 4 days later, Parma faced another league match. They traveled away to challenge Forlì. Forlì was relatively weaker, so most people favored Parma before the match. In this game, Parma indeed displayed excellent form, taking a 2-0 lead in the first half. Cherry was in outstanding form in this match, scoring a brace. Since returning to Parma, the club's former star prospect had certainly lived up to expectations. He had now scored 6 goals and was an absolute hero for the team. The traveling fans chanted his name repeatedly. Although he was on loan, they still hoped their homegrown boy would continue to flourish. But then in the 51st minute of the second half, an unexpected incident occurred. Cherry collided with an opponent during a challenge, taking a hit to the inside of his knee. He immediately collapsed to the ground, his expression one of utter agony. The team doctor rushed onto the pitch immediately. After an examination, he signaled to the sidelines that Cherry could not continue. With no other choice, Parma substituted him with Caraiolo. Although Parma ultimately won the match 2-0, Cherry's injury dampened their spirits. The following day's examination revealed a sprain of the medial collateral ligament in his right knee, expected to sideline him for a month and a half. This left Parma to rely on Caraiolo and the young Scamacca for the coming month. And misfortunes never come alone. In the very next match, Caraiolo also got injured. It was a home game against Ancona. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Caraiolo jumped for a header and collided with the opposing center-back, twisting his ankle awkwardly upon landing. He couldn't continue playing and was eventually replaced by Scamacca. After examination, it was determined that Caraiolo would be out for 6 to 8 weeks. Although Parma won the match again, losing 2 forwards in consecutive games was highly detrimental to their title aspirations. And their next opponent was none other than their title rival Venezia. Venezia's fame worldwide, of course, far surpassed that of the small city of Parma. Its unique water city was a dream destination for countless tourists. But their footballing achievements were hardly comparable to the city's fame. They were a typical lower league team, never having experienced much glory in their history. This season, under the leadership of Pippo Inzaghi, they were in good form. Currently level on points with Parma, they were Parma's main competitor for direct promotion. At this critical juncture, Parma were missing their 2 main forwards, which was clearly advantageous for Venezia. Before the match, almost all experts unanimously favored the home team Venezia. They didn't believe that the 17-year-old Scamacca could shoulder the responsibility of scoring goals. In fact, there were also doubts within the Parma camp regarding Scamacca's abilities. Although Scamacca would become a decent striker in the future, he was clearly too raw and inexperienced at this point. Luigi Apolloni pondered for a moment, then finally made a suggestion to Alessandro. How about we bring Matteo up? He had already reaped the benefits of Rossi's promotion, so he felt it was worth trying Matteo as well. Alessandro had clearly considered this too and immediately replied, "Great idea." Luigi Apolloni saw the barely concealed smile at the corner of his mouth and understood everything clearly. "You sly dog. You must be too embarrassed to recommend your own son, so you were waiting for me to bring it up." With both senior figures in the team agreeing Matteo's promotion was a foregone conclusion. The day after Caraiolo's injury, Matteo received the notification to report to the first team. He wasn't surprised by the news in the slightest. With both forwards injured, who else could they turn to if not him? After 2 days of training with the first team, he was finally cleared to travel with them to the away match. Although his physique still couldn't compare to fully grown men, his technical abilities had clearly already surpassed most of his teammates, allowing him to easily keep up with their pace. Alessandro had been somewhat worried, but after the training sessions, he found his son's adaptability far exceeded his expectations. Even during the intra-squad scrimmage, Matteo managed to win several headers against his own defense. Although Alessandro was 39 years old, he was still considered a top-tier center-back at the Serie C level. The fact that Matteo could hold his own against him was ample proof that he could perform effectively at this level of Serie C. Time quickly arrived at October 29, 2016. On this day, Group B of the Serie C League featured a highly anticipated match. It was a direct confrontation between league leaders Parma and Venezia. It was fair to say that this match would have a significant impact on the final promotion spots. An hour before kickoff, Parma's starting lineup was announced. It was the familiar 4-5-1 formation. Vicario di Lorenzo Gatti, Alessandro Cambiaso, Rossi Munari, Satsafava, Klaus Scalia, and Matteo Lucarelli. Notably, Parma fielded 2 15-year-olds in this match. During the players' entrance ceremony, Alessandro couldn't help but glance at his son standing beside him. Unknowingly, they had achieved a remarkable feat. Father and son competing on the same field. This filled his heart with immense pride. At that moment, Matteo seemed to sense his father's gaze and turned back to flash a smile at his old man. This moment was captured by the sideline photographers. As an extremely rare father-son appearance on the same pitch, this photograph would later become a classic in football history. After the entrance ceremony concluded, both teams took their positions on their respective halves awaiting the start of the match. For this game, Venezia also adopted the same formation as Parma, the 4-5-1. Goalkeeper Stojanovic, the defensive line of Troy Morello Modello, and Garofalo stood in a row, the midfield trio of Fabrice Pedizzoli and Starace, wingers Fabiano and Morio, and Ferraris leading the attack. This tactical setup had proven successful previously, and Pippo Inzaghi had great confidence in his team. He couldn't help but glance at Luigi Apolloni beside him. Over 20 years ago, he had been teammates with him at Parma for a year, and the two had maintained a decent relationship. Yet now they stood side by side at adjacent technical areas. What a curious world. Of course, in this match, each was fighting for his own side, and neither would show any mercy to the other. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. Parma's strategy for this game was primarily defensive counterattacks, so they conceded the initial possession to Venezia. Venezia's frontline players possessed considerable skill, and they launched attacks on Parma's goal. Spurred on by the home crowd, they managed to create several promising opportunities. In the 14th minute, Fabiano dribbled past Cambiaso and delivered a low cross. Inside the box, Ferraris, under pressure from Gatti, could only manage a faint flick, but the ball fortuitously slipped through to the on-rushing Starace. Without hesitation, he struck the ball. It was a powerful shot heading straight for the bottom right corner. Just as it seemed destined for the back of the net, Vicario stretched out a hand and deflected it over the bar. Parma had escaped. On the sidelines, Inzaghi ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. The coaching acumen of this former heartthrob never quite matched his brilliance on the pitch, and his previous tenure at the Rossoneri could hardly be deemed a success. The pressure had visibly aged him. However, his time at Venezia had brought better results, gradually restoring a measure of self-assurance. Consequently, he was determined to secure victory in this match. After the attack fizzled out, he gestured for his players to push forward, aiming to seize the lead as quickly as possible. On the other side, Luigi Apolloni was growing anxious as Parma seemed to be on the back foot. But then in the 27th minute, the dynamics of the game suddenly shifted. Alessandro intercepted the ball in the defensive third. He scanned the field ahead, noticing that Rossi was tightly marked, leaving no clear passing option. So he opted for a long diagonal ball, launching it forward. By this time, Matteo had already begun his sprint. Watching the ball's trajectory, he instantly calculated its landing point. He feinted a burst to the right, dragging his marker Morello out of position, then executed a sudden stop and turn, skillfully shaking off his opponent. By then the ball was descending. He positioned himself perfectly at the landing spot and cushioned it with a delicate touch, bringing it under control right in front of him. Without pausing, he drove forward with the ball. The other center back, Modello, quickly moved up to close him down, attempting to snuff out the attack. However, Matteo had no intention of going all the way alone. As he dribbled, he continuously scanned for his teammates' runs. Sure enough, he spotted the left winger Scalia making a run. After a few strides, he delivered a sweeping crossfield pass to the left flank. Scalia accelerated and received the ball perfectly. He controlled it smoothly and began to drive towards the opponent's penalty area. The right back Traoré behind him had already been left a yard adrift, no longer posing a threat. Meanwhile, Kraus was sprinting forward on the other side, ready to receive a cross. Scalia surveyed the center and then whipped in a low-driven cross. Kraus surged ahead, beating the left back Garofalo to the ball and firing a shot. The ball flew towards the goal, but the opposing goalkeeper Stojanovic produced a magnificent save, instinctively thrusting out a hand to push the ball over the bar. On the touchline, Luigi Apolloni clutched his head in disbelief. He had been certain it was a goal, only for Stojanovic to somehow deny it. Nevertheless, this chance highlighted Matteo's crucial role. Whether challenging for high balls or linking up play for his teammates, he was executing his role as the target man to perfection. Once he fills out and adds more strength with age, he will be the complete striker. Inzaghi also breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thinking his team had narrowly escaped. He hadn't expected the opponent's counterattack to be so incisive. Matteo shook his head in slight disappointment, but he went over to console the dejected Kraus. It's all right, keep going. We have a corner. Kraus couldn't help but look at this kid 9 years his junior, thinking he acted like a little adult. By now, Rossi had positioned himself at the corner flag, having taken over all set-piece duties. Parma's players had packed the penalty area, bracing for the delivery. Rossi assessed the scene inside the box, took his run up, and sent the ball in. The players in the box jostled for position. Alessandro tracked the flight of the ball, leaped high, and got his head to it before the defender flicking it on. At the far post, Matteo understood the intention. Amidst the crowd, he stretched out his neck and directed the ball into the net. It was too close for Stojanovic, who had absolutely no time to react. The ball nestled into the back of the net. 1-0. Parma had taken the lead on away turf. And this goal was Matteo's first for Parma. Even more significantly, it was his father Alessandro who provided the assist. Overjoyed, Matteo immediately sprinted towards his father. Alessandro, beaming with pride, opened his arms wide, just as he used to when Matteo was a child. Matteo didn't hesitate for a second, leaping into his father's embrace. Alessandro laughed heartily, wrapping his arms tightly around his son with immense satisfaction. A father assisting a son scoring, and the ensuing embrace. This was undoubtedly an iconic moment. After scoring, Parma settled comfortably into their counter-attacking rhythm. This immediately put Venezia on the back foot. After all, defending and hitting on the break is an instinct etched into every Italian team's DNA. Oh, it's their most natural style of play. Parma had now entered their comfort zone, while Venezia remained firmly outside of theirs. For the following period, despite Venezia enjoying the lion's share of possession, Parma's counterattacks were far more incisive. In the 41st minute, Parma seized another opportunity. This time, Dino Rossi collected the ball in his own half, deftly dribbled past an on-rushing Venezia player, and then launched a long pass directly towards the opponent's half. Matteo once again won his aerial duel against Morello. He leaped high, beating his marker to the ball, and headed it down to the advancing Klaus. Klaus received the ball and immediately launched a surging run forward. The opposing left-back Garofalo simply couldn't stop him. He was like a sports car, carrying his relentless momentum all the way to the edge of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Scalia had already charged into the box. Klaus, having observed his run, opted to whip across directly into the danger zone. Scalia leaped high, out-jumping right-back Traoré, and powered a header into the net. 2-0. Parma had taken a 2-goal lead on their travels. The away fans erupted with joy, chanting Scalia's name, hailing their hero. This goal was monumental for them. Luigi Apolloni, meanwhile, was ecstatically embracing his assistant coaches in celebration. This was turning out even better than he had anticipated. It was Matteo who had won the first ball again. His role as the team's target man was proving to be incredibly pivotal. He could hardly believe that this 15-year-old had adapted to the pace of the game so quickly. For him, it was nothing short of a godsend. On the other sideline, Filippo Inzaghi furiously kicked over a water bottle. He was livid. His team had been dominating, yet the opponent was scoring with such simple counterattacks. As a former striker, he understood perfectly well the key factor at play. Although the goal wasn't scored by that forward, it was his contribution that had unlocked the game. Having a striker like that was incredibly impactful, and the 2-goal lead provided a massive psychological advantage, making Venezia even more anxious. During the halftime break, Inzaghi tore into his team, demanding they snap out of their slump. Venezia came out for the second half with a higher defensive line desperately seeking an early goal to claw their way back. However, Parma's defensive shape was resolute and well-organized, leaving Venezia struggling to find clear-cut chances. As time ticked away, the balance of the game tilted heavily in Parma's favor. A win here would see Parma leapfrog Venezia by 3 points to sit alone atop the league table. Venezia made several substitutions, but they were unable to alter the course of the match. The defensive line marshaled by Alessandro was as solid as a rock, leaving Venezia to lament their misfortune as they futilely tried to break through. While they failed to score at one end, Parma struck again in the final moments of the game through another swift counterattack, this time finished off by Klaus. On this occasion, Matteo had dropped deep into midfield. Receiving the ball with his back to Matteo, he spun past his marker in one fluid motion and threaded a perfectly weighted through ball. Klaus latched onto it, found himself one-on-one with the keeper, and slotted the ball past Stojanovic. After missing that glorious opportunity in the first half, Klaus had finally redeemed himself with a goal. Immediately after scoring, he rushed over to Matteo and lifted him up in a powerful embrace, showing his gratitude for the assist. Ultimately, Parma secured a resounding 3-0 victory away from home, winning the top-of-the-table clash. Matteo was the star of the show in the attacking third. Not only did he open the scoring, but he also provided an assist and initiated the move for another goal. It was fair to say all 3 goals had his fingerprints on them. The moment the final whistle blew, Alessandro could no longer contain his smile. He walked over to Matteo and pulled him into a tight hug. "Son, well done." At that moment, he felt as if fate was smiling upon Parma. Matteo and Rossi, who had seemed so ordinary before, had suddenly blossomed into teenage prodigies. They had propelled the team to a string of victories, and promotion suddenly seemed like a very real possibility. Of course, he was completely unaware that his son was the architect of all this fortune. And Matteo certainly couldn't afford to be held in this embrace for long, for he had a mission to accomplish. After all, a former world-class striker was standing right there on the touchline, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He had already formulated his plan to bestow Inzaghi's skills upon the youth team's striker Domenico Crispalli. His playing style bore a resemblance to Inzaghi's, though his current level was far inferior. If Crispalli could inherit Inzaghi's predatory instincts and legacy, Parma would boast 2 distinct styles of forwards, one like himself and one like Inzaghi. This would immensely enrich the team's tactical flexibility. So he quickly extricated himself from his celebrating teammates and sprinted towards the sideline. By this point, Inzaghi had already accepted the defeat. He shook his head and walked over to his former teammate Luigi Apolloni. Apolloni extended his hand. "Pippo." Inzaghi nodded at him and shook his hand. "Luigi, you played a fantastic game. Congratulations." Apolloni smiled. "Honestly, I was just a bit luckier. Your team played well too." Inzaghi shot him a look. "I suspect you're insulting me, but I have no proof." The two of them laughed together. Just as Inzaghi was about to head for the tunnel, a voice called out from beside him. "Mr. Inzaghi, hello." Inzaghi turned around and saw it was Matteo, the standout performer of the match. He looked at the young man. "Can I help you?" Matteo smiled. "You're my idol. Could I shake your hand?" Inzaghi hadn't expected the lad to be a fan. Feeling a swell of pride, he replied, "Of course you can." He extended his hand and shook Matteo's. "Matteo, you were truly outstanding out there." Matteo replied modestly, "I was just lucky. It's nothing compared to your exploits on the biggest stages, Mr. Inzaghi." Inzaghi was rather pleased with the flattery, thinking to himself that this kid knew how to say the right things. He had no idea what the boy was truly plotting. If he had known, he would have rather died than shake his hand. And so another halo lit up within Matteo's mind. Sorry, Pippo. After defeating Venezia, Parma embarked on a smooth path in their subsequent matches. A 2-0 victory over San Benedetto, a 1-0 win against Padova, and another 2-0 triumph over Adige Heights. They also successfully advanced to the next round of the Serie C Cup. Everything appeared to be going perfectly. However, it was at this moment that Dino Rossi suffered an injury. A pulled thigh muscle was expected to sideline him for a month, causing great concern throughout the Parma camp. After all, he was the midfield linchpin. His absence would have a significant impact on the team. Indeed, in the very next match following his injury, Parma was held to a draw away at Pordenone, ending their 11-game winning streak in the league. In that same match, Matteo also experienced muscle cramps, forcing Luigi Apolloni to substitute him off. The successive muscle problems for Rossi and Matteo prompted Apolloni and Alessandro to take notice. They even held a meeting with the team doctor. Parma's chief physician Michele Toma had worked for the club for many years before, and Alessandro had brought him back this season. Alessandro couldn't help but ask Toma, "Michele, what do you think is the reason for the consecutive muscle issues with those two?" Toma sighed. The intensity of Serie C isn't actually very high, and the schedule isn't overly congested. For ordinary players, it's not a problem. But Rossi and Matteo are not yet 16. Their bodies haven't fully matured, so they still struggle somewhat with the physicality of adult competition. After continuous matches, their bodies are prone to overloading, which explains their muscle problems. Apolloni couldn't help but frown, though he could understand Toma's point. 15-year-olds playing in adult competitions indeed face a disadvantage in physical confrontations. Consequently, they rely more on their muscles to generate force, placing greater strain on their bodies. This is also one of the reasons why many young prodigies tend to burn out early. The most famous example is Wayne Rooney. He played too many matches in the early stages of his career, which objectively contributed to his rapid decline around the age of 30. Alessandro was the most anxious. More than the team's results, he feared his son would be overused and ruined. So he spoke up, "Michel, how do you suggest we prevent all this? How should we reasonably manage their playing time?" Thomas replied, "I think it's better to control their appearances to once every 2 weeks, or perhaps for half a match every 2 weeks. Of course, we also need to adapt based on the actual situation." Alessandro glanced at Apolloni, only to find him looking back. Clearly Apolloni was seeking his opinion. Alessandro knew this was a decision he had to make. He stated, "Although results are important, the future of our young players is even more crucial. Let's follow Toma's advice." Fortunately, Cherry was on the verge of returning, and Matteo could finally get some rest. In the following matches, Parma's performances began to fluctuate without Rossi and Matteo. They managed only 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss in their next 3 games, causing their lead at the top of the table to shrink to a single point. This was a perilous situation for them. Although winning the Serie C Group B title wasn't particularly prestigious, direct promotion was an incredibly tempting prize. They absolutely had to rediscover their form quickly in the upcoming matches. Time arrived at December 21, 2016. In this match, Parma faced Teramo away from home. For them, this was a must-win game. Earlier in the day, Venezia had secured a victory in their league match, temporarily overtaking Parma in the live standings. If Parma failed to win this game, they would lose their place at the top of the table. That would be disastrous for them. Therefore, before the match, Apolloni told the players they must win this game at all costs. But Teramo was a tough nut to crack. Currently sitting 7th in the standings, they boasted an impressive home record. Parma was in for a tough battle if they wanted to win. As expected, Teramo came out aggressively, leveraging their home advantage. They broke the deadlock as early as the 5th minute. Falling behind, Parma pushed forward frantically in search of an equalizer. However, their attacks lacked organization, creating few clear-cut chances. They failed to level the score before halftime. During the break, Apolloni had finally seen enough. He called upon Matteo from the corner of the dressing room. "Get ready, you're going on in the second half." With the situation so dire, it was the perfect time to unleash Matteo. This time, however, he didn't substitute Cherry off. Instead, he had Matteo play alongside him as a strike duo. The midfield was chaotic anyway, so they might as well resort to direct long balls. His tactical adjustment paid off. In the 60th minute, Kraus broke down the right flank and delivered a cross into the box. Cherry and Matteo were positioned one behind the other. Cherry made a feint at the near post, and the ball fell perfectly onto Matteo's head. Matteo didn't waste the opportunity, easily heading the ball into the net. Instead of celebrating, he grabbed the ball and ran back to the center circle. He knew a draw was meaningless. He wanted all 3 points. However, Parma threw everything they had at Teramo in the remaining time, but couldn't find the winning goal. Just then, Scalio was brought down just outside the penalty area, earning Parma a free kick in a promising position. Matteo stepped up confidently to take it. In team training, Matteo was undeniably the master of free kicks. His success rate on direct attempts was remarkably high, making him the team's primary taker. His free kick technique was a complete inheritance from Messi's expertise. It was like bringing a sledgehammer to a Serie C contest. Matteo took a deep breath and stepped back 2 paces. The referee's whistle signaled for him to take the kick. It was already the 2nd minute of stoppage time. This was almost certainly Parma's final chance. Matteo ran up, struck the ball, and shot. The football traced a beautiful arc, curled over the wall, and headed straight for the top right corner of the goal. The moment the ball left his foot, Matteo felt it was good. His eyes followed the ball, intently hoping to see it hit the back of the net. And soon his wish became reality. The ball sailed past the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers and crashed into the net. This was a stunning strike. In the moment when the team needed victory, most the 15-year-old Matteo stepped up. After he scored this goal, Alessandro rushed over with a hearty laugh and lifted him high in a tight embrace. At that instant, he felt himself the happiest father. Matteo scoring, the team claiming victory. Truly a double blessing. And Parma, through this triumph, steadied their footing. Coincidentally, this match was also the final game of the first half of the league season, and Parma secured the half-season championship with this win. In the subsequent 2 league matches, Parma, though encountering some bumps, ultimately achieved a favorable outcome. A 1-0 victory over Mantova and a 2-1 win against Ferro extended their lead to 4 points. And thus they passed through the most difficult period. In between those 2 matches, they also played a Coppa Italia Serie C fixture, where Parma defeated their opponents and advanced to the quarterfinals. Such competitions were purely for developing young players. They would go as far as they could, but Parma did not treat it as a primary objective. After the match against Ferro the Serie C league would enter a lengthy winter break, a fine time for all teams to rest and recuperate. Soon after came the winter transfer window. With both Correo and Cherry now recovered from injury, Parma's forward line issues were temporarily alleviated. But Rossi's position remained a lingering worry. Therefore, in the upcoming winter window, their main target was to find a player capable of playing as a defensive midfielder. However, when they looked at their remaining budget of €100,000, they could only smile bitterly. With that much, they couldn't even buy a decent player's leg, let alone strengthen the squad. Alessandro was clearly troubled by this problem. He spent the next few days in a state of melancholy. Now he finally understood the meaning of a certain saying. Being a player is hard, being an old player is harder, and being both a boss and an old player is hardest of all. Matteo keenly noticed his father's worry. "Dad, what's troubling you?" Alessandro had long regarded him as someone with whom he could share his burdens. "I'm trying to find a rotation player for Rossi. If I let him shoulder the remaining matches alone, it won't be good for his physical development." Matteo nodded understandingly. I get it. But you can't find the right person, or the right person is too expensive and you can't afford them. Alessandro gave a wry smile. That's exactly it. Matteo grinned. You should have said so earlier. I actually have someone to recommend. Alessandro's eyes lit up. Tell me. His previous recommendations, Vicario Gatti di Lorenzo, had all worked out well, so naturally, he wanted Matteo to suggest another player. Matteo said, this guy is currently in Brescia's youth team, named Sandro Tonali. We could loan him first, and if we get promoted to Serie B next year we can buy him. In the year 2022 from which he had crossed over, Tonali hadn't yet revealed his gambling king trait. He was a rising star absolutely worth investing in. Of course, even if Matteo knew he was a gambling king, he would probably still buy him, because a player of that caliber coming to Parma was still extremely valuable. Alessandro asked, how old is he this year? Can he handle it? Matteo laughed. He's older than both Rossi and me. If we can do it, so can he. Alessandro chuckled. True. Okay, tomorrow we'll contact Brescia. Brescia was currently in Serie B, and a youth team player should be easy to loan. After hearing about Alessandro's plan, Scala immediately looked up Tonali's information. However, he discovered a problem. Tonali had not signed a professional contract, and he was not yet 17 years old, so he could not be loaned. They quickly changed their strategy and submitted an offer to Brescia. But Brescia was clearly unwilling to let go of Tonali. They flatly rejected the offer. And Parma's meager €100,000 was hardly enough to dazzle Brescia, so negotiations quickly reached a deadlock. During dinner, Matteo suggested to Alessandro, we could pay in installments and add some other clauses. For example, an extra €500,000 upon promotion to Serie B and an additional €1 million upon promotion to Serie A. Alessandro hesitated. Is Tonali worth such a gamble? Matteo smiled. If he can help us get promoted to Serie B, is $500,000 too much? If we make it to Serie A, is $1 million too much? And if we don't get promoted at all, what do those clauses matter? Alessandro couldn't help but ruffle Matteo's hair. Where do you get all these clever ideas? Matteo looked innocent. You passed on the genes well. Alessandro glanced at Diego, who was busy burying his head in his meal. That one over there is the true inheritor of our genes. Diego looked up in confusion. Why do you say that? Alessandro sighed. All your wits were taken by your brother. Claire couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband. And whose fault is that? Matteo got my intelligence, Diego got your dullness. Alessandro exchanged a glance with Matteo. Considering her stock trading skills, wasn't that statement exactly the opposite? With Matteo's suggestion, Parma quickly changed their approach and reopened negotiations with Brescia. Brescia in turn engaged in endless back and forth. Eventually, they reached an agreement on a transfer contract packed with numerous add-on clauses. An initial payment of €100,000 with the remaining $500,000 paid over 3 years, plus a $500,000 bonus for Serie B promotion and $900,000 for Serie A promotion, making the total potential transfer fee €2 million. For a 16-and-a-half-year-old unknown youth, this was undoubtedly a staggering figure. Brescia gladly accepted the offer, now eagerly hoping for Parma's early promotion. As for Tonali, he had no objections since Parma promised him more first-team playing time, something completely unattainable at Brescia. Because he was not yet 17 and could not sign an official professional contract, Parma reached a preliminary 3-year professional deal with him with a weekly wage of €3,000. This contract would take effect the day after his 17th birthday. Until then, he could only receive a €300 youth contract. But that was not an issue. As long as he continued to grow, he would eventually earn big money. Thus, on January 5, 2017, Parma officially announced that young midfielder Sandro Tonali had joined the club. With Tonali secured, Parma's lingering concerns were resolved. The two youngsters rotating in the starting lineup would not place an excessive burden on their development. After another fortnight of rest and preparation, Parma faced their next league opponent, Reggiana. In their previous encounter, it was Reggiana who handed Parma their first defeat of the season. Now returning to their home ground, the entire Parma squad was eager for revenge. Consequently, Luigi Apolloni deployed his strongest starting 11 for this crucial match. Rossi was named in the starting lineup for this game, while Matteo had to settle for a place on the substitutes bench. Having recovered well during the prolonged winter break, Rossi showcased his quality once again in midfield, helping Parma establish dominance in possession. Their goal arrived swiftly. In the 21st minute, Rossi delivered a long pass to Klaus on the right flank. Klaus drove towards the byline before sending an accurate cross into the box, finding Cherry. Cherry rose high and powered a header into the net, making the score 1-0. Parma did not ease off after taking the lead. They continued to besiege Reggiana's goal, and in the 35th minute, Scalia slotted home from close range following a scramble in the box, doubling their advantage. Leading 2-0, Parma made a substitution in the 60th minute, bringing on Tonali for Rossi. This served a dual purpose, giving Rossi a well-deserved rest and allowing Tonali to acclimatize to the match tempo. Although Parma's midfield creativity dipped slightly after Tonali's introduction, their 2-goal cushion allowed them to manage the game without taking excessive risks, ultimately securing a comfortable victory. Elsewhere, Venezia stumbled again, suffering an unexpected away defeat to Lamezane. This result widened the gap between them and Parma to a substantial 7 points. 3 days later, Parma secured a 3-1 victory over Almagiuliano in the Coppa Italia Serie C quarterfinals, successfully booking their place in the semifinals. It was fair to say that Parma had found their footing again. They had weathered the most challenging period, and everything was now progressing in the right direction. In the subsequent away game against Medina, Parma played out a 1-1 draw. However, this did little to derail their momentum. They followed it up with an emphatic 3-0 victory over Albino Lef in the next league round, maintaining their 7-point cushion over Venezia. Since the resumption of the season, Venezia's form had been erratic, managing only 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 defeat in their 3 league outings. Their prospects for automatic promotion appeared increasingly bleak. Meanwhile, Parma turned their attention to the first leg of the Coppa Italia Serie C semi-final with Teramo as their opponents. Having reached the semi-final stage, a case could be made for fielding the strongest team to challenge for the trophy. However, after deliberation, Apolloni and Alessandro decided to persist with the second-string players. The league campaign remained the top priority, and they could ill afford any missteps. Yet against all expectations, Parma delivered an outstanding performance in this match, clinching a hard-fought 3-2 victory away from home. This result gave them a significant advantage heading into the second leg. For the return fixture, avoiding a 2-goal defeat or a loss by a scoreline like 3-4 would be sufficient to secure their place in the Coppa Italia Serie C final. This outcome caught Apolloni completely by surprise. A golden opportunity to claim silverware now presented itself, an opportunity no coach would be willing to let slip away. Thus they resolved to seize the chance and compete for the title. Following the first leg of the semi-final, Parma secured consecutive league victories over Gubbio and Sant'Arcangelo before turning their focus back to the second leg. For this match, Parma fielded a partially rotated side, with Tonali and Matteo earning starting berths. Their opponents, however, showed no intention of conceding, opting to field their strongest available lineup. This decision saw Parma fall on the back foot during the opening exchanges. In the 12th minute, Teramo launched an attack down their right flank. Winger Petrella cut inside before laying the ball off to the overlapping right-back Scipioni, who delivered a pinpoint cross. Striker Teeps rose highest and headed the ball past the Parma goalkeeper. Parma found themselves trailing 0-1 on home soil. This goal injected a surge of confidence into the visitors, who continued to pile pressure on the Parma goal. Their efforts were rewarded in the 25th minute when they extended their lead. This time it came from a free kick situation. In the ensuing goal-mouth melee, center-back Speranza managed to stick out a boot and poke the ball over the line. Parma were suddenly staring at a 0-2 deficit. With the aggregate score now at 4-3, Teramo had overturned the tie in their favor. Disappointment washed over the home supporters. Could their team really be on the verge of a comeback collapse at their own stadium? It was at this critical juncture that Matteo stepped up. In the 51st minute, Matteo received a long pass from Tonali in defense. Holding off Speranza, he laid the ball back to Scalia. Scalia understood his teammates' intentions perfectly. As Matteo spun and dashed into the penalty area, Scalia threaded a perfectly weighted through ball right into his path. Without breaking stride, Matteo unleashed a ferocious first-time volley. The ball rocketed into the Teramo net with unstoppable certainty, reducing the deficit to 1-2 and leveling the aggregate score at 4-4. Thanks to the away goals rule, Parma had regained the upper hand in the tie. This sudden turn of events put Teramo under immense pressure, forcing them to push forward once more in search of a goal. This in turn opened up more space for Parma to exploit on the counterattack. In the 67th minute, substitute Klaus received a pass from Tonali and surged forward with the ball. Reaching the edge of the box, he opted against a high cross, instead sliding a low pass into the penalty area. Matteo once again received the ball with his back to goal. He feigned a move to his right, drawing the defender behind him, Cadi, into committing slightly. Then with a swift drag back and turn, he pivoted sharply in the opposite direction, leaving his marker flat-footed. In that instant, a sliver of space opened up for a shot. As Speranza rushed over to close him down, Matteo pulled the trigger. The ball skimmed across the turf and nestled into the corner of the net. 2-2. Parma had equalized, and the aggregate score now stood at 5-4 in their favor. Despite their best efforts in the remaining minutes, Teramo refused to give up, continually pressing forward. However, neither side managed to alter the scoreline further. The referee's final whistle confirmed the result. Thanks to Matteo's brace, Parma drew 2-2, with Teramo securing a 5-4 aggregate victory and advancing to the Coppa Italia Serie C final. After advancing to the finals of the Coppa Italia Serie C, Parma continued their triumphant march, securing consecutive victories in the next 3 league matches, widening their gap with Venezia to 11 points. With 9 rounds remaining in the league, this advantage was already substantial. And their next opponent, Venezia. If they could defeat them again, their lead would stretch to 14 points, placing the championship trophy within their grasp. Thus, the entire Parma squad took this match very seriously, and Apolloni prepared to field all his key players. This time, Rossi and Matteo once again started together. On the Venezia side, Filippo Inzaghi deployed the same lineup as in their previous encounter. Venezia's recent form had been inconsistent, putting immense pressure on him. He had tried continuously adjusting the starting 11 in recent matches, but the results were far from ideal. Eventually, he decided to revert to his original lineup. However, Parma's morale was soaring, and they were playing at home. The scales of victory were already tipped in their favor. The match unfolded just as most had predicted. From the very start, Parma dominated the field, firmly controlling the tempo. In the first 20 minutes, Parma created no fewer than 3 golden opportunities. If not for Stojanovic's exceptional performance, the score would have been changed long ago. Filippo Inzaghi frowned, unable to resist glancing back at Apolloni. His former teammate sat calmly observing the game without any visible anxiety. He seemed to have immense confidence in his team. Not surprising given that Parma appeared as an invincible warship nearly unbeatable at the Serie C level. Inzaghi couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, even a hint of jealousy. Though he and Apolloni shared a good relationship, it's human nature to both fear a brother's hardship and resent his success. To make matters worse, Apolloni's success was being flaunted right before his eyes. As he was lost in thought, another danger emerged on the pitch. Matteo's close-range volley in the penalty area narrowly missed the target. This sent a shiver down Inzaghi's spine, but also left him scratching his head. This 15-year-old boy possessed a maturity beyond his years, displaying exceptional technical ability and ball-handling skills. Given time, he could become a formidable figure. But for now he was a real headache. Inzaghi had no effective way to contain him. In the 35th minute, Inzaghi's anxious heart finally settled. Not because of a turnaround, but because Parma finally scored. After enduring a relentless assault for 35 minutes, Venezia's defense finally showed a crack. Scalia dribbled past Traoré on the left flank and delivered a cross. Under pressure, Matteo couldn't get a shot off, so he controlled the ball and laid it back to the on-rushing Sorigaroli. Sorigaroli met the ball with a powerful strike, sending it skimming across the turf toward the goal. Stojanovic's view was obstructed, leaving him no chance to save. The ball flew into the net without a doubt. 1-0 Parma finally broke the deadlock. This goal not only relieved the home fans, but also allowed Inzaghi, who had been on edge, to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the agony of waiting for the inevitable was unbearable. With the lead, Parma gradually slowed their pace, adopting a possession-based approach. A mature team must know how to control the rhythm, not merely charge forward recklessly only to run out of steam later. Though this method of slowly boiling the frog was tedious, as long as they secured the win, everything was fine. Meanwhile, Venezia desperately sought an equalizer, but Parma's midfield dominance prevented them from organizing any effective attacks. During halftime, Inzaghi instructed his team to press forward aggressively, to fight tooth and nail. After all, losing by 1 or 2 goals made no difference to him. He needed at least a draw to keep within striking distance. Unfortunately, his gamble failed. In the 55th minute, Fabiano's cross from the right was headed clear by Alessandro, and the ball fell to Rossi outside the box. Rossi scanned the field, spotting Matteo sprinting forward. Without hesitation, he launched a long pass directly onto Matteo's running path. Matteo once again showcased his exceptional ability to judge the ball's trajectory. He brought it down smoothly while on the move, drew 2 center-backs toward him, and then quickly passed to the advancing Sorigaroli. Sorigaroli took a couple of touches before feeding the ball to Claus on the right. Claus drove forward for over 10 meters, then suddenly whipped a low cross into the box. Matteo, arriving at the perfect moment, slid in ahead of Modello to tap the ball into the net. 2-0 Parma extended their lead with a brilliant counterattack. This dealt a severe blow to Venezia's hopes, which had barely begun to materialize. The home fans erupted in joy, their hearts finally at ease. In the remaining minutes, Venezia refused to give up, but their attacks never truly threatened Parma's goal. Parma in turn slowed the pace, even further countering when opportunities arose, and simply killing time otherwise. It was the most economical approach. After all, victory was paramount. The match ended 2-0, with Parma triumphing at home over Venezia, widening the gap to 14 points. With only 8 rounds left, this was nearly an insurmountable margin. As the final whistle blew, Inzaghi immediately went over to shake hands with Apolloni. Despite his frustration, he offered his congratulations. However, he had no desire to linger for small talk. After a few polite exchanges, he left the pitch. He knew in his heart that Venezia would likely have to focus their efforts on the brutal playoffs. Meanwhile, Parma's players rejoiced in their victory over a strong opponent. After embracing each other on the field, they followed Alessandro to acknowledge the home fans. As they approached the section of diehard supporters, a fan stepped forward, gazing at the players and shouting, "Go forward. Go win that damn championship." After securing victory in Venice, Parma claimed another 2-1 win on the road against San Benedetto. As Venezia drew their match this round, Parma's lead at the top of the table extended to a commanding 16 points. With only 7 rounds remaining in the league season, they had entered the window where clinching the title was imminent at any moment. 6 days later, they cruised to a comfortable 3-0 victory over Padova. However, Venezia also won their match this round, denying Parma the chance to seal the title with 6 games to spare. Following the Padova match, they faced the first leg of the Coppa Italia Serie C final. Their opponents were Bassano, currently sitting in 3rd place in Group B of Serie C. One could say this opponent was a formidable challenge. Yet, given Parma's current form, overcoming them should not be a problem. For this match, Apolloni included Tonali and Matteo in the starting lineup. Tonali, who was about to turn 17, delivered an outstanding performance. He broke the deadlock in the 6th minute with a well-timed run and finish, and then provided an assist for Matteo in the 37th minute. Matteo also continued his impressive form. Besides scoring from Tonali's assist, he set up a goal for Munari. Ultimately, Parma triumphed 3-1 over Bassano, getting off to a flying start in the 2-legged tie. A loss by less than 2 goals in the away leg would be enough to secure the Coppa Italia Serie C title. After the match against Bassano, Parma turned their attention to their next league opponent, Pordenone. Having a 16-point lead before the match, of victory for Parma would mathematically clinch the championship with 5 rounds remaining. Tickets for this crucial fixture sold out rapidly, as everyone eagerly anticipated witnessing Parma's title-clinching night at their home stadium. The entire Parma squad was well aware of the fans' expectations and treated this match with the utmost seriousness. However, Alessandro took the initiative to ease the pressure on his players before the game. Boys, don't be nervous. This is just a regular league match, don't overthink it. We've already built a solid foundation in our previous matches. This is simply a natural progression. So relax, enjoy the game, and savor the moment. Parma fielded their strongest possible lineup for this encounter. Rossi and Cherry replaced Tonali and Matteo, who had started the previous game. From the very beginning, Parma seized control of the match, spurred on by the roaring support of their home fans. In the 5th minute, Rossi delivered a long pass from midfield. Klaus received the ball on the right wing, drove to the byline, and sent in a cross. Cherry rose highest in the box to meet it with a header, but the ball drifted just wide of the post. In the 11th minute, Scalia cut inside from the left flank into the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a right-footed shot. The ball curled beautifully towards the goal, only to strike the upright and bounce away. Both were golden opportunities that narrowly missed the target, a touch of misfortune. But against overwhelming superiority, luck can only help for a moment, not forever. In the 24th minute, Parma finally broke through. They won the ball in midfield, and Munari fed Klaus on the right flank. The Frenchman took possession and immediately accelerated down the wing. The opposing left-back Marchi was caught off guard and found himself a yard behind. Marchi lunged forward in an attempt to block Klaus, but the winger executed a sudden exaggerated feint that completely wrong-footed the defender. Without hesitation, Klaus drove into the penalty area. Facing the covering central defender, he shifted his direction again towards the byline, reaching the edge of the 6-yard box. Goalkeeper Thome rushed out to narrow the angle, but the Frenchman opted for a powerful low drive across the face of the goal, sending the ball into the heart of the 6-yard box. Cherry flung himself forward, beating central defender Anginelli to the ball and prodding it into the empty net. 1-0. Parma had finally scored. The goal sent Cherry into raptures. He sprinted towards the fans to celebrate with them. In that moment, he forgot he was already a Juventus player. He simply wanted to savor this joyous occasion with his hometown supporters. Apolloni on the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief. With that goal, the game was 80% won. Indeed, after the goal, Parma's players shed their earlier anxiety. They began to play with composure and structure, firmly dictating the tempo of the match. They capitalized on another opportunity in the 41st minute of the first half. It came from a transition. Alessandro headed away a cross, and the ball fell perfectly to Rossi just outside the penalty area. Rossi took a touch to control and shift past a lunging defender, then launched a precise long pass that switched the play to the right flank. A vast expanse of open space lay ahead, and a yellow-shirt figure surged onto the ball, using sheer pace to race clear on goal. It was the Frenchman Jonathan Klaus once again. His confidence was soaring with each passing game. A few explosive strides left the chasing defenders for dust. He wasn't about to squander such a clear one-on-one opportunity. As goalkeeper Thome rushed out, Klaus struck the ball with immense power. It flew past the keeper's outstretched fingertips and bulged into the net. 2-0, and Parma had essentially sealed the victory. Klaus celebrated by sliding on his knees near the touchline, clearly delighted with his magnificent goal. He had completely rediscovered his self-belief. He was no longer the lost, uncertain player he once was. The more than 20,000 fans in the stadium erupted in celebration, knowing their championship was drawing ever closer. They simply wished for the final whistle to blow. The opponents appeared to have lost their spirit, showing little desire to attack in the remaining minutes, turning the latter part of the half into a formality. The home fans continued to sing and chant tirelessly, their energy seemingly surpassing that of the players on the pitch, yet they felt no fatigue. Matteo, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but rise to his feet, filled with pride and admiration for Parma's wonderful supporters. With support like this, how could Parma not prosper? Time ticked away, quickly reaching the final minute of stoppage time. Parma's players kept glancing at the referee, anxious not to miss the whistle from the middle-aged official. Finally, he began to check his watch. He placed the whistle to his lips, and then the sound they had been waiting for, the final whistle. Parma defeated Pordenone at home, clinching the Serie C Group B title with 5 rounds to spare. This championship secured their direct promotion to Serie B. After securing the championship, Parma's players also breathed a sigh of relief. Alessandro felt the burden on his shoulders lighten, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. After all, he was nearing 40, and his body's recovery was far slower than that of younger players. His high attendance rate this season had pushed his body nearly to its limits. Not to mention that he also bore the responsibility of being the club's owner, which added even more worries beyond those of a mere player. Yet he did not collapse to the ground. Instead, he stood upright, ready to join his teammates in acknowledging the fans. He was not only the captain, but also the club's owner. He had to embody the team's spirit. Matteo somehow appeared beside him, gently placing an arm around his shoulder. Father and son exchanged a smile, as if they had jointly accomplished something truly great. Ahead of them was Dino Rossi. Alessandro waved him over, and Rossi immediately ran to join them. The two young men flanked Alessandro on either side, and they began walking toward the sideline. The three of them looked like a father with his 2 sons. In the stands, the rotund elder Rossi saw this scene and couldn't help but mutter sourly, "Damn, I feel like I've raised a son for the Lucarelli family." But a moment later he laughed again. No matter whose son, he's a child of Parma. The Parma players followed the captain and the crown prince to the sideline, where they applauded the fans. The fans had already shouted themselves hoarse, yet they still cheered wildly for their team. At some point, the song, F.A. Parma, began to play in the stadium. FA Parma. The Crusaders are champions. The players of Parma are brave beyond compare. Victory belongs to the Lions of Parma. No one can stop their valor. Glory belongs to us. The sound echoed through the skies. That night no one in Parma could sleep. Since the second leg of the Serie C Cup final was still 11 days away, Parma's players had no pressure to prepare. The next day they held a championship celebration. Matteo also boarded the victory parade bus and enjoyed a whole day of joy with the fans. A few days later, Parma, fielding a full reserve lineup, secured a draw away against Alto Adige, then won 1-0 away against Macerati's, before facing Bassano in the second leg of the Serie C Cup final. Since Parma had rotated their main squad before this match, while Bassano was still competing with Venezia for second place in the league, Parma held a decisive advantage in stamina. For this match, Parma deployed their strongest lineup. As the final important game of the season, Parma naturally held nothing back. Matteo was given a starting spot and trusted with the task of breaking through the opponent's defense and scoring. In terms of overall strength, Parma was undoubtedly superior, and they also had the physical edge. Apolloni had predicted before the match that the opponent would opt for a counter-attacking strategy. However, when the match began, Bassano did not sit back. Instead, they chose to attack first. This clearly caught Parma off guard. Apolloni quickly understood their intention. They aimed to score an early goal through a quick offensive and then fall back to counter. But they needed 2 goals, and if this tactic failed, they would be in serious danger. Indeed, after a brief moment of confusion in the opening phase, Parma quickly stabilized under Alessandro's leadership. They deliberately dropped their formation, waiting for Bassano to make a mistake. That opportunity did not take long to arrive. In the 26th minute, Tonali intercepted the ball deep in his own half and passed it forward to Satsafita. Satsafita executed a crossing run with Scalia on the left, dribbling toward the byline. Scalia also charged into the box, ready to join Matteo for a header. Satsafita reached the byline, but found no opportunity for a cross, so he passed the ball back to Cambiaso, who had surged forward. Cambiaso did not hesitate and delivered a precise cross. 2 players in the box leaped high, simultaneously heading toward the ball. Matteo won the header and directed it toward the goal with a powerful nod. The opposing goalkeeper Gi. Rossi stretched out and managed to deflect the ball, but the ball did not travel far. Scalia was at the spot where it dropped, and without hesitation, he volleyed the rebound. The ball slammed into the back of the net, sending up a spray of white foam. 1-0. Parma took the lead away from home. The aggregate score became 4-1. This practically sealed the championship. In the following moments, Bassano did not give up, but they grew noticeably impatient. This meant Parma would have more counter-attacking opportunities. In the 43rd minute, Parma had another excellent counter-attack. Tonali received the ball in his own half, surveyed the situation up front, and suddenly launched a long pass. Matteo won the aerial duel against the opposing defender, flicking the ball to Klaus on the right before turning and sprinting toward the opponent's penalty area. Klaus dribbled to the edge of the box, assessed the situation inside, and then whipped in a cross. But this time he aimed not for Matteo, but for Scalia at the far post. Scalia leaped high but did not shoot directly. Instead, he nodded the ball back. At that moment, Matteo arrived and struck a powerful volley, sending the ball inexorably into the net. 2-0. Parma extended their lead. The aggregate score now stood at 5-1, and Parma had 2 away goals. For Bassano to overturn the deficit, they would need to score at least 5 goals, an impossible mission. This goal shattered the opponent's morale. At the start of the second half, Bassano's coach D'Angelo substituted 2 key players, signaling that they had given up on the match. The remaining time became garbage time. Parma only needed to control the game and wait for the championship to arrive. As the minutes ticked away, Apolloni brought on substitute goalkeeper Marijan Koric, allowing him to savor the joy of being part of the title. When the 90th minute arrived, the referee ended the match without any added time. In the end, Parma defeated Bassano 2-0 away, winning the second leg and securing a 5-1 aggregate victory to claim the Serie C Cup title. This was their second championship of the season. After clinching the title, Parma refrained from fielding their strongest lineup in the subsequent matches, instead relying on substitutes and young talents. In the final 3 league games, they managed 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, though these results were ultimately of little consequence. Following the league's conclusion, they partook in a Super Cup competition, engaging in a round-robin against the champions of Serie C Group A and Group C, ultimately securing the trophy with 2 victories. Of course, this was merely a friendly tournament with a prize of just €50,000, seemingly drawing little attention from anyone. After these 2 matches, the players officially entered their vacation mode. Alessandro, however, could not rest, as he needed to assist the club in navigating the off-season operations. In the starting lineup, Vicario Di Lorenzo, Gatti, Alessandro, Cambiaso, Kraus, Rossi, Tonali, and Matteo were considered untouchable. Munari, Zofazet, and Scalia could serve as rotational pieces next season and were worth retaining if possible. Sherry was merely on loan. Parma lacked both the funds and the desire to make his move permanent, so he was destined to return to Juventus. Carrillo, advancing in age, and with his contract expiring this summer, was initially not considered for renewal by Scala. However, his willingness to accept a pay cut led Parma to offer him a 1-year extension at a weekly wage of €3,000. Among the backups, reserve goalkeeper Marijan Koric and reserve center-back Mohamed Kohli were set to stay. Reserve left-back Leonardo Nuzera attracted interest from several clubs, and his departure remained uncertain. Additionally, loanees Messina Tassi Edra and Scamacca saw their loan spells expire and returned to their parent clubs, while veteran Milita was released upon the conclusion of his contract. Looking at the situation, Parma still had significant gaps to fill for the new season. The most critical issue was their severe lack of funds for reinforcements. Despite being Serie C champions last season, their financial state had worsened compared to their initial promotion. The previous season's push for strength involved signing many players, leading to substantially higher wage bills. Last season, revenue from ticket sales and sponsorships after covering wages and expenses left a surplus of €500,000 after repaying the annual loan installment. This year, however, they could barely break, even leaving no funds to service the loan. Had it not been for a sponsorship deal worth €700,000 secured by Scalera, they might not have even been able to afford Tonali's installment payments and promotion bonuses. Now, the looming loan repayment of €1.3 million this year posed a massive problem. It was at this moment that Alessandro received a phone call. A crisp London accent sounded from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Alessandro Lucarelli?" Alessandro's English was just passable for conversation. "This is Lucarelli speaking. Who am I speaking with?" The caller replied, "Mr. Lucarelli, I am David Land, CEO of Double Edge Sports Investment Group. I'm calling to inquire whether you have any intention of selling the club." Alessandro was taken aback. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling the club." David Lands chuckled. "Mr. Lucarelli, please don't rush. Allow me to present our offer." Before Alessandro could refuse, he continued, "Mr. Lucarelli, we are prepared to invest €5 million to acquire your 60% stake, and we're willing to inject an additional €5 million for the company's operational needs." Alessandro's heart stirred. It was indeed a compelling offer. Seeing that Alessandro didn't interrupt, David Lands pressed on, "I understand you acquired control of Parma for €2 million. Our offer of €5 million provides you with a handsome return on your investment. Furthermore, our financial strength far exceeds yours, enabling us to provide greater financial support to the club in the future." Alessandro had to admit he was genuinely tempted. Parma needed substantial investment to progress, but his own financial resources were limited. If Double Edge Sports could truly take over, it might actually be a boon for the club. After pondering for a moment, he spoke, "Mr. Lands, while your offer is enticing, we don't know each other well." A faint smile crept onto David Lands' lips. He knew the deal was already within reach. He then said, "Mr. Lucarelli, a matter of this magnitude cannot be discussed over the phone. We are willing to travel to Parma tomorrow for detailed negotiations." Alessandro replied, "All right, please come to the Parma club tomorrow, and we can discuss the specifics." After hanging up, Alessandro's mind was a tangled mess. He couldn't quite define his emotions, only aware of the intense turmoil within him. His rationality told him accepting the offer seemed best for everyone, but emotionally, he couldn't bear to part with the club. Suddenly, he stood up and began searching online for information about Double Edge Sports. He vaguely recalled that this group had acquired a Spanish club the previous year, but he lacked specific details. He quickly unearthed the group's information. It turned out the owner behind Double Edge Sports was a Chinese national named Zhang Lizhang. Last year, he had acquired Granada Club, becoming its de facto controller. It seemed he aspired to build a sports empire much like other prominent sports investment groups. Clubs like Parma, with their name recognition, yet modest price tag, naturally fit his criteria. However, Granada had been immediately relegated following his acquisition, causing a jolt of unease in Alessandro's heart. Was this a blessing or a curse? He found himself deeply conflicted. At dinner that evening, noticing his father's troubled expression, Matteo couldn't help but ask, "Dad, is something wrong?" Seeing the concern on his son's face, Alessandro finally decided to confess, "Matteo, I received an offer today." Matteo asked, "An offer for what?" Alessandro replied, "For the club." Matteo was startled. "Someone wants to buy the club." Alessandro nodded. "It's a sports group controlled by Chinese capital called Double Edge Sports." Matteo was stunned. He knew exactly what this was. In the original timeline, it was precisely this Double Edge Sports that had acquired Parma. Upon hearing this, he immediately shook his head. "Dad, we're not selling." Matteo certainly bore no ill will towards Chinese capital. His concern stemmed from the knowledge that Zhang Lizhang's previous stint at Parma had been far from pleasant, ending in what could only be described as a mutually destructive outcome. Thus, he was staunchly opposed to Zhang Lizhang acquiring Parma. Alessandro, taken aback by his son's unequivocal stance, couldn't help but ask why. Matteo explained, "Dad, Parma is flourishing now, and our squad is brimming with young talent. Given time, we are destined to become an exceptional team. Are you really willing to sell the club now?" Alessandro sighed. "I understand all this, but running a club requires immense capital. Our financial resources simply cannot compete with those conglomerates." Matteo thought to himself that his father had no idea about Zhang Lizhang's true nature. He was far from a wealthy tycoon, more akin to a speculator. So he continued, "Dad, have you considered how much Rossi and I will be worth in the future?" Alessandro was uncertain. "5 million. 10 million. Matteo said, "Even at 5 million each, that's 10 million for the two of us. If you sell the club, our golden geese would belong to someone else." Alessandro shook his head. "Matteo, a club's value isn't calculated that way. Besides the players, you must consider debt's profitability, wage structure, and various other comprehensive factors. Although we have some decent players, given our current financial situation, Parma isn't really worth a substantial sum." Seeing that he couldn't convince his father from this angle, Matteo asked, "Let me ask you this, what if the acquisition doesn't turn out as well as you imagine? Then you would become Parma's biggest trader." Alessandro was stunned, his face shifting through a myriad of expressions before falling silent. Matteo leaned in. Dad, I believe our difficulties are only temporary. We will weather this storm, and not only will we run the club successfully, but we will also forge Parma into a top-tier powerhouse. Alessandro abruptly looked up, gazing at his son. Matteo met his gaze. Dad, if you're still not convinced, then I have only one path left to take. Alessandro's heart skipped a beat. What are you planning to do? Matteo stood up. If you dare to sell the club, I will retire immediately. Alessandro was startled. What nonsense are you talking about? Claire, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Alessandro, are you trying to force Matteo into retirement? Alessandro shuddered. Of course not. That's impossible. Claire snorted. If you try to force Matteo to retire, you're not welcome in this house. Alessandro quickly forced a smile. No. I was just discussing the possibility of selling the club with Matteo. Matteo added fuel to the fire. I said if he sells the club, I'll retire. Claire frowned. So you are trying to force him out. Alessandro waved his hands frantically. Fine, I won't sell. I won't sell. Only then did Claire, satisfied, put down the fruit knife she was holding. Having decided against the sale, Alessandro quickly called Schwangligian. Mr. Lance, I apologize, but we've decided not to sell Parma after all. David Lance was puzzled. Why? Is our offer not satisfactory? Alessandro hurriedly replied. No, it's not that. We've simply decided to continue running the club ourselves. I'm truly sorry. I hope you haven't already set off. David Lance was reluctant to give up. I'm willing to increase my offer by 1 million euros. Alessandro declined outright. I'm sorry, Mr. Lance, but this isn't about the price. My family has convinced me. We've decided to stand by the club through thick and thin. Even if we eventually fail, we will have no regrets. I'm truly sorry for wasting your time. David Lance sighed. Very well. I hope you might change your mind in the future. He knew that forcing an acquisition at this point would incur unimaginable costs, so he had no choice but to abandon the attempt for now. However, after turning down David Lance, Alessandro still faced a daunting challenge. Where would the money come from? June 30th was the deadline for the loan repayment, and if they truly lacked the funds, they would have to negotiate an extension with the bank. Matteo could see his father's worry. Dad, are you concerned about the funding? Alessandro nodded. We have a shortfall of over 1 million. We could try to negotiate an extension, but that would only increase the pressure next year. Matteo had already thought this through. Dad, we could consider a capital increase. If you can convince all the shareholders to agree, wouldn't we have the money? Alessandro forced a bitter smile. We're the major shareholders. If we increase capital, we'd have to contribute the largest share. Matteo countered. Don't we have 2 million euros in idle savings at home? Alessandro's heart leaped. This reckless child wanted to gamble with their retirement nest egg. He instinctively glanced at Claire, hoping she hadn't heard that. Unfortunately, Claire had indeed heard every word. However, the anticipated angry confrontation never materialized. Instead, Claire spoke with a cheerful smile. I think Matteo has a point. How about we inject another million? Alessandro couldn't believe his ears. He ventured cautiously. Claire, are you serious? Claire nodded. Of course I'm serious. Alessandro couldn't help but exclaim. But it's 1 million euros. How can you be so nonchalant about it? A sly smile spread across Claire's face. You should ask your brilliant son about that. Alessandro turned to look at his two sons, his gaze quickly settling on Matteo. While the younger one still looked utterly bewildered, so it certainly wasn't him. Thus Matteo had no choice but to confess. Mom has been making a killing in the stock market lately, so she's in a very good mood. Alessandro's face lit up. A killing? Claire said smugly. It's not that much really. A while back Matteo told me to buy Apple and Amazon stocks, and I actually listened. I haven't touched them since. And now? Alessandro pressed eagerly. How much have you made? Claire beamed with pride. 1.5 million. Alessandro's heart soared. Then sell them immediately. Claire waved a dismissive hand. My son says this is just the beginning. Alessandro was taken aback. But what if the prices drop again? Claire shot him a disdainful look. What would a simpleton like you understand? Just listen to our son. Alessandro still hesitated, but Claire glared at him. Do you want that million or not? If you do, then shut up. Alessandro capitulated instantly. Yes, dear. The following day, Alessandro sent out notices convening a shareholders' meeting. As most of the shareholders were local to Parma, they quickly gathered together. Among those present were members of the Entrepreneurs Alliance led by Guido Barilla, as well as representatives from the Parma Football Investment Association. Alessandro began by thanking the shareholders for their support. In the past year, Parma has once again achieved promotion, and none of this would have been possible without your backing. For that I express my gratitude. With that, he bowed deeply to the assembled shareholders. However, he failed to notice that one member of the Entrepreneurs Alliance wore a rather uncomfortable expression. Guido Barilla and the representatives from the Football Investment Association, however, were quite delighted and spontaneously applauded Alessandro. After all the team's performance over the past year had been evident to all, they had never expected the club to achieve 2 consecutive promotions. Alessandro straightened up, acknowledged the shareholders, and continued. The reason I've called you here, besides giving a brief report on last season's work, is to discuss a proposal with you all. Everyone felt a stir of anticipation, realizing that this was the true crux of the meeting Alessandro had convened. Alessandro stated, given the club's current precarious financial situation, I propose a capital increase for the club. Would you all be in agreement? Everyone was taken aback. A capital increase meant they would have to inject funds proportionally, or else their shares would be diluted. A heavy silence fell over the room. This involved real money, and they were reluctant to make a hasty commitment. Their concern wasn't merely about this single increase, but the fear that Parma would repeatedly demand further injections, turning the club into a leech that would continually drain their resources. That was simply unacceptable. Just then an entrepreneur named Bianchi cleared his throat and spoke up. "Mr. Lucarelli, I have something I'd like to say." Alessandro sensed something amiss from his expression and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Nevertheless, he managed a slight smile and said, "Please go ahead, Mr. Bianchi." Bianchi stated, "Actually, before coming to this meeting, I received an offer for the purchase of my shares in Parma. The offer was quite generous, and I must admit I'm tempted." Alessandro's brow furrowed. So Double-Edged Sports hadn't only contacted him, they were also trying to buy out other shareholders. He instinctively glanced at the members of the Entrepreneurs Alliance and noticed that apart from Guido Barilla, who remained expressionless, the others all looked somewhat uneasy. Barilla, however, showed no sign of surprise, indicating he was already aware of this. This left Alessandro feeling caught off guard. If their shares were to be acquired, his proposal would be at risk of failing to pass. After all, such a special resolution as a capital increase required the approval of 2/3 of the shareholders, and he currently held only 60%, which fell short of that threshold. If the representatives from the Football Investment Association also rejected the proposal, he would be in serious trouble. Bianchi seemed somewhat apologetic, as if justifying himself, and continued, "It's not that I lack love for the club, but I believe our mission is complete. We've achieved promotion to Serie B. Now we need a wealthier owner to take over, which would be better for both the club and ourselves, wouldn't it?" As he spoke, the surrounding entrepreneurs unconsciously nodded in agreement. It was clear they shared Bianchi's sentiment. Alessandro sighed inwardly, realizing these men were all looking to sell their shares. However, he could understand their perspective, having once harbored the same thought himself. He thus pinned his hopes on the Football Investment Association. As long as their shares remained, the proposal might still pass. But at that moment, Barilla suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Lucarelli, I have declined their acquisition offer." Alessandro was overjoyed. As the leader of the Entrepreneurs Alliance, Barilla personally held 10% of the shares. With his support, the proposal would pass. Barilla then addressed Bianchi. "Bianchi, the club has just gotten back on track. Don't be in such a hurry to sell your shares. Can you guarantee that the next buyer won't be another Tachi or Minetti?" Bianchi was left speechless, unable to find a retort. The chaos wrought by Tachi and Minetti had only ended a little over 2 years ago. As supporters of Parma, they certainly didn't want a repeat of that. Bianchi reluctantly conceded, "All right, I support Mr. Lucarelli. I will not sell my Parma shares for now." At that moment, the representative from the Football Investment Association also declared, "We too support Alessandro's proposal." With their backing, the proposal naturally passed without a hitch. Barilla took the initiative to ask about the amount. "Alessandro, how much capital are you planning to inject?" Knowing that Alessandro wasn't particularly wealthy, he was curious. Alessandro replied, "I intend to inject 1 million euros. Barilla nodded thoughtfully. He knew Alessandro's income wasn't high, and this €1,000,000 was a significant sum for him. This clearly demonstrated his love for Parma. Without hesitation, Barilla declared, "All right, I will also increase my investment proportionally." Following his lead, the other members of the Entrepreneurs Alliance also voiced their agreement, and the proposal was swiftly approved. This ultimately helped the team raise over €1.6 million. After the meeting concluded, Alessandro approached Bianchi personally. "Mr. Bianchi, please don't worry. This capital increase is a one-off event. We won't be making frequent requests for more funds. If there is ever a next time, you can sell your shares directly to me, and I will offer you a satisfactory price." Bianchi was stunned. He had some idea of Alessandro's financial standing. It was surprising enough that he could scrape together this million, let alone have the funds to buy out his shares in the future. Could this kid have gotten rich on the sly? Alessandro's bold statement was of course spurred on by his wife and child. After they made money from stock trading, Alessandro felt he too had become a wealthy man. Naturally, he felt a surge of confidence. Regardless, the matter was finally settled. Parma finally had the funds to repay its bank loans, and could even spare a tidy sum of €300,000 to hunt for bargains in the transfer market. Parma's current squad was most in need of a midfielder. Rossi and Tonali were talented, but they were too young. Playing too many matches would place an excessive burden on their developing bodies. Meanwhile, players like Sforzato and Unari had limited potential. They couldn't be expected to perform in Serie B as they had in Serie C. So Alessandro sought to find a midfielder capable of competing at the higher level. However, his budget of €300,000 was far too meager for such an endeavor, leaving him at a loss. Just then Matteo offered a suggestion. "Dad, if you can't find anyone in Europe, why not look to South America? Especially Argentina. They're practically Italy's cousin in South America." Alessandro's eyes lit up, but his enthusiasm quickly waned. "With our scouting network, how could we possibly uncover a gem in Argentina?" Matteo smiled. "We can't, but that doesn't mean no one else can. Think about our legend Crespo. Isn't he in Argentina right now?" Alessandro was taken aback. "Crespo?" Matteo replied, "Exactly. He has extensive connections there. He could help us persuade a target." Alessandro's eyes gleamed. "That's a viable approach. I'll contact Hernan right away." He immediately got up to call Crespo. Moments later, he was beaming with excitement. "Hernan is willing to help." Matteo was overjoyed. "That's fantastic. I have a promising candidate in mind. He's currently playing for Argentinos Juniors. We could have Uncle Crespo help initiate contact." Alessandro was puzzled. "You know players in Argentina too?" Matteo gave a mysterious smile. Of course. Alessandro asked, do you have any information on this player? I'd like to see it. Matteo spread his hands. I'm afraid I don't. Alessandro was exasperated. How are we supposed to handle this? We can't just sign him without any scouting. Matteo grinned. Why don't we take a trip to Argentina and evaluate him in person? Alessandro hesitated. Wouldn't that be too costly? Matteo countered. We can make it a vacation too. We've never been to Argentina. Alessandro's heart stirred. It actually seemed like a wonderful idea. It was the off-season and he hadn't taken his family on a trip in a long time. With that thought, he turned to Claire. Claire, how would you feel about going to Argentina? Claire's face lit up with excitement. Yes. Alessandro was taken aback, then let out a resigned chuckle. I'm starting to suspect you and Matteo planned this together. Claire smiled knowingly, saying nothing. And so the family decided on a whim and quickly booked their flights. On June 12, 2017, they arrived in Buenos Aires, Argentina. With an introduction from Crespo, Alessandro and Matteo were soon at the Argentinos Juniors training ground. Though the European season had ended, the Argentine league was still in full swing. The players were diligently preparing for their upcoming matches. Although it was winter in Argentina, Buenos Aires wasn't particularly cold, hovering around 10 degrees Celsius. Such weather was hardly a concern for the athletes. Argentinos Juniors is a storied club in Argentina. Though they lack the prestige of giants like Boca Juniors or River Plate, nor the fame of teams like Vélez Sarsfield, they hold a special place in the hearts of fans for having produced the greatest player in Argentine history, Diego Maradona. At the time, Argentinos Juniors were competing in the Argentine second division, but they were on the verge of promotion. The player Alessandro and Matteo had come to scout was currently shuttling between the first team and the youth squad at Argentinos Juniors. His name was Alexis McAllister. Despite being relatively unknown at the time, Matteo knew that within 5 years he would become a regular for the national team. Of course, even Matteo couldn't have foreseen that McAllister would help Argentina clinch the World Cup title in 2022. That's why he was bold enough to use their €300,000 as leverage. Had he known of the player's future achievements, he might not have dared to make an offer at all. At that moment, McAllister was in a training match with the reserve team. He stood out from the rest, displaying crisp passing and a tenacious playing style, making his presence felt all over the midfield. If one word could describe him, it would be versatile. Alessandro nodded approvingly as he watched. This player was good, exactly the type his team needed. Rossi and Tonali were better suited to the deep-lying playmaker role, while McAllister could operate ahead of them, handling the other midfield duties. With him, Parma's midfield worries would be over. He approached Crespo. Hernan, can you ask them what their asking price is for McAllister? Crespo asked, how much is your budget? Alessandro looked embarrassed. €300,000. Crespo was stunned. Are you joking? Alessandro said, we could arrange installments. Crespo sighed. All right, I'll ask for you. Soon Crespo had an answer. They're asking for €3 million. Alessandro gasped. That's far too much. Crespo sighed again. I told you it's likely beyond our means. But just then Matteo interjected. Dad, we have to get this player. He's exceptional. Alessandro smiled wryly. Even if we could negotiate, it's still a price we simply cannot afford. Matteo insisted. If we have no other choice, we'll have to sell either Munari or Sforzato. It's a necessary sacrifice for the team. Alessandro was thoughtful, falling into a contemplative silence. Indeed, it seemed like the only viable option at this point. He pulled out his phone and called Scala. Scala had indeed received offers for Sforzato. Previously, they had been reluctant to sell him, but now it seemed they'd have to part ways to raise funds. Since selling a player takes time, they had no choice but to return to their hotel and await news. Upon receiving Alessandro's instructions, Scala immediately entered negotiations with the interested party, eventually agreeing on a fee of €500,000. After receiving Scala's update, Alessandro immediately called Crespo. Hernan, let's go negotiate with them. The €80,000 that Parma had scraped together selling everything they could finally yielded a desirable result. With Crespo's assistance, Parma and Argentinos Juniors reached an agreement at a price of €6 million. Parma paid a down payment of €500,000 with the remaining €1 million to be paid in installments over 3 years. McAllister himself had no objections to joining Parma. Ultimately, Parma signed the under 19-year-old to a 3-year contract with a weekly wage of €350 and an automatic 30 salary increase upon promotion. After spending a significant sum on McAllister, Parma was essentially out of funds. The remaining €300,000 would be kept as a contingency fund for unexpected needs. After securing McAllister, the Alessandro family had no further obligations, but Crespo warmly invited them to visit Estudiantes de La Plata. The current president of Estudiantes is Argentine legend Juan Sebastián Veron, who also played for Parma in the 1990s and is a close personal friend of Crespo. Upon learning that Parma's owner was in Argentina, Veron insisted that Crespo bring him over for a visit. Unable to decline such hospitality, the Alessandro family accompanied Crespo to the Estudiantes de La Plata facilities on the outskirts of Buenos Aires. Historically, Estudiantes may not be quite at the level of the footballing giants, but they have produced notable players like Veron and his father. After his European football career, Veron chose to return to his roots, retiring at his boyhood club and eventually becoming its president. This resonated with Alessandro's own experiences, and the two got along famously. Meanwhile, Matteo, standing aside, was wrestling with a dilemma, wondering if he should acquire this man's ability. On one hand, Veron's individual brilliance was undeniable. His playmaking, long-range passing, transition play, and powerful shots were all his trademarks. His performances in Serie A earned him the title of a midfield maestro. Although he struggled to settle at various clubs later in his career, this was primarily due to his personality. On the other hand, his weaknesses were also evident. He was not a dynamic runner, nor a prolific defender, traits that are ill-suited for the demands of modern football. Matteo hesitated. Transferring such a skill to someone else might create a frustrated genius who never fulfills his potential, which would be a cruel fate for any player. Consider James Rodriguez, who arrived at Real Madrid with the reputation of a generational talent, but never found his place, eventually drifting from club to club. He remained conflicted. However, as Alessandro and Verón prepared to say their goodbyes, Matteo finally made up his mind. Better to risk a wandering career than to fade into obscurity. With this thought, he seized the opportunity during his farewell embrace with Verón to acquire his ability. Indeed, Estudiantes had other promising players at the time, such as Juan Foyth, who would later represent Argentina. However, Tottenham Hotspur in the Premier League had already engaged in deep discussions with him, and Parma stood no chance of outbidding them. After their visit to Estudiantes, the Alessandro family spent another week traveling in Argentina before returning to Italy. Alessandro also reached an agreement with Crespo, who would serve as Parma's brand ambassador and an unofficial scout, helping to promote the club and identify talent in South America. For his compensation, Crespo symbolically accepted €1,000. Back in Italy, Alessandro still had to grapple with the task of building the team. The defense and midfield were now largely assembled, but the forward line still needed additional squad players. It was then that Matteo recommended another player to Alessandro. This player was Junior Messi, a true grassroots footballer. A Brazilian, he was forced to leave his homeland to make a living in Italy after struggling to find opportunities in Brazil. In Italy, he could only find menial work such as driving a delivery truck. Fortunately, 2 years ago, through an introduction, he joined a lower league club, which provided him with a modest income. At this point, he had no idea that he would one day have the chance to join AC Milan. While his abilities were not top tier, they were more than sufficient for a Serie B team like Parma. His technical skills were decent, and he could play as a second striker or a winger, a profile Parma desperately needed. Currently playing for Serie C club Surly, Parma promptly submitted a bid for him. Upon learning that a higher tier club like Parma was interested, Messi did not hesitate and immediately accepted the contract offered to him. He signed a 3-year deal with Parma, earning a weekly wage of €3,000. After securing Messi's, Parma also picked up a 34-year-old veteran centre-back Valerio Di Cesare from the free agent market. He would form the centre-back partnership alongside Gatti Alessandro and Mohamed Colli for the new season. On the wing, Alessandro secured a loan deal for a right winger from Napoli, Roberto Insigne, who happens to be the younger brother of the renowned Lorenzo Insigne. While the younger Insigne's abilities are not on par with his brother's, he is more than capable at the Serie B level. His arrival also spares Klaus from having to frequently deputize on the right flank. On the left wing, Parma made a free transfer for an Italian, Antonio Di Gaudio. This diminutive left winger would share the left-sided attacking duties with Scalia in the upcoming season. As for the backup left-back Leonardo Nunzella, he ultimately decided to remain with the club, meaning Parma did not need to seek another player for that position. For the final midfield slot, Scala once again turned to a familiar face, Lorenzo Tassi. The Inter Milan youth product, who had joined on loan the previous season, returned for another loan spell, becoming a rotational piece for the team. Following these maneuvers, Parma's squad for the new season was essentially finalized. Goalkeepers Vicario and Marijan Čorić. Defenders Di Lorenzo, Klaus, Gatti Alessandro, Valerio Di Cesare, Mohamed Colli, Cambiaso, and Leonardo Nunzella. Midfielders Dino Rossi, Tonali, Mac Allister, Munari, Tassi, Insigne, Scalia, and Antonio Di Gaudio. Forwards Messi, Caracciolo, and Matteo. Additionally, the youth team includes center-back Didi and forward Rispo, who can be called upon to contribute in a few matches if needed. This was the strongest squad Parma could possibly assemble within their means. Here's hoping they can lead Parma to realize their dreams in the new season. While the first team was busy recruiting, Parma's youth squad also welcomed many new members, most of whom were young players released by other clubs. Although they were cast-offs, Parma didn't mind. Given their previously incomplete youth setup, they needed these players to fill out their various age group teams. Among them, Matteo paid particular attention to 3 individuals. The first was Juan Ramos, a Uruguayan left-back. A few years ago, he moved to Catania, who were in Serie A at the time. But Catania's fortunes plummeted rapidly, and they were relegated from Serie A all the way down to Serie C. He spent years stagnating there before his contract expired this summer. He then came to Parma. His ability was already good enough for a backup role, but with no place for him in the first team, yet Parma decided to loan him out first. If Parma sells Leonardo Nunzella next year, he could come back and take a backup spot. The second was Alessandro Pattacini, a young right winger who came through Inter Milan's youth academy. His potential was quite promising, but Inter was stacked with talent. He couldn't get the attention he deserved there, so he moved to Parma. The third was Facundo Lascano, an Argentine striker produced by Genoa's youth system. He had a solid physique, standing 188 centimeters tall and weighing 75 kilograms. If he develops well in the future, he could serve as a backup for Matteo himself. These 3 could potentially become rotation players for Parma. Additionally, Alessandro also added several new members to the coaching staff. He hired a team doctor, a goalkeeping coach, and a fitness coach, which would allow for more detailed training for the players. As for a sporting director, Alessandro hadn't found a suitable candidate yet, and continued to have Scala handle the role concurrently. After all, Parma was still strapped for cash, and a good sporting director's salary was too high for them to afford right now. But things would improve once Parma reached Serie A and they'd have the funds to hire one. Soon the new season drew closer. Before it began, bookmakers released their odds for promotion. Empoli, Palermo, and Frosinone were the top 3 favorites, while Parma, as a newly promoted team, was ranked in the middle of the pack. Clearly the bookmakers didn't fancy their chances of promotion. It wasn't surprising, as Parma's preseason friendlies had been mediocre, leading many to view them unfavorably. Furthermore, in their first official match of the season, the Coppa Italia second round, Parma lost 1-2 to Bari, a fellow Serie B side, looking extremely underwhelming. What's more frustrating was that in this match the captain and owner Alessandro twisted his ankle, expected to be sidelined for a month. Despite his age, he remained the team's spiritual leader, and his injury cast a shadow over Parma's prospects for the season. Matteo clearly remembered that according to the original timeline, this season would be his last. After all, at 40 years old, he was already starting to feel his limitations. If it weren't for his burning desire to help Parma achieve promotion to Serie A, he probably wouldn't have played this season at all. Claire looked at her husband's badly swollen ankle with concern. "Alessandro, you're a grown man. Can't you be more careful?" Alessandro chuckled. "This is my job. If I'm afraid of getting hurt, I shouldn't be playing football." Claire sighed. "It's one thing for you to play, but you've also led the kids down this path. Who knows how much hardship they'll face in the future." Before Matteo could interject, the usually quiet Diego unexpectedly spoke up. "But playing football pays well." Claire promptly flicked his forehead. "Why are you so money-grubbing?" Diego said with a hurt tone. "Mateo's the money-grubber." Claire huffed. "Your brother can earn money for me. He's not a money-grubber, he's my lucky money god. You, on the other hand, only know how to eat. You're both greedy and a glutton." Diego looked helplessly at his mother and his snickering brother, falling silent. Matteo found it amusing. Diego had such a good temper, but his quiet and dull demeanor made him seem easy to push around. Now 13, Diego had officially started training with Parma's youth teams. However, Matteo hadn't yet found a suitable skill package for him, so he just let him develop naturally for now. But he was still young, and there would be plenty of opportunities later. Watching his family bicker playfully, Alessandro couldn't help but smile. Although he had become Parma's standard-bearer and owner, his greatest pride in life was having such a harmonious family. He leaned back comfortably on the sofa. "I wonder if it's because I'm getting old, but I find myself not wanting to move around much these days. If I weren't worried about the team, I'd even consider retiring." Matteo knew he'd been thinking about retirement. "Dad, wait until you lead us to Serie A before you consider retiring." Alessandro laughed. "I have that thought, but I feel the situation is quite tough this year." Matteo shook his head. "I feel we're incredibly strong this year. Promotion is definitely within our reach." Alessandro smiled. "You're quite confident. Serie B is not like Serie C or Serie D. Every opponent is tough. Most of them have Serie A experience, so they're all tough nuts to crack. We can be pragmatic this year, secure our position in Serie B first, and then aim for promotion next year." But Matteo insisted, "No, we won't wait. We must strike while the iron is hot. We can talk about being pragmatic next year. This year we push forward. I believe in our team's ability." Alessandro smiled at his son's youthful vigor and sharpness. Compared to him, he himself felt a bit world-weary. Matteo continued his enthusiastic vision. "Once we're in Serie A, our broadcasting revenue share will increase dramatically, which will greatly alleviate our financial crisis. At that point, Parma will truly return to where it belongs." Alessandro felt his blood stirring with excitement. He looked up as if seeing a bright future unfold before him. If they could really achieve 3 consecutive promotions, then retiring as captain next summer would be absolutely wonderful. He patted Matteo on the shoulder. "Then let's fight for it one game at a time." Matteo nodded. One game at a time. Soon the date arrived at August 26, 2017. This match also marked the opening game of the current Serie B season. The contest pitted Parma against Cremonese, held at Parma's home ground, the Ennio Tardini Stadium. The match drew a massive crowd, with the Ennio Tardini Stadium packed to capacity. The fans were eager to see Parma secure a victory at home and start the season with a triumphant win. Apolloni shared this ambition and fielded nearly his strongest starting lineup for the match. In goal was Vicario, with a defensive line of Claus Gatti, Di Cesare, and Cambiaso. The midfield trio consisted of Rossi, Tonelli, and Mac Allister, flanked by wingers Insigne and Scalia, with veteran striker Caracciolo leading the attack. Matteo was positioned on the bench awaiting his opportunity. Cremonese set up in a 4-3-1-2 formation, starting Ijkani, Amias, Canini, Clayton, Renzetti, Pesci, Sinelli, Galoppa, Cross, Piccolo, and Paulinho. On paper, Cremonese's strength was inferior to Parma's, so Apolloni's pre-match strategy was to push forward aggressively. Parma launched wave after wave of attacks towards the opponent's goal from the very beginning. However, Cremonese proved far more resilient than the fans had anticipated. Despite being on the back foot, their formation remained disciplined and Parma struggled to create clear-cut chances. Caracciolo was having an off day, failing to act as a focal point in the attack and missing several promising opportunities. This caused Apolloni to frown on the sidelines. Could it be that he was truly past his prime? If he couldn't hold the line, Parma's offense would suffer greatly. The first half concluded with the score deadlocked at 0-0. Parma had dominated both possession and chances. They led 5-1 in shots and held 63 of the possession, yet the scoreline remained stubbornly goalless. Much of the blame lay with Caracciolo. Under the constant attention of center backs Kanini and Clayton, he struggled to find space, and his aerial duels were largely unsuccessful. This gave Apolloni a headache. His gaze drifted towards Matteo. Was he going to have to rely on the kid again? He knew Matteo was talented, but he was still under 16. The seasoned veterans in Serie B were far less gentle than the defenders in Serie C, and they had plenty of dirty tricks up their sleeves. If the young lad got bullied, that would be an even bigger problem. So he decided to wait and see if Caracciolo could rediscover his form in the second half. But Caracciolo's poor form continued. In the 57th minute, a perfect cross from Insigne found him, but he failed to make contact under pressure from the defenders, squandering a golden opportunity. Apolloni had seen enough. He called for Matteo. Matteo, you have 3 minutes to warm up. Get ready to go on. Matteo immediately stood up and began his warm-up. Soon a stoppage in play occurred, and the fourth official held up the substitution board. Number 9 Caracciolo made way for number 15 Matteo. This was Matteo's debut on the Serie B stage. Upon coming on, he immediately positioned himself between the opponent's two center backs. Kanini and Clayton couldn't help but size up the youngster. He was over 185 meters tall with a solid build. They wondered how he would fare in physical battles. They resolved to test him with some tough challenges. Their opportunity would come soon enough. In the 65th minute, Rossi delivered a long pass from the back aimed directly at Matteo. Matteo's eyes lit up as he tracked the ball's trajectory while simultaneously scanning the movement of his teammates. He quickly formulated his next move. He moved rapidly towards the ball's landing point, preparing to receive it. Clayton was glued to him, ready to use his body to barge into him. Such jostling during aerial challenges rarely drew a foul from the referee. Clayton had already envisioned the scene, knocking the kid down and looking down at him saying, "Hey kid, welcome to the big leagues." However, Matteo suddenly braced himself with unexpected force during the run, causing Clayton to stumble off balance. At that moment, Matteo leaped high and delicately nodded the ball down to the onrushing Insigne. Clayton had missed his chance to jump and could only watch helplessly as Matteo headed the ball to his teammate. He glanced at the kid, astonished that he had anticipated his move like a seasoned veteran and had even gotten the better of him. But he had no time to dwell on it, turning quickly to recover defensively. Although Insigne's skill level wasn't quite at his brother's level, his individual ability was more than sufficient for Serie B. Receiving the ball, he drove forward, feinting to the outside before cutting inside, sharply, leaving left-back Renzetti in his wake as he burst into the penalty area. However, Kanini had recovered to block his path. Under pressure, Insigne had few good options, so he poked the ball slightly outward and unleashed a shot. Goalkeeper Ajkani had already covered the near post and comfortably parried the ball behind for a corner. Parma had a corner kick. This was a potent weapon against a packed defense, and all of Parma's tall players surged into the Cremonese penalty area. Rossi was again the one to take the corner. He assessed the situation inside the box and whipped the ball directly into the danger zone. The delivery was flat and fast, meaning any touch would significantly alter its trajectory. Whether it would be deflected towards the goal or out of bounds was uncertain. Meanwhile, Matteo began weaving through the crowd as soon as the corner was taken, his objective clear to attack the near post. This was a corner routine Rossi and Matteo had practiced extensively. Whenever Rossi delivered such a flat fastball, Matteo would make an immediate dart towards the near post. Just as he managed to shake off his marker with a series of sharp movements, the ball arrived. Matteo pushed off the ground with all his strength. He launched himself into the air and met the ball with a powerful glancing header. The ball's trajectory changed dramatically from his contact, hurtling directly towards the goal. Ajkani had no time to react from such close range. The ball brushed past his hand and slammed into the back of the net. The Parma fans in the stands erupted instantly. Their Prince Charming was truly a prodigy. This was only his second touch since coming on. His first touch set up Insigne for a corner, and his second touch directly produced a goal. The pent-up passion of the crowd finally burst forth as they chanted the surname Lucarelli in unison. One Lucarelli had led them out of their predicament, and another was now charging with them toward a brighter future. Up in the stands, Alessandro couldn't help but beam with joy, exchanging high-fives with Scala beside him. Scala spoke with a hint of envy. "Alessandro, your son is truly extraordinary. I can hardly believe he's only 15. Alessandro replied, "He'll be 16 soon. Already a grown man." Scala couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Don't you know excessive modesty is just showing off?" Alessandro burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, after scoring, Matteo immediately ran to Rossi, who had provided the assist, and embraced him tightly. His teammates swarmed around the dynamic duo, surrounding them in a huddle. This goal was far too timely and crucial. Had they failed to score at this stage, the opponent might have grown in confidence and held on for a draw. But this goal changed everything in an instant. 1-0 Parma in the lead. This meant Cremonese would now be forced to push forward in search of an equalizer, which would only open up more opportunities for Parma. In the 73rd minute, Cremonese launched an attack. Midfielder Galoppa fed the ball to trequartista Cross, who under pressure from Tonali managed to slip it through to striker Paulinho. Paulinho, tightly marked by Di Cesare and unable to turn, was forced to lay the ball off to right back Eames, who had surged forward into attack. Eames surveyed the box, then delivered a cross at a 45-degree angle. However, Gatti was well prepared, beating Piccolo to the ball and heading it clear. Mac Allister received the ball just outside the area. With a deft touch and a swift turn, he evaded Zineri's challenge and surged forward with the ball at a blistering pace. With vast open spaces in the opponent's half, he drove the ball forward unopposed for over a dozen meters. Only when another midfielder Pesci came across to close him down did he release the ball wide to Insigne on the right flank. Insigne took the ball in stride, accelerated past Lindsay, and cut into the box. Before Clayton could come across to cover, he whipped a low cross into the danger zone. Matteo had arrived at the perfect moment, but Kanani had latched onto him, using his entire body to obstruct and disrupt his attempt to meet the ball. His hand had even snaked its way to Matteo's waist, ready to apply a sneaky shove. As the ball hurtled towards them, Kanani saw his moment. The hand, hidden from the referee's view, gave a subtle push, then quickly withdrew. But that single push was enough to send Matteo off balance, staggering a few steps as he began to fall. Kanani quickly spread his arms wide, signaling his innocence to the referee. Yet in that split second of losing his balance, Matteo managed to flick the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball's trajectory was subtly altered just enough to evade Kanani. Substitute Degadio had arrived on cue, meeting the ball with a crisp first-time shot. Goalkeeper Ijkani was rooted to the spot, watching helplessly as the ball nestled into the net. 2-0. Parma had sealed the victory. Apart from Mac Allister's powerful drive forward, the highlight of the goal was undoubtedly Matteo's miraculous flick. No one could tell if it was intentional or sheer instinct, but it single-handedly resurrected the attack. Degadio, overjoyed, made a beeline for Matteo, who was still on the ground, to express his gratitude. Before Matteo could even get up, the diminutive forward tackled him back to the turf. Who knew such a small guy could be so strong? Canini, however, was left stunned. He couldn't believe his sly trick had inadvertently become the assist for the opposition. He couldn't help but gaze at the 15-year-old, a deep sense of frustration welling up inside him. Up in the stands, Alessandro was grinning from ear to ear. His son with a goal and an assist. What a glorious feeling. He regretted not bringing Claire and Diego along to watch. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his phone buzzed. It was Claire calling. Claire's excited voice came through the speaker. "Alessandro, look at our son, he's amazing." Alessandro chuckled in reply, "Of course, he's absolutely brilliant." But Claire's tone shifted suddenly. "Yeah, much better than his stingy father, who can't even spare a couple of tickets for his wife and kids." A shiver ran down Alessandro's spine. Scala, seeing the look on his face, knew immediately that he had been put in his place by his wife again, and broke into a wide grin. "Serves you right for gloating earlier." By now the atmosphere at the stadium had reached a fever pitch. The fans were unleashing their excitement with unbridled passion, their roar threatening to bring the entire stadium down. This would be their first victory of the season. Though the path had been rocky, the outcome was sweet. They now had every reason to look forward to the season ahead with renewed optimism. After going 2 goals down, Cremonese made a few attempts to attack. After all, a quick reply would have reignited the contest. But Parma denied them any such opportunity. Their defensive line was resolute and well-organized, leaving Cremonese with no openings to exploit. As time wore on, Cremonese eventually abandoned their efforts. The match ended 2-0, and Parma secured a winning start on home turf. As the final whistle blew, Apolloni on the sidelines let out a visible sigh of relief. For him, this opening match was of paramount importance. A failure to secure 3 points would have piled unimaginable pressure on his shoulders. Many had already questioned his managerial capabilities, criticizing his rigid tactics and lack of adaptability, suggesting he wasn't fit for a Serie B side. A poor start would have invited a torrent of criticism. Thankfully, they had managed to win this one. But his brief moment of joy was cut short as a thought crossed his mind, causing his brow to furrow once more. Although they had won, it was largely thanks to the inspired performance of substitute Matteo. However, Matteo couldn't play consecutive matches yet, so Parma still desperately needed a reliable striker to shoulder the burden. With Caleo's form a major concern and Mesh's ability to handle the intensity of Serie B still unproven, Parma's problems were far from over. For now, all he could do was hope that Caleo would quickly rediscover his form. Having been eliminated from the Coppa Italia early on, Parma's sole focus this season rests on the league, which naturally means a less congested fixture schedule. However, with 22 teams in Serie B, the league campaign spans 42 matches, stretching their season over a long and arduous haul. 8 days after their clash with Cremonese, Parma were set to face Novara on the road. Novara had tasted Serie A football in the 2011-12 season, but their stint lasted a mere year. These days they are hardly a standout in Serie B, and Parma's quality clearly surpasses theirs. In the pre-match predictions, the majority of pundits favored Parma. For this match, Apolloni once again placed his trust in Caleo, hoping he would rediscover his form. However, he did make an adjustment on the left wing, handing a starting spot to Degadio, who had scored in the previous game. Novara, for their part, lined up in a mirroring 4-5-1 formation. Forelli started in goal, protected by a back four of Dickman, Troist, Mantovani, and Calderoni. The midfield trio consisted of Ronaldo, Casarini, and Sayodone, with Sansone and Manura on the flanks and Makita leading the line. Upon seeing this starting lineup, Matteo couldn't help but pause. That Ronaldo fellow looks rather formidable. Of course, he knew full well this Ronaldo was certainly not that Ronaldo. Aside from the Brazilian, he was also keenly interested in the striker Makita. Indeed, he was the same Italian prodigy who had famously scored a dramatic winner for Manchester United. However, his career trajectory had not lived up to expectations since then. Now, having just turned 26, he found himself plying his trade in Serie B. It was a tale that evoked sighs of regret. The cruelty of the footballing world knows no bounds. No matter how glorious your starting point, the slightest misstep can send you into a meteoric decline. As he was lost in these reflections, the players began to walk onto the pitch. Following a brief pre-match ceremony, the game got underway. Navarra adopted a defensive posture from the very first whistle, seemingly content to embrace the underdog role. This in turn posed a slight obstacle for Parma's initial attacks. Nevertheless, Caleo's form showed a clear improvement in this match, his aerial duels in the box proving far more successful than in the last outing. This visibly brightened Apolloni's mood on the sidelines. After laying siege to the Navarra goal for 30 minutes, Parma finally breached their defenses. It came from a second-phase attack following a corner kick. Rossi's delivery was headed clear by center-back Mantovani, but the ball fell kindly to the feet of Insigne. Faced with a wall of defenders and no clear shooting opportunity, he opted to pass the ball back to Rossi, who had dropped deep to receive it, before darting rapidly along the edge of the box towards the byline. He knew Rossi would understand his intent. Sure enough, as he made his run, Rossi's pass arrived. He took the ball in his stride, creating a sliver of space for a cross, and delivered it first time into the box. Caleo had already anticipated the delivery as soon as the ball left Rossi's boot. Executing a clever dummy run to lose his marker, he met the cross with a powerful glancing header. He generated immense power on the effort, leaving Navarra's keeper Forelli with absolutely no time to react. The ball bounced once on the turf before nestling into the back of the net. 1-0. Parma had taken the lead on their travels. Caleo was ecstatic, letting out a thunderous roar to vent the frustration that had been building inside him. He had shouldered immense pressure following the last match, with many questioning whether his best days were behind him. But with this goal, he proved that he was far from finished. His teammates swarmed around him to offer their congratulations. Apart from the veteran captain and club owner Alessandro, he was the most senior member of the squad, commanding great respect from the others. They too hoped their elder statesman would rediscover his top form. And from the touchline, Apolloni also applauded him. Trailing Navarra were forced to abandon their defensive strategy. They pushed their formation higher up the pitch, attempting to mount pressure on the Parma goal. However, their quality was somewhat lacking, and they struggled to truly threaten Parma's goal. But just as the first half was winding down, in the 44th minute, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Navarra launched an attack down the left flank. Left-back Calderoni and left-winger Manura combined effectively, drawing both Di Lorenzo and Rossi out of position. Makita also began drifting towards the left side, looking to offer support to his teammate. Gatti immediately tracked his run, determined not to give him an inch of space. The ball found its way to the feet of left-back Calderoni. With Rossi closing him down, he had little room to dribble and was forced to search for a passing lane. But Manura was tightly marked by Di Lorenzo, leaving him with no viable option. Just then he spotted Makita lurking at the edge of the box. Despite the defender shadowing his every move, he had no other choice. He played a simple short pass square to Makita. Macheda, however, didn't attempt to control the ball directly. Instead, he deftly stepped on it with his sole, rolling it backwards, and in the very same fluid motion spun around swiftly. The entire movement was executed with impeccable grace and fluidity, without a hint of hesitation. Gatti, tasked with marking him, was completely caught off guard by the audacious turn, reacting a split second too late, and finding himself beaten by a full yard. With his marker shaken off, Macheda's eyes fixed on the opposition goal. He took a single touch to set himself, adjusted his stride, and unleashed a powerful shot. A jolt went through Matteo on the sidelines. This shot, it looked just like. Yes, it bore a striking resemblance to the wonder goal that had made Makita a household name at Manchester United. And the outcome was destined to be the same. The ball traced a breathtaking arc through the air, curling viciously towards the far corner of the goal. Vicario, Parma's goalkeeper, had clearly not anticipated the shot from that angle. He was a fraction slow off his line, and despite stretching every sinew to his absolute limit, his fingertips could only claw at thin air as the ball sailed past. The ball cannonied off the inside of the post and nestled into the net. It was a magnificent curling effort from the edge of the box, and with it Navarra had pulled level. After scoring, Makita stared in disbelief at the still rippling net, momentarily stunned before the realization dawned on him to celebrate. Yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. It wasn't that the goal was overwhelmingly emotional in itself, but rather it transported him back to a distant memory. 8 years ago, he had announced his arrival on the world stage with a goal of almost identical fashion. It had been one of the defining moments of his life. Now 8 years on, he was no longer that bright young star burdened with immense expectation. He was, by his own admission, just an ordinary player plying his trade in Serie B. But with this goal, he sent a message to the world: he was still fighting, still running. Being leveled before halftime left every Parma supporter seething with frustration. However, unexpected developments on the pitch are an inevitable part of the game. Their only recourse was to continue pressing forward in the second half to secure the win. As the second half commenced, Parma launched a relentless assault on the opponent's goal. In the 51st minute, they initiated an attack down the left flank. Di Gaudio, drawing the defensive attention of Dickman and Ronaldo, laid the ball off to the surging Cambiaso. Cambiaso took a touch and swung in a cross from a 45-degree angle. However, Caracciolo's header was brilliantly saved by goalkeeper Forelli. Parma launched another offensive in the 57th minute. Insigne Jr. received the ball on the right flank. This time he executed a 1-2 with Mac Allister in the center, shaking off Calderoni's marker to reach the edge of the box. Facing Mantovani's challenge, Insigne Jr. suddenly flicked his leg, lofting the ball over the top. The ball sailed over Navarra's defensive line, heading towards the left side of the penalty area. Di Gaudio had already made a blazing run into the box. Meeting the ball, he volleyed it towards the bottom right corner. Forelli reacted instinctively, but the shot was too fast, utterly out of reach. Yet the ball struck the post and rebounded out. Navarra had escaped. Parma's waves of attack were relentless, and Navarra was clearly hanging by a thread. Although Makita was battling Parma's defenders up front, he was receiving far too little support. Parma's pressure soon yielded its reward. In the 65th minute, veteran substitute Munari delivered a lofted through ball, finding fellow substitute Messi. Messi was deployed on the left wing, where Apolloni hoped his technical skill could make a difference. Messi controlled the ball expertly, then sold a dummy to create space for a pass. Spotting Caracciolo signaling for the ball with his back to goal, he immediately delivered it. Caracciolo shielded the defender and laid it off to Insigne Jr., who had cut inside. Insigne Jr. took it in stride, carving his way through the heart of the defense. He took 2 touches into the box and unleashed a shot. The ball grazed Farelli's fingertips and nestled into the net. 2-1 Parma had regained the lead. Navarra's players had no choice but to push forward again. However, this time, they wouldn't be as fortunate as they were in the first half. In the 78th minute, a misplaced pass in midfield was intercepted by Tonali, who instantly played it forward to McAllister. The Argentine advanced a few steps before unleashing a piercing through ball. Messi on the left sprang into action, receiving the ball on the flank and charging into the box. With Farelli rushing out, he calmly slotted the ball into the net. 3-1. Parma had effectively sealed the victory. This also marked Messi's debut goal for the club. Navarra attempted to rally, but after several fruitless forays forward, the realization dawned that the game was beyond their reach. Shortly after the added time concluded, the referee's final whistle confirmed Parma's 3-1 away victory over Navarra, securing their second consecutive win to start the new season. Their next opponent was Brescia. Brescia had been a regular in Serie A at the turn of the century, and Matteo's memories of them were firmly rooted in the Roberto Baggio era. However, their current squad was mid to lower table in Serie B. Parma's quality was clearly superior, and with the advantage of playing at home, a win seemed well within their grasp. Apolloni opted for rotation for this match. Rossi was rested, with Tonali, Munari, and McAllister forming the midfield trio from the start. Matteo was also handed a starting berth, joining Kraus and Scalia in the forward line. From the kickoff, Parma dominated. Matteo's link-up play with his familiar partners up front was seamless, posing a constant threat to the Brescia goal. In the 21st minute, Kraus received the ball on the right. Brescia's left-back Loney stuck to him tightly, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Kraus was forced to pass back to the advancing McAllister. The Argentine was immediately hounded by Dabrio, prompting Matteo to drop deep to offer support. The Argentine wisely laid it off to Matteo, then surged forward into the box. Matteo, without hesitation, played a first-time pass back into McAllister's path. McAllister took it in stride and burst into the penalty area. The defender's marking was slack, and the Argentine seized the opportunity. He took a touch and unleashed a ferocious shot from a tight angle. The effort was directed at the top corner, leaving goalkeeper Paragatti with no chance to react. He flailed helplessly, only feeling the rush of air against his face. The ball slammed into the back of the net with immense force. 1-0. Parma had taken the lead. Shortly after, in the 30th minute, they attacked once more. This time, it was a classic combination of wing play and central support. Munari switched the ball to the left, where Scalia created space and whipped in a cross. Matteo and Kraus were positioned in the box at the near and far posts, respectively. Matteo, having observed his teammates run, made a powerful surge towards the near post, dragging the entire defense's focus onto him. But then Matteo suddenly let the ball run through his legs. It slipped past him and the defenders. Kraus, waiting at the far post, met it with a first-time volley. Paragatti was completely wrong-footed and couldn't even react. 2-0. Parma had extended their lead. Although Matteo didn't score either goal, his movement and pulling power in the center were immense. This was the tactical value a striker brings to the team. With a 2-goal cushion, Parma slowed the tempo and began to control the game. Brescia was frustrated but utterly powerless, as the rhythm of the match was firmly in their opponent's hands. Neither side managed to create any significant chances for the remainder of the match, and the scoreline remained unchanged. Matteo was substituted in the 60th minute, with Apolloni carefully managing his fitness. Parma ultimately secured a comfortable 2-0 victory over Brescia at home, making it 3 consecutive wins in Serie B to kick off the new season. After 3 consecutive victories, the media's perception of Parma had shifted considerably. They abandoned their pre-season pessimism and began to describe Parma as being in formidable form. Finally, some media outlets began to list Parma as a contender for a Serie A promotion spot. However, in the face of this, Apolloni and Alessandro maintained their usual low profile. They even held a team meeting primarily to caution the players against complacency, reminding them that the league had just begun and it was far too early for any sense of pride. This was Alessandro's greatest contribution to the team. He could leverage his authority in the dressing room to influence the squad. Naturally, the players reigned in their private smugness, vowing to focus on playing well and absolutely not getting carried away. After 3 rounds of the Serie B season, 2 teams boasted perfect records: Parma and Carpi. Parma topped the standings on goal difference, while Carpi, with 3 frugal 1-0 wins, sat second. 2 teams had recorded 2 wins and a draw: Perugia and Frosinone. Perugia occupied 3rd place thanks to a superior goal difference. Parma's next opponent was none other than Perugia. Undoubtedly, many Chinese fans hold vivid memories of Perugia. After all, the legendary Sichuan player Ma Mingyu once played for Perugia, though he never managed to appear in a Serie A match. Perugia also experienced their final glory at the turn of the millennium, subsequently descending into the lower leagues. The match was held at Perugia's Renato Curri Stadium, a respectable venue capable of holding over 20,000 spectators. Parma once again deployed their 4-5-1 formation for this match, with Rossi Tonali and Mac Allister forming the midfield trio, and Insigne Di Gaudio and Carrao leading the front line. Perugia, on the other hand, lined up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Rosati started in goal, protected by a back line of Del Prete, Volta, Redonda, Belmonti, and Gimoni. The midfield pivot consisted of Calabato and Bianco, with Diamanti as the attacking midfielder. Poggia and Mustaccio operated on the wings, supporting lone striker Carmine. They hadn't been highly rated before the season either, but their form since the start had been exceptional. In the first round, they thrashed Intella 5-1 away from home, showcasing considerable attacking prowess. The most notable figure in their starting lineup was undoubtedly their veteran attacking midfielder Diamanti. The former Guangzhou Evergrande star had returned to Italy, and it remained to be seen how much of his old magic he had left. Judging by the initial matches, Diamanti still had some fuel in the tank, though perhaps not a full reserve. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Both sides were cautious in the opening stages, unwilling to commit players forward recklessly, instead waiting for the opponent to err. Consequently, the first 15 minutes were excruciatingly dull. Even the fans grew restless, their chants diminishing in volume. Perugia's coach Roberto Breda seemed to realize this approach wouldn't work any longer. With a grand gesture, he urged his players to push forward. In the 19th minute, Calabato intercepted the ball in midfield. Instead of passing it backwards as he had done previously, he played it directly forward to Diamanti. Diamanti controlled the ball, his peripheral vision already tracking his teammates' runs. Before Rossi could close him down, he had laid the ball off to Mustaccio on the right wing. Simultaneously, he began to surge forward, looking to receive a return pass. Mustaccio read his intention, and rather than forcing a solo run, played the ball back to Diamanti. Without breaking stride, Diamanti threaded a first-time pass through to Carmine inside the box. Carmine, upon receiving it, quickly laid it back into the path of Diamanti, who had arrived just outside the area. Diamanti didn't hesitate, striking the ball first time. It curved, beautifully arrowing towards the top right corner of the goal. Vicario, however, was well prepared. He stretched like an ape, palming the ball over the bar for a corner. Though the goal wasn't scored, Diamanti's ability to link up play in the final third was vividly on display. The former Guangzhou Evergrande star, after an unsuccessful stint abroad, had returned to Italy. Following a year at Palermo, he had landed at Serie B side Perugia. At Perugia, he had finally found signs of a resurgence, showing decent chemistry with his attacking teammates. Though his physical attributes had severely declined, his footballing intelligence seemed to grow more cunning with age. Having been through the socialist baptism, Matteo couldn't help but view him through a somewhat romanticized lens. On the touchline, Apolloni quickly adjusted, instructing Tonali to provide close marking on him. Tonali, with his youthful energy and stamina, was tasked with shadowing this veteran fox. The tactic proved effective as Diamanti began to fade from the game. His quietening had a knock-on effect, stalling Perugia's attacks. As their threat waned, Parma's own offensive momentum began to build. In the 31st minute, Mac Allister received the ball in midfield, swerved past Bianco's challenge, and surged forward with pace. Unlike Diamanti, his athleticism was at its peak, allowing him to use individual dribbling to change the complexion of the game. Seconds later, he reached the edge of the attacking third. Center-back Belmonti was forced to step up and engage him, but Mac Allister simply slipped the ball to Carrao, who had dropped deep to receive it. Carrao, without controlling it, immediately played a 1-2 back to Mac Allister. This quick exchange completely dismantled Belmonti's defensive stance. Left-back Gimoni had no choice but to tuck inside to cover, leaving right winger Insigne completely unmarked. Mac Allister didn't deliberate, he passed the ball directly to the cutting inside Insigne. This presented Insigne with a vast expanse of space. Upon receiving it, he charged straight into the penalty area, with only goalkeeper Rosati standing between him and the goal. Insigne adjusted his stride and struck the ball. Rosati dived quickly, managing a weak parry. However, the ball wasn't cleared far, and Carrao had sprinted forward, arriving at the rebound spot. He gently poked the ball, guiding it securely into the net. 1-0, Parma took the lead away from home. The goal originated from Mac Allister's drive and the subsequent dismantling of the defense. Compared to Diamanti, he was younger and more athletic, making his on-field impact more pronounced. The 34-year-old Diamanti watched Mac Allister, seeing a reflection of his own 24-year-old self. After Parma's goal, Perugia tensed up and launched a frantic assault on the Parma goal. However, Parma's defense remained resolute, leaving Perugia momentarily without any effective answers. Coach Apolloni signaled to his players to hold their ground and defend the lead until halftime. The players executed his tactical instructions flawlessly. The first half concluded with Parma leading Perugia 1-0 away from home. The traveling Parma supporters were ecstatic, singing continuously during the interval to express their joy. However, the mood in the Parma dressing room was far less exuberant than that of their fans, as they anticipated a fierce fight back from Perugia in the second half. Apolloni outlined the strategy for the next half during the break. He decided to focus on counterattacks, primarily instructing the team to absorb pressure and defend deep for the first 15 minutes. He knew the opposition would come out with all guns blazing initially, so he urged his players to endure that initial onslaught. Matteo found the tactics somewhat conservative, believing Parma's attacking prowess could potentially secure another goal if they continued to press forward. Nevertheless, he understood that now was not the time to question the coach's decisions. The second half commenced, and sure enough, Perugia immediately pushed forward, relentlessly determined to equalize. Following the coach's instructions, Parma retreated deep into their own half, resulting in them being pinned back and subjected to intense pressure. From the substitutes bench, Matteo couldn't help but glance at Apolloni, noticing the coach's right hand unconsciously fidgeting with a pen, a clear sign of the tension he was feeling. In the 53rd minute, Perugia's right winger Mustachio found space on the right flank and delivered a decisive cross into the box. The delivery was well placed, causing havoc in the penalty area. Gatti managed to get his head to the ball before Perugia's striker Carmine, but his header lacked distance and hung dangerously in the air. Tonali positioned himself to clear the danger, but the opponent's left winger Poggia got there first and headed the ball on. From the edge of the box, Calabato seized the opportunity and unleashed a speculative shot, but Rossi managed to deflect it away from danger. The ball, however, fortuitously fell to Diamanti, who didn't hesitate and struck it goalwards. Insigne rushed in to block the shot, but the ball struck his outstretched arm. The referee's whistle blew and his arm pointed decisively to the penalty spot. A penalty. Insigne had committed a handball. The Parma players erupted in protest surrounding the referee, arguing it was unintentional. Yet the ball had clearly blocked Diamanti's shot, making the penalty call justified. The referee remained firm in his decision, even preparing to brandish a yellow card to quell the Parma players' dissent. Eventually, Parma's captain Caraiello persuaded his teammates to stop protesting, signaling their reluctant acceptance of the decision. On the sidelines, Apolloni's expression fell. This was a major setback. He began to regret his overly defensive approach, realizing it had invited such relentless pressure. All he could do now was hope for a miracle from his goalkeeper Vicario. But with penalties having over a 75% success rate, relying on a save felt like a desperate gamble. All eyes were fixed on the Parma penalty area. Stepping up to take the penalty for Perugia was none other than Diamanti. As the team's chief creator, he naturally assumed responsibility. At the referee's whistle, he started his run-up, planted his foot, and struck the ball. He struck it at a half height, which is precisely the kind of shot goalkeepers prefer to face. Vicario waited until he saw the movement of the shot before diving. Diamanti's penalty was poorly executed, and the keeper got a strong hand to it, palming the ball away for a corner. After saving the penalty, Vicario leaped with joy and was immediately engulfed by his charging teammates. On the touchline, Apolloni's heart lurched before a wave of immense relief washed over him. At that moment, he felt like smothering Vicario with kisses. The match resumed. The missed penalty visibly deflated Perugia. Sensing the shift, Apolloni finally decided to be bold. With a sweeping gesture, he urged his Parma players forward. He also brought on Matteo to replace Caraiello, aiming to capitalize on the momentum. In the 63rd minute, Rossi intercepted the ball in midfield, glanced upfield, and launched a long pass towards Matteo. Matteo, moving forward, calculated the trajectory, perfectly leapt high, and headed the ball down to Insigne on the right wing. Receiving the ball, Insigne immediately surged forward. Still feeling the weight of his earlier handball, he was determined to make amends with a decisive contribution. The opposing left-back Gemoni attempted to intercept, but Insigne left him trailing with a sharp change of direction. Meanwhile, Di Gaudio and Matteo raced into the box, anticipating a cross. Reaching the byline, Insigne faced the challenge of centre-back Belmonte. Instead of a standard cross, he cleverly pulled the ball back to the edge of the penalty area. There was Matteo arriving like a freight train. He set himself, drew back his leg, and struck a precise first-time shot. The ball skimmed low across the turf, heading straight for the corner of the net. Goalkeeper Rosati stretched every sinew, but the placement was so exquisite that he could only watch it fly past. The ball clipped the inside of the post and nestled into the net. 2-0. Parma had doubled their lead. This was the ultimate punishment for Perugia's squandered opportunity. Had that penalty been converted, the game would have been entirely different. After the goal, Diamanti hung his head, overwhelmed by regret. Football can be brutally unforgiving. You squander your chance, and you leave yourself open to the opponent's retribution. This second goal effectively extinguished most of the remaining suspense in the match. Perugia's coach Roberto Breda attempted to change the game with substitutions, but his team's spirit seemed broken, and they failed to create any further threats to the Parma goal. Finally, the referee's full-time whistle sounded. Parma emerged victorious, defeating Perugia 2-0 on their own turf, a hard-fought and well-deserved triumph. This victory extended their winning streak in the league to 4 consecutive matches. After a fortunate victory over Perugia, Parma's next opponent was the more formidable Empoli. Before the season began, Empoli had the lowest promotion odds, indicating they possessed the strongest squad on paper. Although Empoli had been slow to find their form in the opening matches for Apolloni and Alessandro, they were undoubtedly their biggest rivals. This match drew significant attention. In the pre-match analysis, many pundits predicted the game would end in a draw. Despite Parma's 4-game winning streak, they believed Empoli was also gradually finding their rhythm. Their previous 3-0 thrashing of Ascoli had significantly boosted their morale. Therefore, Parma was likely to face a fully realized Empoli in this match. The outcome of this game would also have a major impact on the promotion race. After all, a direct clash between rivals counted for 6 points. The match was held at Parma's home ground, the Ennio Tardini Stadium. Tickets were sold out 3 days before the match, a rare feat for a Serie B game. Apolloni stuck with his 4-5-1 formation for this match, but this time he included Matteo in the starting lineup. Empoli, on the other hand, deployed a 4-3-1-2 tactical setup. Gabriel started in goal with a backline of Matteo, Lopet, and Pasquale. The midfield comprised Brigi, Castagnetti, Sajic, and Lorenzo Lalo, while Caputo and Chedlids led the attack. Among them, Matteo paid the most attention to their striker Francesco Caputo. This Italian forward, now 30 years old, was at the traditional peak age for an Italian striker. However, the first half of his career had been fraught with adversity. He lacked the glory of prodigies and even nearly retired after being implicated in a match-fixing scandal. But now he had finally found his path, performing exceptionally well since joining Empoli. Matteo also remembered that in the original timeline, Caputo became Empoli's key player that season, ultimately helping them gain promotion to Serie A. Although Empoli were soon relegated, Caputo was snapped up by Sassuolo, becoming their attacking mainstay for several years and eventually earning a call-up to the national team. Matteo had also warned his defense to be wary of this man before the game. Soon it was time for kickoff. With the referee's whistle, the match began. Due to mutual respect and caution, neither side rushed to attack at the start. Consequently, the first 20 minutes were quite uneventful. Parma found themselves in the same situation Perugia faced last round. Playing defensively at home was not an option, so they began to take the initiative, launching attacks. Empoli, however, held their defensive line, waiting for opportunities to counter. It must be said that Empoli's 4-3-1-2 formation provided excellent defensive cover, leaving Parma temporarily at a loss for solutions. Matteo in particular found himself surrounded by multiple markers, making things very difficult. Being under 16, he was still physically outmatched by the adult players. This is why he had rarely engaged in physical duels in previous matches, a tactic to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. But now Empoli's defense swarmed him, restricting his movement and forcing him into physical contests, which undoubtedly amplified his disadvantage. As a result, Parma struggled to create clear-cut chances. Conversely, Empoli capitalized on opportunities, launching dangerous counterattacks against Parma's goal. In the 34th minute, Empoli won the ball in their own half and quickly moved it to the trequartista Lorenzo Lalo. Seeing the center congested, Lalo dribbled towards the left flank. Left-back Pasquale had already overlapped, ready to provide support. Seeing him, Lalo immediately passed the ball back to him. Pasquale delivered a first-time cross into the center of the box. Chedlids flicked it on at the near post, and the ball fell to Caputo's feet. Although Di Cesare was tightly marking him, preventing a shot, Caputo suddenly performed a drag-back turn, spinning his body to the other side and creating a shooting window. Di Cesare was startled and tried to turn and block, but it was too late. Caputo had already swung his leg and fired the ball towards the goal. The shot was taken from close range near the penalty spot. Any ordinary goalkeeper would have struggled to save it. However, Vicario reacted brilliantly this time. He had anticipated the move as Caputo performed the drag back, and the moment the ball was struck, his body was already diving towards the ground. As the ball approached the goal line, his outstretched hand got to it, deflecting it over the bar with a desperate push. It was a world-class save. Vicario's performances were becoming increasingly consistent, adding a formidable barrier to Parma's defense. Although the goal wasn't scored, it amply demonstrated Caputo's quality. Matteo couldn't help but think that Caputo's level seemed to be above Serie B. No wonder he would perform well in Serie A later. 7 minutes later, Empoli came again. This time they capitalized on a Parma passing error, with Lalo carrying the ball into the final third. As Rossi closed him down, Lalo quickly passed the ball to Caputo ahead. Caputo advanced a few steps before suddenly playing a through ball. Chedlids read the pass, perfectly receiving the ball behind Gatti and accelerating forward. It was a one-on-one situation. Facing the on-rushing Vicario, Chedlids opted for a low shot. But Vicario had read the trajectory, sticking out a leg to block the effort. However, Caputo had followed up and was now facing an empty net. Without hesitation, he smashed the ball home. The ball flew into the net without any doubt. 1-0, Empoli took the lead away from home. The Parma fans fell silent while only a small pocket of away supporters celebrated wildly. After scoring, Caputo performed his signature celebration, holding a 666 gesture near his mouth, its meaning unknown. Matteo couldn't help but shake his head, never expecting to concede a goal to Caputo of all people. Apolloni on the sidelines shook his head in frustration. Their ability to counterattack was truly exceptional. With this goal, they would surely commit even more firmly to their counterattacking strategy. The thought made his head throb even more. This was also the first time this season that Parma had found themselves trailing in a league match. The players on the pitch were generally young, and this unfavorable situation was bound to make some of them nervous. Fortunately, the first half was about to end. He had the 15-minute halftime break to counsel his players and devise the next tactical approach. Of course, his plan wasn't particularly revolutionary, essentially pushing the formation higher and instructing the fullbacks to join the attack more frequently. To this end, he substituted Di Lorenzo with Kraus, who offered more in the offensive phase. After laying out the tactics, he specifically pulled Matteo aside for a few words. "Matteo, I want you to cover more ground in the second half. Try to disrupt their defensive line as much as possible." Matteo nodded in understanding. A target man's role wasn't just about scoring, creating chaos in the opponent's defense was one of his key tactical duties. He wasn't a player obsessed only with goals. If the coach asked him to be the disruptor, he would carry out that role with absolute commitment. The second half began promptly, and Parma immediately raised the tempo, desperate to level the score. Matteo began roaming incessantly between the opponent's defensive and midfield lines, preventing them from settling into their defensive shape. In the 54th minute, Mac Allister received the ball in midfield and advanced a few steps before being picked up by the opposing attacking midfielder Lalo. Empoli had compressed their entire formation into a tight block, leaving only 2 forwards lingering up front. Facing such a bus-parking defense is a headache for any team. This situation mirrored Parma's own match against Perugia in the previous round, where they had also adopted a purely defensive stance after the start of the second half. Of course, Empoli's 2 forwards were far more effective on the counter than Correo had been last game. So Parma had to be extra careful not to make careless mistakes, or they would be in serious danger. Rather than forcing a dribble past Lalo, Mac Allister played a quick 1-2 with the overlapping Kraus evading his marker and continuing his advance. However, 3 defensive midfielders lay ahead of him, seemingly blocking all avenues. Just then Matteo emerged from the penalty area, dropping deep towards Sajic on the left side of midfield. Mac Allister's eyes lit up and he immediately played the ball to him. Upon receiving it, Matteo swept the ball out to the right flank and delivered a sharp, low-through ball down the wing. Insigne Jr. read the pass, perfectly executing a clever run behind the left-back Pasquale and charging into the penalty area with the ball. Finally, Parma had found a breakthrough on the right, but their striker Matteo was still outside the box. Empoli's center-back Lopet confidently moved across to close him down, knowing the winger had few passing options. But at that moment a yellow figure surged into the box. It was Mac Allister arriving late. The Argentine was positioned near the right side of the penalty area, seemingly ready to support Insigne Jr. Spotting his teammate Insigne Jr. with limited options, quickly laid the ball off to Mac Allister. But as Mac Allister received the ball, 2 Empoli players converged on him instantly. Defensive midfielder Sajic and left-back Pasquale, ready to trap him. Without controlling the ball, Mac Allister deftly pushed it into the center of the penalty area. And there was Matteo arriving at pace, striking first time before the opposing center-back Maeda could block him. The ball flew towards the top corner. Gabriel stretched his body to the absolute limit but couldn't reach it. Matteo was already starting to celebrate. But to his disbelief, the ball crashed against the post and bounced away. Matteo clutched his head in his hands, staring in utter shock. So close. Watching at home, Alessandro's hand twitched, spilling water all over his trousers. As he reached for a tissue, Chiara walked over. She gasped, "Alessandro, did you pee your pants?" Alessandro replied, exasperated, "It spilled water. Here, smell it yourself." Chiara leaned in skeptically and her expression changed. "Why is it sweet? Do you have diabetes?" Alessandro was speechless. "I put some sugar in the water." Chiara took his hand. "Let's go get you checked out tomorrow." Alessandro. Apolloni on the sidelines also clutched his head. Just a few centimeters away, and everything would have been different. Of course, Matteo couldn't be blamed for the miss. It wasn't a clear-cut chance, and his finishing had been excellent. Anyone else might not have even gotten that much power or direction on the shot. But the score remained 1-0, and Parma had to keep pushing. On the other side, Empoli's coach immediately made adjustments. Their defense had shown cracks, allowing such a beautiful passing move in their own half. He instructed defensive midfielder Castagnetti to mark Matteo tightly, while Lalo was tasked with sticking to Mac Allister. He identified these 2 as the pivotal figures in Parma's attack, believing that neutralizing them would effectively cripple a large part of their offensive threat. This indeed stalled Parma's attacks for a period. Over the next 10+ minutes, Parma struggled to create chances, and the game became quite dull. Apolloni on the sidelines felt helpless, glancing at his bench, but unable to make a decision. Just as he hesitated, something changed on the pitch. In the 69th minute, Mac Allister received the ball in midfield. With Lalo glued to him, he chose not to dribble, and instead passed to Tonali. Tonali advanced a few steps before Empoli's defensive midfielder Brigi closed him down. The 17-year-old Italian didn't force the issue, quickly shifting the ball left to left winger Di Gaudio. Empoli's right-back Utiz immediately closed him down, preventing any further progress. Di Gaudio, however, also opted against a dribble, laying the ball back to the on-rushing Cambiaso. Cambiaso found himself unmarked and drove towards the penalty area. But center-back Maeda stepped out to meet him, using his body to block the run. Unexpectedly, Cambiaso executed a sharp turn, colliding heavily with Maeda. He hit the ground, and the referee's whistle blew immediately. Maeda was adjudged to have fouled, and Parma earned a free kick opportunity. Apolloni on the sidelines immediately straightened up, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for this free kick. After all, his team boasted the dead ball expertise of Mac Allister, Rossi, and Matteo, and this spot was perfectly positioned for a strike. Mac Allister, Matteo, and Rossi all stood over the ball, while Empoli's players formed a defensive wall under their goalkeeper's direction. Positioned 23 meters from goal, it was a prime location, ideally suited for a right-footed strike. After a brief discussion, Matteo waved his hand and stepped away, seemingly relinquishing the opportunity. Goalkeeper Gabriel shifted his focus to Rossi and McAllister. Just then the referee's whistle blew, signaling Parma to take the kick. Rossi made as if to strike, jogging forward with intent. But in that instant, Matteo, who had just stepped away, darted back and struck the ball cleanly beneath its lower half. Their feint caught everyone off guard, even Gabriel was deceived. He only reacted as the ball curved over the wall, lunging desperately to make a save. But Matteo's execution was flawless. The ball arced over the wall, then dipped sharply, hurtling towards the top left corner of the net. Gabriel stretched his arms to their limit, but the ball was just out of reach. It slammed into the back of the net. 1-1. Parma had equalized. The pent-up emotions of the Parma fans erupted, unleashing a frenzy of celebration for the long-awaited goal. Matteo sprinted to the stands, celebrating passionately with the supporters. The fans showered him with praise, chanting, "Matteo, Matteo, they roared, the Lucarelli family is Parma's beacon of hope. Back home, Alessandro slapped his thigh in a mix of elation and regret. Damn, I should have been at the stadium for this one. After Claire had scolded him for not getting tickets last time, he had decided to skip this match too, and now he had missed his son's spectacular goal. Claire looked at him with disdain. Trying to save a couple of tickets. You cheapskate. Alessandro grinned sheepishly. It's more comfortable watching at home, and we get all the replays. Claire rolled her eyes at him. Apolloni was ecstatic on the sidelines. After embracing his coaching staff, he immediately signaled his players to push forward and press for more. A draw was not enough for him. He wanted victory. He made a substitution, bringing on Messi for Insigne. Messi, a left-footed player, allowed Kraus behind him to cut inside more effectively. With his introduction, Parma shifted their primary attacking focus to the right flank. In the 75th minute, Messi cut inside and laid the ball off to Kraus, who was surging forward on the right. Kraus delivered a first-time cross into the box without hesitation. However, the penalty area was crowded. Matteo was isolated and failed to win the aerial duel. The ball was headed clear by Maeda. Tonali, lurking outside the box, met the clearance with a powerful volley, but his effort sailed wide of the post. In the 84th minute, Messi and Kraus combined down the right, eventually teeing up McAllister, whose surging run allowed him to unleash a long-range strike. Gabriel managed to parry it away for a corner. Parma had established dominance in this phase, but as with these two attacks, they were unable to breach the Empoli defense despite their superiority. The score remained locked at 1-1, a draw between Parma and Empoli at the Stadio Tardini. It was an acceptable result for Empoli, but a disappointing one for Parma. Failing to secure a home victory against a direct rival would inevitably impact their title aspirations. As the final whistle blew, Matteo shook his head in disappointment. That woodwork strike was a bitter pill to swallow. Just a few centimeters, and a win had slipped away. Of course, the season was still long, and more opportunities would come. After the Empoli match, Parma traveled to face their old rivals Venezia. Despite finishing second in Serie C Group B last season, Venezia had secured promotion via the grueling playoffs. It was a significant achievement for Filippo Inzaghi, and it had secured his job. Their primary objective this season was to maintain their Serie B status. Now there was a clear gap in quality between the two sides, making Parma's objective for this match a straightforward one: take all 3 points. When Apolloni and Inzaghi met once again on the touchline, their smiles were even broader than before. Both were in better situations than their last encounter, and no longer direct rivals. Their meeting carried more of a reunion between old friends. Venezia lined up in their familiar 4-5-1 formation: Russo, Zampano, Angelkovic, Modulo, Garofalo, Fabris, Bentivoglio, Sturro, Fabiano, Forenza, and Gaggio. There were familiar faces and some new ones, but their overall quality seemed not to have improved significantly from the previous season. They sat in 11th place in Serie B, a typical mid-table position. Parma meanwhile rotated their squad with both Rossi and Matteo starting on the bench. Even so, Parma's quality shone through, and they dominated the match, enjoying overwhelming superiority. In the 31st minute, Insigne broke down the right flank and delivered a beautiful cross. Caleo rose unmarked in the box and powered a header home to give Parma a 1-0 lead. In the 57th minute, Di Gaudio drove to the byline on the left and pulled the ball back. McAllister arrived and swept a first-time shot into the net, extending the lead to 2-0. With the game secured, Parma took control of the tempo. Venezia tried to disrupt their rhythm, but failed to make any headway. Parma held on to the 2-0 scoreline until the final whistle. The victory allowed them to maintain their position at the top of the league table. After the match, Apolloni even accepted Inzaghi's invitation for a drink. They reminisced about the distant past and looked ahead to the future. Though their futures, it seemed, would never be as glorious as their playing days. After the match against Venezia, Alessandro's foot injury gradually healed, and he rejoined the team's training sessions. However, given the outstanding performances of Gatti and Di Cesare recently, he readily accepted a substitute role. After all, one must come to terms with the changes that time brings. The young players in the squad were beginning to shoulder greater responsibilities, while the veterans were increasingly being pushed to the margins. Apart from Di Cesare and Caraiolo, who remained regular starters, players like Alessandro Munari and Mohamed Kolai had all become rotation options. By next year, it was estimated that only Di Cesare would remain with the team. Such is the inevitable passage of time. Alessandro faced this reality with equanimity. He would make any sacrifice for the good of Parma. Soon Parma's next league match arrived. They were set to travel away to face Salernitana. This club was largely obscure in Italian football history. Matteo only knew of them because Ribery had joined them a few years later. Their current strength was also quite mediocre, so Parma handled them with ease. By the 70th minute, they had already established a 3-goal lead. Just then, the substitution board was raised on the sideline. Parma's veteran captain Alessandro came on, replacing Di Cesare. This was Alessandro's first league appearance of the season, and the traveling Parma supporters gave him a rousing ovation. He deserved every bit of praise from the Parma faithful. Even many home fans applauded the venerable captain in respect, knowing full well the immense effort he had poured into Parma's resurgence. Even opponents were willing to show their admiration. Alessandro waved to them before plunging into the thick of the action. Yet after running for over 10 minutes, he realized he was indeed getting old. For a player his age, avoiding injury was one thing, but recovery was painfully slow once injured. Moreover, even after recovery, his competitive edge was significantly compromised. Just like now, he could clearly feel that his feet lacked their former power. This in turn threw his entire rhythm off. At that moment Salernitana launched a counterattack. Their midfielder Francesco Della Rocca easily dribbled past the veteran Munari and delivered a piercing through ball. Salernitana's forward Simone Palombi sprinted at full tilt getting to the ball just ahead of Alessandro. The youngster on loan from Lazio wasted no time on fancy tricks. With a simple burst of acceleration, he left Alessandro's challenge completely in the dust. Then facing the on-rushing Vicario, he calmly slotted the ball into the Parma net. Alessandro watched the opponent's celebratory back with a hint of helplessness, thinking to himself that this lad 19 years his junior was indeed incredibly fast. Of course Palombi wasn't exceptionally quick, it was just that Alessandro himself had become exceptionally slow. Matteo, also a substitute, saw his father's dejection and hurried back from the front to pat him on the shoulder. Alessandro merely offered a wry smile upon seeing him. Matteo knew it was his father's way of self-deprecation, and a wave of sadness washed over him. This was competitive sports. No one stays young forever, but there will always be those who are. Although the goal had no bearing on the final result, its psychological impact on Alessandro was profound. He looked at Matteo as if on the verge of saying something, but ultimately just gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder, signaling him to continue playing. Following that goal, Parma tightened their defense and the opponents found no further opportunities. Ultimately, Parma secured a 3-1 away victory over Salernitana, maintaining their excellent run of form. After the away match concluded, Alessandro and Matteo returned home together. Once home, Alessandro maintained a composed facade until everything was tidied up and he retreated to the bedroom with Claire. Only then did he let out a long, heavy sigh. Claire, perceptive as ever, noticed her husband's distress. Alessandro, what's wrong? Did your checkup reveal high blood sugar? Alessandro felt a wave of speechlessness. Claire was perfect in every way except for her incredibly dense moments. He lay down on the bed, defending himself. My blood sugar is perfectly fine. Claire lay down beside him. Then what is it? Alessandro hesitated for a moment before deciding to confide in her. Claire, I feel like I'm getting old. Claire was puzzled. What do you mean? The other day, you seem to be performing quite well. Don't tell me you've been seeking out other opponents to spar with these past few days. Alessandro suppressed the urge to cover her mouth. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking about how I feel on the pitch. Claire finally caught on. Oh, you meant that? Alessandro asked. How come you don't seem surprised at all? Claire replied. Surprised about what? You're 40 years old. If you're not old, who is? Did you think you were some kind of immortal? Alessandro was taken aback, then thought she does have a point. Claire continued. You've already outperformed the vast majority of athletes. How many 40-year-olds in this world are still active on a professional field? Alessandro suddenly felt his spirits lift. Indeed, just being able to stand on the pitch was already an incredible feat. Claire gently stroked his beard. Look at you, your beard is turning gray and you're still out there playing. Isn't that remarkable? Alessandro pondered for a moment. Are you complimenting me or teasing me? Claire laughed. What do you think? Alessandro chuckled. I'll take it as a compliment. Claire said, actually I watched yesterday's match. That opposing forward was indeed much faster than you. There's no helping that. The age gap is right there. Alessandro stretched lazily. Yeah. At that moment I felt I was no longer suited for the intensity of professional play. Claire reached out and embraced him. It's alright, that day was bound to come anyway. If you truly want to bid farewell to your life as a footballer, I'd actually be quite happy. Alessandro skillfully slid his arm under her head to serve as a pillow. Yeah, I think it's time to hang up my boots and start a new chapter in life. Claire smiled. Whatever decision you make, I'll support you. After defeating Salernitana, Parma faced their next opponent a week later, Palermo. Palermo was a club that left a deep impression on Matteo. They were once a formidable force in Serie A, representing Italy in European competitions on multiple occasions. The club had also produced renowned players such as Micheli, Toni, Cavani, Dybala, and Amori. However, the biggest star in their club was always their owner Zamparini. This madcap chairman was a veritable force of nature in Serie A, match for Napoli's president De Laurentiis. Under Zamparini's erratic management, Palermo were relegated to Serie B at the end of last season. Although he resigned as president in February, it was an open secret that he still wielded absolute power behind the scenes. Despite Palermo's considerable strength, many experts doubted their chances of promotion this year, due to Zamparini's lingering influence. However, their current record was decent, sitting 5th in Serie B and within the playoff spots. For Parma, this away match was certainly not going to be easy. Palermo's home ground, the Stadio Renzo Barbera, was known as a fortress, and the fans from Sicily were notoriously fierce, making it a hostile environment for any visiting team. On the flight to Palermo, Rossi couldn't help but ask Matteo, sitting beside him, "You don't think we'll run into any trouble there, do you?" Matteo glanced at him. "What are you worrying about now? Sicily is a wonderful place. Don't stigmatize it." Rossi looked concerned. "Stigmatize it? That's where the mafia is based." Matteo retorted, "Sicily also has Molina. Why don't you think about that?" A knowing grin spread across Rossi's face. "How, you rascal, you've seen that film too?" Matteo shot him a glare. "Are you stupid? Didn't we watch it together?" Rossi slapped his forehead. "Right, how could I forget?" Matteo said, "Maybe you've watched too many films and your memory is deteriorating." Rossi retorted in embarrassment. "You're the one who watches too many. Your whole family watches too many." Just then the man in front of him turned around with a stern expression. "Do you know who watches too many films?" It was Alessandro. Rossi shuddered. "Uncle, I was just joking, just joking." The group soon arrived in Palermo. They were strictly instructed not to leave the hotel except for training and matches, a measure taken for the players' safety. The players, aware of the city's notorious reputation, readily complied with the club's arrangements. The night before the match, Rossi and Matteo looked out from their hotel window and saw numerous fans wearing Palermo's garish pink shirts loitering below. They moved in groups as if organized. They had no doubt that if they were to wander out now, they would receive some special attention from the fans. Rossi clicked his tongue. Don't they have anything better to do? Matteo shrugged nonchalantly. What's the big deal? Everywhere has football hooligans. It's just that Italian ones are relatively tame. If we were in England or Russia, you might not get a peaceful night's sleep tonight. Rossi wondered aloud. Do you think we'll ever get the chance to play abroad? I'd really like to see some crazy hooligans for myself. Matteo looked at him expressionlessly. I never knew you had a masochistic streak. Rossi shot him a glance. You're the masochist. This is what I call. Right, what was that ancient Chinese saying you're always telling me? Matteo said, read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. Rossi said, yeah, that's the one. Matteo patted his shoulder. Let's work hard. First get Parma into Serie A, then into the European spots, and then we can play abroad. Rossi suddenly grinned. Actually, we don't need to go through all that trouble. We could just transfer. Matteo glared at him. You dare. With that, he kicked Rossi's leg. Rossi yelped, you attacked me. Just wait until I get you back. The two of them tussled playfully. Most experts favored Palermo to win the match, given the significant advantage of their intimidating home ground. Zamparini, in an interview, boasted, Palermo's relegation was a fluke. We will storm right back into Serie A. And this match is a crucial battle in our fight to return. Of course, the mad old man's words were just for show, serving more to grab headlines than anything of substance. For this match, Apolloni stuck with his 4-5-1 formation. The lineup was Vicario, Kraus, Gatti, Di Cesare, Cambiaso, Rossi, Tonali, Mac, Alistair, Insigne, Di Gaudio, and Matteo. Apolloni took this match very seriously, fielding his strongest available squad. Palermo also lined up in a 4-5-1 formation. Their lineup featured goalkeeper Pomani, defenders Risboy, Rajkovic, Belushi, and Fiori, midfielders Jajalo, Choshev, and Nahor, wingers Tchaikovsky and Coronado, and striker Ballo. Many of their players had experience in Serie A from the previous year, giving them a stronger look on paper compared to Parma. However, their actual performance on the pitch was another matter entirely. The time arrived, and the players walked onto the field. As Parma's players stepped into the Stadio Renzo Barbera, they were immediately hit by a wave of tangible pressure. The stadium could hold over 3,600 people, a massive venue for the Serie B level. It was nearly full, with a sea of fans dressed in the same bright pink shirts, creating an imposing and visually striking spectacle. The Ultras section was a constant cacophony of noise, doing their utmost to put pressure on the visiting players. Rossi, facing such an intimidating atmosphere for the first time, couldn't help but look around, feeling a knot of tension in his stomach. Matteo, noticing Rossi's anxiety from the corner of his eye, had to suppress a chuckle. The kid still looks a bit scared, but this is something he has to go through. Only by facing such situations repeatedly will he become immune to them. So he pretended not to notice, letting Rossi deal with his nerves himself. He trusted his good friend to handle it. Soon the pre-match preparations were completed, and the referee was checking his watch. Then with a whistle, the match officially began. Unlike the more conservative Italian sides, Palermo's playing style is centered around attack. From the very first whistle, they leveraged their home advantage to launch waves of assaults on Parma's goal. In the 5th minute, Jajalo intercepted the ball in midfield and immediately fed it forward to Nahor. Nahor controlled it, deftly sidestepped Tonali's first sliding challenge, and then laid it off to the advancing Coronado. Coronado received the ball, feinted past Cambiaso's initial lunge, and with lightning-fast footwork stormed towards the penalty area. Meanwhile, Ballo was sprinting into the box as well. Gatti and Di Cesare stood their ground, wary of the young striker, seizing any opportunity. Seconds later, Coronado reached the corner of the penalty area. Without hesitation, he swung his foot and sent a low diagonal pass across the face of the goal. As the pass was delivered, Ballo darted sharply between Gatti and Di Cesare. Coronado's delivery was devilishly deceptive. It hugged the turf, carrying a heavy spin that made it incredibly difficult for Di Cesare at the near post to deal with. In the fleeting moment of Di Cesare's hesitation, the ball had already whipped past him. But behind him, Ballo launched himself forward, throwing his entire body at the ball. His outstretched toe grazed the ball just enough to alter its trajectory. The ball curved along a bizarre path, rolling towards the back of the net. Only 5 or 6 meters from the goal, the sudden change of direction left the goalkeeper with almost no time to react. Yet Vicario produced a save that defied all logic. He threw himself down, swiftly getting a fingertip to the ball. The ball skewed off course and rolled out for a goal kick. Parma had escaped. On the sidelines, Apolloni was startled. He couldn't help but look at Coronado, who had delivered that exquisite pass, thinking to himself that this player's vision and passing ability were truly top-notch. Though he reasoned it was hardly surprising, considering the man was Brazilian. This Brazilian, in fact, would go on to have a rather remarkable future. He would later transfer to Al Ittihad in Saudi Arabia, wearing the number 10 shirt for that star-studded wealthy team alongside the likes of Kanté and Benzema. His technique was unquestionably flawless. Perhaps the only thing holding him back was his somewhat unremarkable physical attributes. Apolloni immediately ordered special attention on him, signaling for Cambiaso to stick tight and deny him any space or time to shoot. But Cambiaso was only 17 and naturally more inclined to attack than defend. Expecting him to completely neutralize a player like Coronado was perhaps asking for the impossible. In the 17th minute, Parma won a corner kick. Dino Rossi stepped up to take it. In the box, Matteo leaped high, but under pressure from the defenders, he failed to make contact with the ball. Center back Rajkovic, however, got there first and headed the ball clear. At the edge of the box, Chachev won the second ball ahead of Mac Allister, laying it off to Coronado on the wing. The Brazilian immediately burst into a sprint with the ball. Parma's midfield and defense were caught out, with only Cambiaso, Tonali, and Kraus retreating rapidly. For Palermo, Ballo and Tchaikovsky were surging forward from their own half. This created a dangerous 3-on-3 situation for the defense. Coronado advanced the ball over 20 meters before Cambiaso decided to stop retreating and instead step up to meet him. The Brazilian glanced at the clearly inexperienced youngster, then cut inside before quickly shifting his direction to the outside. Cambiaso was wrong-footed, his footing completely disrupted. Coronado didn't give him another look, accelerating forward. There were no defenders left between him and the goal. However, to his surprise, the young Cambiaso recovered and chased him down. Sensing his footsteps closing in and unwilling to get entangled, Coronado passed the ball to Ballo in the center. Ballo had already decided his next move upon receiving the ball. Instead of dribbling, he immediately played it right back to Coronado. Coronado had already looped his run past Cambiaso and into the penalty area. He controlled the pass, cleanly shielded the ball from Cambiaso's challenges, adjusted his stride, and unleashed a powerful volley. The ball rocketed towards the bottom right corner of the net. Vicario had no time to dive, watching helplessly as it found the back of the goal. 1-0. Palermo had taken the lead. The goal made Apolloni's face turn grim. Coronado had utterly dismantled Cambiaso. Cambiaso was dejected, fully aware of his significant share of blame for the concession. Just as he was wallowing in despair, he heard a voice. "Andrea, don't be too upset. You're naturally more of an attacking player anyway. If you can't stop him, just go and get us a goal back." He looked up sharply, only to see Matteo's youthful, determined face. Matteo, acting with maturity beyond his years, patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go take it back together." Cambiaso looked at Matteo, a surge of fighting spirit welling up inside him. "All right, just wait for my pass." Matteo grinned. "Good. I'll put your pass into the back of the net." After scoring, Palermo didn't retreat. They continued to push their line high, seeking another goal. They had also noticed Coronado's clear advantage over Cambiaso, so they continued to channel their attacks down the right flank. However, Tonali began to drift over to provide support, which started to stifle their advances. In the 30th minute, the moment Coronado received the ball on the right, he was immediately swarmed by both Tonali and Cambiaso. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, and Tonali nipped in to poke the ball away. Cambiaso collected it and surged forward, scanning for his teammates as he advanced. Before Palermo's midfielder Chachev could close him down, he passed it to Di Gaudio ahead. But he didn't stop his run, continuing his determined surge forward. Di Gaudio received the ball, feinted once to test the defender, and then held it up, briefly waiting for Cambiaso to make his overlapping run. As soon as Cambiaso flew down the flank, Di Gaudio slipped the ball through to him. Cambiaso had used his pace to shake off his marker, finding himself in a huge pocket of space. He received the ball, and without a moment's hesitation whipped in a cross. In the box, Matteo had already anticipated the flight of the ball. He leaped high, powering a header past the center back. The keeper Pomini was left with no chance, watching the ball nestle into the net. 1-1. Parma had equalized. After completing the assist, Cambiaso deliberately glanced towards Coronado in the distance. "I may not be able to stop you, but you certainly can't contain me." With Matteo's goal, the two sides were once again level. Palermo pushed their formation forward again, looking to add another goal. However, Parma had Tonali helping Cambiaso to contain Coronado, which significantly stifled Palermo's attacking efforts. Cambiaso, brimming with excitement after his assist, made energetic forward runs that created several opportunities for Parma. As one side waned and the other waxed, it was Parma who held the advantage in the ensuing period. Had it not been for goalkeeper Pomini's several saves, the scoreline would surely not have remained 1-1. This kept Palermo's head coach Bruno Tedino frowning throughout. Fortunately, the first half was drawing to a close, giving him ample time to make adjustments. At the start of the second half, he surprisingly switched Coronado to the left flank and Tchaikovsky to the right. Both are right-footed, so whoever played on the left was expected to operate as an inverted winger. He also brought on the more attack-minded Ali Sami for starting left-back Fiori, clearly intending for him to combine with Coronado to create danger down the left. Parma made no tactical adjustments, with Apolloni seemingly content with his team's first-half display. Consequently, after the restart, the focal point of the contest shifted from Palermo's right flank to their left. However, Parma's right flank was their own strong side. Insignia's quality on the right needed no introduction, and Kraus was also an overlapping enthusiast. Who would gain the upper hand in this duel was a key subplot. Indeed, in the time that followed, the two sides engaged in a lively back and forth on this side of the pitch. In the 53rd minute, Coronado aired in a pass intended for Ali Sami. Kraus seized the opportunity to intercept, immediately playing a direct through ball to Insignia ahead of him. Insignia advanced over 20 meters before being met by Nahor's challenge. But with a deft 1-2 with Mac Allister, he effortlessly bypassed the defender. He then continued his surge forward until he reached the edge of the penalty area, whereupon he delivered a cross at a 45-degree angle into the box. With center-back Belushi having charged out to cover, Matteo was left with only Rajkovic marking him in the area. Matteo, beating Rajkovic to the ball, powered a header towards the goal, sending it into the back of the net. 2-1. Parma had taken the lead. Matteo had also completed his brace for the match. However, before Parma's celebration could subside, Palermo seized their own chance. In the 56th minute, Palermo worked the ball to the left flank. Coronado cut inside from the left and fed the ball to the advancing Ollie Sami. Kraus was forced to hand Coronado over to Rossi while he went to cover Ollie Sami. But unexpectedly, Ollie Sami played the ball straight back to Coronado. With Rossi not yet in position to close down, it presented Coronado with a fleeting shooting opportunity. Without hesitation, he struck the ball from just outside the edge of the penalty area. The ball traced a beautiful arc heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. Vicario stretched his arm to its limit, yet failed to reach it. The ball slammed into the net, and Palermo had swiftly equalized. Coronado too had scored his second of the game. The home crowd erupted with excitement. They craved goals, and above all, goals for their own team. They roared their team on with fervent enthusiasm, and combined with their uniform pink shirts, the atmosphere was visually imposing. This was indeed what a fortress home ground should feel like. On the touchline, Apolloni scratched his head in bewilderment. Somehow he felt the match was slipping further and further beyond his control. He was after all a defensive-minded coach, so why had this match devolved into an open exchange of attacks? On the pitch, however, the players were growing more and more animated, quickening the tempo, as both sides sought the next goal. Apolloni grew anxious on the sidelines, but dared not make rash substitutions. With the game still finely balanced, a change that backfired would place the blame squarely on his shoulders. Thus, he could only watch as the game drifted further from his intended plan. In the 71st minute, Mac Allister carried the ball into the attacking third with Matteo coming short to the edge of the box to offer support. The Argentine promptly laid the ball off to Matteo, who, receiving it with his back to goal, immediately switched play to Insigne on the right. Insigne dribbled infield for a few steps before slipping the ball through to the overlapping Kraus. Kraus drove towards the byline before pulling the ball back sharply. Di Gaudio had arrived on cue, meeting it with a crisp side-footed finish into the Palermo net. 3-2. Parma had regained the lead. Apolloni clenched his fists in jubilation, already contemplating how to protect this slender advantage. Yet, recalling the lesson from the clash with Perugia, he immediately resolved to wait. He planned to initiate a full retreat only after the 80th minute. But in the 78th minute, Palermo's attack thwarted his plan. Coronado cut inside from the left once more. This time Rossi shadowed his every move, denying him any space to shoot. Suddenly, Coronado switched the play to the right flank, where substitute Rolando stood completely unmarked. Receiving the ball, he immediately whipped in a cross. Ballo rose highest in the area and powered a header home. 3-3, the teams were level once again. Apolloni could tolerate no more. He brought on Di Lorenzo for Kraus and Munari for Rossi. He could not allow the game to spiral further out of his grasp. While this might hamper their attacking output, his greater fear was the defense capitulating first. Following his substitutions, the tempo of the match gradually subsided. Although Palermo's coach Bruno Tadino still pushed for another goal, it was evident that his players' stamina was no longer sufficient to sustain such intensity. In the remaining time, the quality of passing from both sides noticeably declined. They seemed to have come to a tacit acceptance of the 3-3 scoreline. As the minutes ticked away, both teams adopted a cautious approach in the final stages. A single error now could prove catastrophic to the entire match. In such circumstances, scoring had naturally become a luxury. Once the allotted stoppage time had elapsed, the referee brought the match to a close with a final blast of his whistle. In the end, after a grueling exchange of blows, the two sides concluded this goal fest with a 3-3 draw. 2 days after the match against Palermo, Matteo celebrated his 16th birthday. As in years past, Alessandro and his wife gifted him another 10,000 euros. Matteo, as usual, continued to buy Tesla stocks. Combined with some of his own wages, he had invested a total of 50,000 euros into Tesla. His average cost was $240 per share, and his goal was to sell them gradually once their value reached 1 million euros. In his memory, this was an entirely achievable target. Meanwhile, his 800 bitcoins had transformed into a treasure of immense value. Their price had now surpassed $5,500 per coin, and by conservative estimates, the total market value of his bitcoins exceeded $4.5 million. This made him a hidden tycoon within his family. However, he kept this a secret from his parents, as he felt that Claire, with her temperament, would certainly insist he sell a portion. He had no intention of selling now, for he knew Bitcoin was destined for even more spectacular surges. As for the Apple and Amazon stocks Claire had invested in, their performance during this period was lukewarm. Yet Matteo advised Claire not to fret, assuring her that even greater gains awaited them in the future. Following his 16th birthday, a new ring of light appeared in his mind. He now possessed 8 such rings, but 5 of them remained vacant. This left him somewhat exasperated. The Serie B platform was simply too lowly. He encountered no one worthy of drawing power from. It was clear he needed to ascend to Serie A as soon as possible. After Matteo's 16th birthday, Parma continued their triumphant march in the league. In the 9th round, they defeated Pescara at home with a score of 2-1, with Caleo netting both goals and displaying excellent form. In the 10th round, Parma secured another home victory, beating Entella 3-1, thus maintaining their unbeaten record in the league. After 10 rounds, Parma surprisingly topped the standings with 8 wins and 2 draws, accumulating 26 points. Empoli followed in second place with 22 points, while Frosinone and Palermo were tied for third and fourth with 19 points each. Perugia occupied 5th place with 18 points. The primary objective for these teams was, of course, to secure the top 2 spots for direct promotion. Furthermore, Bari in 6th, Venezia in 7th, Carpi in 8th, and Cittadella in 9th were the contenders for the playoff spots. However, with less than a quarter of the season completed, it was premature to dwell on such matters. Only by battling fiercely in every single match could they have the last laugh. The 11th round of the league was scheduled midweek, resulting in a demanding week with 2 matches for Parma. This posed a significant test of the team's physical endurance. Fortunately, the opponents in the 11th and 12th rounds were not particularly formidable, Foggia languishing in 19th place and Avellino sitting in 11th. Parma made no mistakes, securing a comfortable 3-0 victory away against Foggia and a solid 2-0 win at home over Avellino, thus extending their impressive run of form. However, Caleo suffered an injury during the match against Avellino. He pulled his thigh muscle while contesting for the ball, with an opposing center back, an injury that would sideline him for approximately 6 weeks. This was considerably unfavorable news for Parma. Although Matteo could fully compensate for his role, he was still young, and continuous matches could take a toll on his body. As a result, they were forced to hastily promote 17-year-old forward Rispo from the youth team. Recently, Rispo had shown remarkable improvement, particularly his predatory instincts in front of goal, which had seen him score prolifically in youth matches. Caleo's injury presented him with a golden opportunity. While it felt like being thrown in at the deep end, it was an unavoidable necessity. In the 13th round, Parma faced another formidable opponent. They were to travel away to challenge Frosinone. Frosinone currently occupied the 3rd spot in the standings, making this a crucial encounter for both sides. Parma aimed to seize victory to widen the gap over the 3rd-place team, while Frosinone hoped to close the distance to the top 2 and compete for a direct promotion slot. Consequently, both teams fielded their strongest lineups. However, Tonali was suspended for this match due to accumulated yellow cards, forcing Apolloni to make a tactical adjustment and switch to a 4-4-2 formation. Matteo and Messi were paired together in the starting 11. The first half was uneventful, with both sides displaying extreme caution, resulting in few clear-cut opportunities. The first half concluded with a goalless draw. Messi's performance was lackluster, prompting Apolloni to contemplate substituting him. Yet with only the newly promoted Rispo available as a forward option on the bench, he hesitated to make a hasty change. He decided to give him another 15 minutes. However, in the 55th minute, a glaring error by Messi tested his patience beyond its limits. It was a chance that Matteo had carved out with immense effort in the attacking third. After drawing the attention of 2 defenders, he laid the ball off to Messi. With no defenders nearby, a shot on target would likely have resulted in a goal. But inexplicably, he scuffed his shot, sending the ball harmlessly wide of the post. Apolloni had seen enough. He made the substitution, bringing on number 37 Rispo for the ineffective number 11 Messi. The newly introduced Rispo appeared visibly nervous, looking somewhat lost on the pitch, let alone being able to control the ball effectively. Watching from the sidelines, Apolloni couldn't help but regret his decision, feeling he might have been too hasty. But then in the 61st minute, something happened that left everyone utterly astonished. Parma launched an attack, with Insigne the Younger completing a daring run down the right flank and delivering a cross into the box. The cross, however, was slightly overhit, landing deep and far from the goal, making a direct header difficult for Matteo. Moreover, the defenders were marking him closely, preparing to contest the aerial ball. Matteo found himself surrounded. Nevertheless, relying on his impeccable reading of the ball's trajectory, he forcefully won the header and directed it towards the goal. Unfortunately, due to the pressure, the ball's path was skewed, seemingly destined to roll out for a goal kick. But at that very moment, a figure appeared, as if from nowhere, onto the ball's path. With a delicate touch, he redirected the ball, which changed direction and nestled into the back of the net. Parma had scored. And the scorer was none other than Rispo, the very player who had seemed so hesitant moments earlier. He had scored with his very first touch of the ball for Parma. No one could have anticipated that it was Rispo who appeared in the trajectory of the ball, and no one even noticed when he had managed to get there. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air at the precise spot, then effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. It was only through the slow-motion replay that they witnessed Rispo's entire movement. While Matteo and the defensive line were contesting the aerial ball, he had done the complete opposite, immediately positioning himself to pounce on the second ball. His running trajectory perfectly aligned with the spot where Matteo was heading for the near post, and thus the goal was a natural culmination. However, they were uncertain whether this young lad had anticipated it, or simply got lucky. If it was indeed his own prediction, then this young man's predatory instinct in front of goal was truly formidable. Moreover, his deft-volleyed finish was exquisitely executed. Though it seemed to lack power, it was perfectly placed to wrong foot the opposing goalkeeper, leaving him with no chance to save. That strike bore a striking resemblance to the quintessential Italian opportunistic striker Filippo Inzaghi. Yet they were unaware that this Rispo was in fact the true heir to Inzaghi's legacy. Even though the great Inzaghi himself had no idea that he had inadvertently acquired a disciple. After scoring, Rispo himself could hardly believe his eyes. He stood rooted to the spot in a daze until Matteo crashed into him, snapping him back to reality. He looked at his ecstatic teammates, his face unable to form an expression. He had scored. The very same person who 2 years prior was on the verge of retiring and changing careers had now scored for Parma. He felt as though it was all a dream. The roar of the crowd seemed surreal, and his mind was a complete blank. Matteo shouted at him repeatedly, "Domenico, brilliant." Yet he merely responded mechanically to his teammates' congratulations, still seemingly unable to believe what was happening. Rispo's goal instantly shattered the equilibrium of the match. Frosinone immediately accelerated the tempo, determined to find an equalizer. However, their ambitions were noble, but reality was harsh. Frosinone besieged the Parma goal, yet failed to produce any meaningful shots on target. Parma, in contrast, comfortably launched their counterattacks. In the 72nd minute, Rossi intercepted the ball in the defensive third and immediately fed it forward to Matteo. Matteo, with his back to the central defender Russo, controlled the ball with composure and laid it off to the advancing McAllister. McAllister took a few swift touches to push forward before unleashing a beautiful through ball. The pass was threaded precisely into the gap between Russo and the fullback, and a figure had already appeared on the ball's path. It was Risboli again. He stepped forward to receive the ball, finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, with only Vigorito standing between him and the goal. Facing the advancing Vigorito, he didn't hesitate and opted for a delicate chip. Vigorito hadn't expected the chip. Midway through his charge, he was caught flat-footed, helplessly watching the ball arc over his head and nestle into the back of the net. 2-0 Parma had doubled their lead. The away fans erupted in frenzy. How had another formidable talent emerged from nowhere to bag a brace for the team? On the sidelines, Apolloni clutched his head in disbelief. He couldn't trust his eyes. This young man, who had seemed so nervous he could barely walk, had delivered such an incredible surprise. By this point, Risboli was finally certain that he wasn't dreaming. The feel of the ball at his feet was so real, and the cheers of his teammates were equally tangible. He had managed to score 2 goals from just 3 touches of the ball. Matteo charged over, shouting, "Domenico, you're a genius." Risboli laughed heartily and embraced him. This wasn't a dream, but it was even more beautiful than any dream he had ever had. And the opposing Frosinone manager Moreno Longo was also finally convinced that the lad's first goal wasn't a fluke. He was a truly outstanding opportunistic striker. These 2 goals provided Parma with a substantial buffer. Although Frosinone continued to press forward in the remaining time, Parma defended resolutely, leaving their opponents with no answers. Finally, with the referee's final whistle, the match concluded. Parma secured a 2-0 away victory over Frosinone, continuing their impressive run of form. Following this match, their stellar performances began to attract the attention of many pundits. The renowned football columnist Luigi Garlando also took notice of Parma's displays and wrote an article about the club. Parma, a name so familiar to us all, seems to be truly fighting its way back. 2 years ago, they were enduring bankruptcy and restructuring, yet now they have climbed 2 divisions from Serie D to reach Serie B. Even more astonishing, they currently sit at the top of the Serie B table, leading the second-place team by a substantial 6 points. I believe their rapid rise from the ashes can be attributed to several key factors. First, Alessandro Lucarelli. He has not only invested money to become the club's controlling owner, but has also established a spiritual banner for Parma. With his leadership, the spirit of Parma remains intact. Second, Parma's miraculous transfer operations. The young players they have unearthed in the past 2 years are now shining brightly for the team. Individuals like Vicario Gatti, Cambiaso, Tonali, and McAllister were once unheralded, but their current performances are nothing short of sensational. Third, their suddenly flourishing youth academy. This is what I find most incredible. Prior to the bankruptcy, Parma's youth system wasn't particularly renowned. Yet after the bankruptcy, despite numerous promising players departing, they have still managed to produce talents like Rossi, Matteo, and Risboli, who just scored a brace on his debut. It's truly mind-boggling. None of this can be explained by conventional logic. It seems as if heaven itself is blessing Parma, guiding them swiftly back to Serie A. This article prompted many to refocus their attention on the name Parma. Several big clubs began to take notice, dispatching scouts to evaluate these young prospects. In the subsequent away match against Cittadella, the stands were dotted with numerous scouts. They watched the game intently, scribbling notes in their pads. It was clear they had set their sights on the young talents within the Parma squad. In this match, Parma held absolute dominance on the field, ultimately securing a resounding 2-0 victory over their opponents. The players along the central axis, Gatti, Rossi, Tonali, McAllister, and Matteo, delivered exceptional performances, completely overwhelming their counterparts and drawing fervent admiration from the scouts in attendance. One after another, they jotted down these names in their notebooks, marking them as top priority targets. Soon after the scouts concluded their assessment of Parma's players, clubs began making inquiries to Parma regarding potential transfers. Among the interested parties were heavyweight clubs like Inter Milan and Juventus. However, Parma had anticipated this situation. Alessandro had instructed Scala to reject all offers outright. Although some of the bids were undeniably tempting. After turning down the 5th club's offer, Scala approached Alessandro and said, "Alessandro, I fear we may struggle to hold on to our talented young players. While we can refuse them at the club level, if the players themselves choose to engage with these clubs, we have little power to prevent it." Alessandro sighed, "I understand. We are like children parading gold ingots through the streets, unable to shield ourselves from covetous eyes. But we must keep them until next summer. At the very least, we cannot let our Serie A promotion campaign be jeopardized." He paused, then added, "My biggest fear is that someone might disregard the unwritten rules and approach our players privately, unsettling their focus and form." He recalled how when Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich were locked in fierce battles in both the league and the Champions League, Bayern decisively poached Mario Götze, severely impacting Dortmund's subsequent performances. This is the stark reality of the transfer market, a predicament that smaller clubs find incredibly difficult to navigate. Scala also let out a sigh, feeling the immense hardship of running a smaller club. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. For now they had to focus their attention on the upcoming matches. Fortunately the team remained unaffected. Parma secured a dominant 4-0 victory over Ascoli in their next fixture, continuing their excellent run of form. In this match Ripoli scored another 2 goals, showcasing the phenomenal form of this rising star. However, Matteo was injured by a tackle from an opponent and had to be substituted early as he could not continue. A post-match examination revealed that he was expected to be sidelined for 10 days. This would force him to miss the next match, dealing a significant blow to Parma's strength. Parma's next fixture was an away match against Carpi. Due to Matteo's absence, Parma had to place Ripoli in the starting lineup for this game. Yet in this match Parma unexpectedly found themselves plunged into a crisis. In the 5th minute Mac Allister delivered a through ball and Ripoli latched onto it, scoring after going one-on-one with the keeper. However, the referee's whistle had already blown, signaling that Ripoli was offside. The goal was disallowed. Naturally, Parma's players protested, surrounding the referee to demand an explanation. But the referee remained resolute in his decision. Ripoli was visibly furious, but his protests only earned him a yellow card and nothing more. In the studio, slow-motion replays clearly showed that when Ripoli started his run, the opposing right center-back Poli was lagging behind, keeping him perfectly onside. No wonder Ripoli was so agitated. He must have spotted Poli's position during his run. Apolloni, the coach, was also putting pressure on the 4th official, hoping for a miracle. But ultimately the referee's decision stood, and they had no choice but to accept it. In the 27th minute Ripoli had another opportunity. This time he pounced on a loose ball in a chaotic scramble inside the box, beating everyone to slot the ball into the net. Just as he was about to celebrate, the referee's whistle sounded once more. Ripoli stared at the referee in disbelief, certain he was onside this time. But the referee signaled that Mac Allister had committed a foul with his hand during the earlier challenge in the box, and Parma had benefited from it. Ripoli couldn't believe his eyes. He clutched his head, his fury finding no outlet. However, this time the referee's decision was actually correct. Mac Allister had indeed committed a foul during the challenge. But this incident severely impacted Ripoli's mentality. He squandered chance after chance in the remainder of the game, significantly hampering Parma's attacking efforts. As Parma's threat waned, Carpi grew in confidence, repeatedly threatening Parma's goal. In the 41st minute, Carpi finally capitalized on an opportunity and breached Parma's defense. The goal originated from an attack down the flank. Their right wing-back Conkas received a pass from midfielder Berna on the flank, drove to the byline, and delivered a cross past Cambieso's challenge. Madra, positioned in the box, rose high and powered a header into the net. This gave Carpi the lead on home turf. Falling behind only intensified Parma's anxiety, leading to more errors in their play, which further agitated coach Apolloni on the sidelines. In desperation, he substituted Messi on for Ripoli, hoping the Brazilian could rescue the team. But shortly after Messi entered the fray, Carpi struck again. This time it stemmed from a mistake by midfielder Mac Allister, who failed to connect with Messi. The opposing defensive midfielder Mbappé seized the chance to intercept the ball decisively. Mbappé immediately played the ball forward to Berna, who launched a long pass to Macri ahead. Macri dribbled into the box and delivered a square pass, which Madra met at the center to score his second goal of the match. This gave Carpi a 2-0 lead at home. This marked the first time Parma had trailed by 2 goals in the league this season. 2 goals down, Parma launched a frantic assault in the remaining minutes. However, Carpi tightened their defensive lines, making it incredibly difficult for Parma to find any clear-cut openings. Messi was indeed more effective on the pitch than Ripoli, but he still struggled to break down Carpi's packed defense. He was a second striker with excellent ball control at his feet, but not a battering ram capable of dismantling a resolute defense. Despite his tireless efforts, he managed to score a goal in the 88th minute, but it was too little too late to change the outcome of the match. With the final whistle, the match ended. Carpi surprisingly defeated league leaders Parma 2-1 at home, handing Parma their first defeat of the season. Following this defeat, Parma's promotion campaign suffered a temporary setback, while Empoli seized the opportunity to narrow the gap to a mere 3 points. However, Parma remained unfazed by the loss, promptly securing 3 consecutive victories and extending their lead at the top of the table back to 6 points. With only 2 rounds remaining before the halfway point of the season, they had essentially clinched the winter championship title. Meanwhile, after a month and a half on the sidelines, Correo finally returned to full training. Yet upon stepping back onto the training pitch, he could clearly feel the rust in his body. By the end of the morning session, his legs felt heavy and leaden. Alessandro approached him, a knowing smirk on his face. "Feeling a bit past your prime, old friend?" Correo offered a wry smile in return. "Yeah, as much as I hate to admit it, it certainly feels that way. This month off has made my arms and legs feel a decade older." Alessandro chuckled. "Tell me about it. After my last injury, I felt like I'd aged several years too. It was as if my body's rhythm could no longer keep up with the demands of a professional player." Correo sighed. "Perhaps it's time for us to hang up our boots." Alessandro gave him a light punch on the shoulder. "Don't be so dramatic. What do you mean it's time? Retirement isn't the end of the world. We still have plenty of things to do." Correo glanced at him. "You certainly do, with the club to run." Alessandro laughed. "So what do you plan to do after you retire?" Correo shook his head. "Haven't figured that out yet. Maybe I'll just stay away from football altogether. After 20 years in this profession, it's starting to lose its challenge." Alessandro suggested, "Ever thought about becoming a coach or something?" Correo replied, "Probably not. Coaching is a thankless job, far too stressful." Alessandro grinned. True enough. Besides, you've already earned more than enough money. Correo shot him a glare. Speak for yourself. I haven't made that much. Alessandro looked at him with disdain. Don't play coy with me. You earned far more than I ever did back at Siena and Napoli. Correo retorted, oh mister. Lucarelli, you flatter me. Then both old men couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not far away, Matteo and Rossi watched the two veterans with curiosity, wondering what they found so amusing. A sudden realization dawned on Rossi, and he whispered to Matteo, you don't think they're planning to hit the town tonight for some fun, do you? Matteo kicked him on the leg. Can't you think of something positive? That's my dad. Undeterred, Rossi threw an arm around Matteo's shoulders and chuckled. Under the midday sun, the scene was a perfect symbol of Parma's legacy. Ahead, two veterans nearing the end of their careers laughed heartily, while behind them two young talents just beginning their journeys walked with arms slung over each other's shoulders. Parma's opponent for the 20th league round was Bari, a team that held significant memories for Matteo. A few years prior, they had earned promotion to Serie A and contributed several remarkable figures to the top flight. The young central defenders Bonucci and Ranocchia had moved on to Juventus and Inter Milan respectively, while their coach Conti had blossomed into a managerial legend. Caputo, who was currently in scintillating form for Empoli, also hailed from Bari, although his time there had not been particularly pleasant. Bari themselves were enjoying a stellar season, sitting fourth in the standings. According to pre-match analysis, this away fixture promised to be a tough battle for Parma. Apolloni fielded his strongest starting 11, deploying a 4-5-1 formation. Matteo, Rossi, Tonali, and McAllister were all included in the lineup. Bari, on the other hand, opted for a 4-3-1-2 setup. In response, Parma's primary attacking strategy for the match was to exploit the flanks. However, the course of the match took everyone completely by surprise. Just 5 minutes in, Parma executed a slick move down the right flank. Insigne cut inside and slipped a pass to the overlapping Kraus, whose immediate cross was met by a powerful header from Matteo, giving Parma a 1-0 lead away from home. Scoring so early allowed Parma's players to relax considerably. In the 11th minute, this time the attack came down the left. Degadio surged forward and delivered a cutback pass. Matteo cleverly let the ball run through his legs at the edge of the box, allowing the on-rushing McAllister to slot a low shot into the net, doubling their advantage. Being 2-0 up just over 10 minutes into the match was an unexpectedly comfortable start, something not even Parma themselves had anticipated. Bari were clearly shell-shocked, and their players' mentality visibly crumbled under the early pressure. In the 25th minute, their right-back Jovan Anderson received a second yellow card for a needless sliding tackle and was sent off by the referee. This left Bari in the awkward predicament of being down to 10 men. Effectively, the match was already decided at that point. With the numerical advantage, Parma took complete control of the game. Forced to sacrifice a forward to shore up their defense, Bari allowed Parma's fullbacks to push forward with reckless abandon. In the 41st minute, Cambiaso received a pass from Tonali and drove forward. After a neat 1-2 with Degadio, he surged into the box. Instead of crossing, he opted to shoot, directly catching the defense off guard. Bari's goalkeeper Alessandro Mizzi was completely unsighted and failed to react in time, unable to keep out Cambiaso's powerful effort. 3-0. The victory was all but secured for Parma. In the second half, they wisely eased off the intensity, adhering to the unwritten rule of not humiliating an opponent. Apolloni made substitutions, bringing on Rispo for Matteo and Scaglia for Degadio. Even with reduced intensity, they remained alert for opportunities. In the 75th minute, Scaglia delivered a cross from the left. Inside the box, Rispo showcased his predatory instincts, stealing a march on the central defender to glance a header into the net. The match ended in a resounding 4-0 victory for Parma, an unexpectedly emphatic result. The performance of their two flanks was the decisive factor in securing the win. With this triumph, Parma officially clinched the title of winter champions of Serie B. December 28, 2017. Parma hosted Spezia at home. This was the final match of the first half of the Serie B season and the last game before the winter break. The match itself was unremarkable, as there was a clear disparity in strength between the two sides. Parma lived up to expectations, securing a 3-1 victory over their opponents on home turf. With this, they concluded their campaign for the first half of the season. After 21 rounds, they sat atop the standings with a record of 18 wins, 2 draws, and 1 defeat, holding an 8-point lead over second-placed Empoli. This achievement was enough to satisfy even the most demanding Parma supporters. Apolloni granted the players a 10-day holiday to rest and recuperate. However, Alessandro could not afford a break, as he had numerous club matters to attend to. The most pressing concern was the interest other clubs had shown in their players. This time, they didn't just make phone inquiries, they sent representatives directly. Roma's sporting director Monchi and director Totti arrived in person. Last summer, after reluctantly retiring, Totti had transitioned into Roma's management and had been placed under Monchi's tutelage to learn the ropes. Roma's hierarchy wanted him to absorb knowledge from the director known as the Hawk, with the intention of him eventually succeeding Monchi as sporting director. The player they were interested in was none other than the team's central defender Federico Gatti. After only a brief phone conversation with the Parma club, the pair headed straight to Parma. Their journey served a dual purpose: to engage in negotiations and to broadcast a clear signal to the world that they were in the market for Parma's players. The media, catching wind of the movement, could easily uncover their true target through various channels. This was a tactic to pressure Parma through the press. Once the news of Roma's interest reached the player himself, the initiative would no longer lie solely with Parma. Sure enough, on the very day they arrived in Parma, rumors began circulating online about Roma's interest in Parma's center-back Gatti. This was precisely Alessandro's biggest fear. If a player learned of such interest and harbored a desire to move, they would be nearly impossible to retain. He immediately called Gatti. "Federico, have you heard the rumors online?" Gatti didn't deny it. "Mr. Lucarelli, I have." Alessandro asked, "And what are your own thoughts on the matter?" Gatti hesitated for a moment, then chose not to conceal his feelings. "Mr. Lucarelli, while I hold deep affection for Parma, I also aspire to develop at a bigger club." Alessandro's heart sank, but he responded, "I appreciate your honesty. However, I hope you can stay until the end of the season. You can pursue a transfer then." Gatti said, "Mr. Lucarelli, I don't want to let this opportunity slip away. But if Roma agrees to let me remain at Parma for half a season, I would be more than willing to help the team secure promotion." Alessandro acknowledged this. "All right, I'll do my best to negotiate with them." After ending the call with Gatti, Alessandro and Scala had no choice but to enter negotiations with Roma. With the player's desire to leave clear, any hope of retaining him was gone. Their objective now shifted to extracting the highest possible fee from Roma. Soon Alessandro and Scala found themselves seated across from Monchi and Totti at the negotiating table. It was undeniable that while Monchi led the negotiations, Totti exuded a more commanding presence. The aura of dominance cultivated over 2 decades as a veteran player was simply unmatched. Each side understood the other's intentions, so there was no room for pretense. Monchi cut straight to the chase. "Mr. Lucarelli, Mr. Scala, you must be aware of why we are here. We are very interested in your player Federico Gatti, and wish to bring him to our club." Alessandro and Scala exchanged a glance. Scala spoke directly. "Gatti is a jewel of our squad, and we have no intention of selling him." Monchi said nothing, simply wearing an expression that suggested he was waiting for the performance to conclude. Seeing this, Scala fell silent, as well calmly observing him. Both parties were seasoned veterans in the art of negotiation, and neither was willing to show weakness at this juncture. Finally, Monchi broke the silence. "Mr. Scala, perhaps you would like to hear our offer first." Scala looked at him. "Please go ahead, Mr. Monchi stated, "We are prepared to offer €5 million for Gatti." Scala couldn't help but glance at Alessandro. Their internal valuation for Gatti had been €6 million, so this offer was already quite close to their expected price. He responded directly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Monchi, but our asking price for Gatti is €7 million. Monchi smiled. "Isn't our offer already quite close?" Scala retorted, "Then you'll need to increase your bid." Monchi countered €5.5 million. Scala replied €6.5 million. Monchi said, "That is our final offer." At that moment, Alessandro interjected, "Mr. Totti, since we are getting closer, why don't we each make a concession? Let's settle on €6 million. Monchi studied Alessandro carefully, then suddenly broke into a smile. "All right, I'll do this for Mr. Lucarelli. €6 million. Alessandro smiled too. "Mr. Monchi, before we finalize, I have one small condition." Monchi looked at him, a slight, almost imperceptible frown appearing. "What condition?" Alessandro explained, "We still need Gatti for our push to Serie A. So I would like to keep him for another half season, with the official transfer taking place at the end of the season." Monchi suddenly chuckled. "In that case, we'll need to deduct a portion from the transfer fee." Scala frowned. "Mr. Monchi, surely that's unnecessary." Monchi reasoned, "If the transfer is delayed until the season's end, we inevitably take on extra risk, don't we? Besides, this is effectively loaning Gatti to you. It's only natural for you to pay a loan fee, isn't it?" Scala inwardly cursed him for being a shrewd businessman. Alessandro proposed, "How about we pay a loan fee of €200,000? Monchi nodded with satisfaction. "Deal." And with that, an agreement was reached. Gatti would join Roma on July 1, 2018, for a transfer fee of €5,800,000. Just as the negotiations concluded, Alessandro turned to Totti with a hint of embarrassment and said, "Mr. Totti, if I may, I have one small request. My son is a huge fan of yours. Would it be possible to take a photo with him?" Totti naturally wouldn't refuse his request, nor would he ever suspect that he had already been targeted. Upon hearing that his father had created an opportunity for him, Matteo hurried over to the scene with glee. After all, Francesco Totti was renowned as one of the top 10 individual talents in Italian football. To acquire his abilities would be nothing short of invincible. When Totti saw this fan who stood half a head taller than him, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. "Matteo, I've watched your matches. You're strong and your future is bright." Matteo quickly replied, "Mr. Totti, thank you for the compliment. I'll keep working hard." Totti chuckled. "Would you like to transfer to Roma? They have Zecco there, he can teach you how to play as a striker." Matteo glanced at him. "If that ever happened, my dad would definitely not let me back through the front door." Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. After taking the photo, another halo, Totti's, was added to the collection in Matteo's mind. He had already decided to bestow this one upon Salvatore Cunto from the youth team. Although Cunto was a left winger, he could transition just as Matteo himself had transitioned from center back to striker. After all, they were people he had recruited, and he wanted to secure a promising future for them. With him, Cunto Rispoil in the front line and substitute meshes the squad would be more than sufficient. After Roma purchased Gatti, several other clubs came seeking players. However, as no other player had a strong desire to leave, Alessandro rejected them all. Following Gatti's transfer confirmation, Apolloni promoted youth player Simone Didi to the first team, preparing for Gatti's departure in advance. However, after a period of training, Apolloni increasingly felt that Simone Diddy's playing style bore a striking resemblance to his own younger days. After a long winter break, the second half of the league season officially began on January 20th, 2018. Parma's first opponent of the second half was Cremona. Having rested during the winter break, Parma seemed to have overrested, and their performance throughout the match was lackluster, ultimately settling for a 1-1 draw away from home. Notably, Simone Diddy started the match and delivered a fairly standard performance. A week later, Parma regained their form, securing a 3-0 victory over Novara at home, maintaining their 8-point gap with Empoli. In the 24th round of the league, Parma traveled away and narrowly defeated Brescia 2-1. Diddy received considerable playing time in these 3 matches and performed admirably, showing no signs of being a novice to the first team. Apolloni grew increasingly fond of him, even feeling that Diddy reminded him of his own youth. Of course, he was completely unaware that Diddy had actually inherited his technical abilities. After the Brescia match, Apolloni granted the entire team 2 days off. Alessandro brought the whole family to Parma's Royal Theatre to enjoy an opera. Matteo was puzzled by his father's sudden interest in opera, but Alessandro secretly told him that Guido Barilla had given him the tickets. This earned the father a silent, contemptuous look from Matteo. Fortunately, his enthusiastic mother remained unaware they were complimentary tickets, or she would have surely had words with his father. Although Matteo had no interest in the opera itself, he had to attend, as it was a family activity. Attending the opera required formal attire, and under his parents' insistence, Matteo reluctantly donned an uncomfortable evening suit. Standing at 188 centimeters with an impeccable physique despite not having a classically handsome face, his model-like frame in the suit was enough to turn heads. Diego, his younger brother, bore some resemblance to him, and though not as tall, he was a handsome young lad. Claire looked at her 2 handsome sons with immense pride. "Alessandro, it's all thanks to me for giving you such handsome sons." Alessandro replied helplessly, "Well, they clearly look a lot like me too." Claire couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. The 4 of them soon arrived at the Parma Opera House, and after having their tickets checked, quickly found their seats. Matteo, of course, had no interest in the opera, and didn't even know its name, merely treating it as an ordeal to endure for his parents' sake. Consequently, shortly after the opera began, he fell fast asleep. Alessandro looked at his 2 children, who were both on the verge of snoring, with helplessness in his eyes. He himself couldn't understand a word, but he had some pride, so he forced himself to continue listening. Just past the halfway point of the opera, Matteo woke up. Suddenly feeling the urge to relieve himself, he decided to head to the restroom. Though leaving mid-performance was impolite, nature called, and he had no choice but to sneak out quietly. Once outside the auditorium, he felt instantly relaxed. Since leaving mid-performance was rude, returning was even more so. So he didn't rush back inside, but decided to wander around for a while. After taking care of business, he strolled over to the sink to wash his hands. As he pondered how to kill more time, he caught a glimpse in the mirror of a little girl peeking hesitantly out from the entrance to the ladies' restroom. She appeared to be around 12 or 13, with a delicate face like a porcelain doll. She looked lost and embarrassed, especially upon meeting Matteo's eyes in the mirror. She instinctively ducked back, then, after a moment, popped her head out again. "Hello, could you help me?" Matteo flashed what he thought was his kindest smile. "What's wrong, little sister?" The girl shrank back slightly. "Could I borrow your phone?" Matteo felt a pang of hurt at her instinctive flinch. Was he really that intimidating? He considered himself tall, mighty, and charming. Seeing that he didn't respond, the girl became even more anxious, her eyes welling up with tears. Matteo quickly pulled out his phone. "Here." The girl hastily said, "Thanks." She rushed over, grabbed the phone, and dialed a number. It was then Matteo noticed a hint of red showing through beneath her white dress. He immediately understood. She had gotten her period. How embarrassing, especially in such a public place where she couldn't hide her predicament. Without hesitation, he took off his jacket. Just then the girl's call didn't go through, and she seemed utterly devastated, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. At that moment, a dark-colored jacket appeared before her. "Wrap this around you." Through tear-blurred eyes, the young girl watched as Matteo, having removed his jacket, smiled at her warmly. In that moment, she finally felt a glimmer of light amidst her utter helplessness. She froze for a second or two, then quickly took the jacket, murmured a quiet, "Thank you," and wrapped it around her waist. It looked a bit odd, but it was far better than the unbearable embarrassment. She wiped her tears, her emotions finally beginning to settle. Matteo asked, "Is there anything else I can do to help?" The young girl shook her head. "This is already more than enough. Thank you so much. I'll make sure my father compensates you for your jacket." Matteo shrugged. "Don't worry about the jacket. What do you plan to do now?" The girl lowered her head. "I'm waiting for my father here." Matteo asked, "Where is your father? Do you need me to help find him?" The girl replied, "He's inside the hall listening to the opera. It's not convenient to go in now." Matteo nodded. "Then I'll stay here and wait with you." The girl waved her hands repeatedly. No, don't let me hold you up from the opera." Matteo shrugged again. "I don't really like it anyway." A faint smile finally appeared on the girl's face. "Actually, I don't like it much either." Matteo smiled. "Hello, my name is Matteo Lucarelli. I'm a football player." "What's your name?" The girl's eyes widened. "You're a football player?" Matteo nodded. "Yes, I currently play for Parma." The girl said, "I've heard of Parma. I heard they used to be very strong." Matteo nodded. "They were quite formidable once, but they're struggling now." The girl said with great earnestness, "I think Parma will definitely become strong again someday." Matteo chuckled. "Do you know football, eh?" The girl shook her head. "Not really. But But with players like you, they can't be bad. Matteo looked at her serious expression and couldn't help but laugh. But you don't even know how I play. The girl insisted, I'm sure you're a fantastic player. Matteo laughed heartily. Thank you for the compliment. I'll work hard to become a great footballer. The girl broke into a wide smile, her eyes curving into crescents. Then I'll be your fan. Matteo grinned. I'm honored to have such a cute little fan. The girl blinked curiously. Do you have many fans right now? Matteo scratched his head. I don't know, to be honest. No one has ever told me to their face that they're my fan. The girl cheered up. Then I'm your first fan. Don't forget me when you become famous. Matteo smiled. I don't even know your name yet. The girl said, my name is David Castle. I'm 13 years old, and I'm currently studying in Rome. Matteo asked curiously, so how did you end up here? Deva explained, my dad loves opera, so he dragged me all the way here to listen. But then, her cheeks flushed slightly. He put his phone on silent and couldn't hear my calls. Today was a monumental day in Deva Castle's young life. She had gotten her first period. It marked the beginning of her transition from a little girl into a teenage young woman. Completely unprepared for this event, her pristine white dress was soon stained with red. This plunged her into profound embarrassment. A whirlwind of confusion, helplessness, and anxiety left her utterly bewildered, unsure of what to do. It was at that moment that Matteo appeared. Having lived two lives, Matteo naturally guessed what was going on, but he wouldn't point it out. Don't worry, your father will surely come looking for you when he sees the missed calls. He was certain that even the most careless father would come out to find his daughter after realizing she hadn't returned. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated. He took it out, glanced at the screen, and handed it to Deva. She immediately answered. Dad. After hearing something on the other end, Deva spoke with a tone of reproach. Why did you only call back now? I was so worried I was about to panic. Then she added, I'm near the restroom on the second floor. Come find me quickly. Soon the call ended, and Deva handed the phone back to Matteo. My dad will be here soon. Matteo smiled. That's good. About 2 minutes later, a stern-faced, middle-aged man hurried over. As soon as he saw his daughter with a man's jacket wrapped around her lower body, his expression darkened instantly. Deva quickly went up to him and whispered something in his ear. The man's expression cleared. He walked over to Matteo and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Vincent Castle, Deva's father. Thank you for your help earlier. Matteo shook his hand. Hello, Mr. Castle. I'm Matteo Lucarelli. It was nothing, please don't give it another thought. Vincent Castle insisted, this is hardly a small matter. You've done my daughter a great service. Matteo, could you tell me your address? I must come by and thank you properly. Matteo waved his hand dismissively. It's really nothing. Please don't worry about it. But Vincent Castle was adamant. Matteo, you must give me the chance to repay this kindness. Seeing his firm resolve, Matteo reluctantly gave him his home address. Vincent Castle carefully noted it down. All right, I will visit you tomorrow to express my gratitude. With that, he nodded to Matteo and left with his daughter. Deva couldn't resist looking back and waving repeatedly at Matteo. Matteo watched until their figures disappeared, then shrugged, deciding to wander around for a while to pass the remaining time. Just then his phone buzzed with a message from Alessandro. Matteo, where did you disappear to? Matteo replied, I'm just wandering around. I'll meet you all at the Opera House entrance later. After informing his family of his whereabouts, Matteo pocketed his phone and let his mind go blank. In the tranquil night, his thoughts drifted for a long time, feeling as vast as a lifetime. When the opera finally concluded, Alessandro and the others regrouped with Matteo, and the whole family began their walk home together. In the car, Claire stared at him with a gossipy look. Matteo, where's your jacket? Matteo just smiled and didn't answer. Alessandro, who was driving, glanced back at Matteo in the passenger seat with a thoughtful expression. Diego suddenly spoke up. I bet my brother went off to rescue a damsel in distress. Matteo's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself that his quiet brother had a surprisingly sharp eye for such things. It was already past 10 in the evening when they arrived home. After washing up, Matteo lay down on his bed. Before falling asleep, he instinctively glanced at his phone and noticed a new message. He opened it and saw it was from an unfamiliar number. Hello, Big Star. I'm your very first fan, Deva Castle. Make sure you remember my number. Matteo couldn't help but smile as he carefully saved her number. Although she wasn't a fan won over by his skills on the pitch, she was still technically his first fan. He replied, Little one, it's time for bed. Then he tossed his phone aside and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Vincent indeed showed up at their home. He not only brought the dry-cleaned suits, but also presented them with some lavish gifts. He gave Claire a Chanel wallet and bought Matteo a Rolex watch, leaving Claire pleasantly surprised and overwhelmed by his generosity. However, due to Deva's health condition, Vincent hadn't brought her along this time. Of course, he also didn't disclose the exact nature of Matteo's help, as the matter was rather awkward to discuss. Since they needed to rush back to Rome, Vincent declined Claire's lunch invitation and departed hastily. Only after he left did Claire suddenly realize, that man seems to be a movie star. Matteo was taken aback. A movie star? Claire nodded. That's why he looked so familiar. She immediately pulled out her phone and began searching. Matteo and Diego couldn't help but lean in, discovering that this Vincent Castle was indeed a remarkably accomplished movie star. He had collaborated with big names like Nicole Kidman, Jean Reno, and Brad Pitt, appeared in numerous Hollywood blockbusters, and had won several major film awards, establishing himself as a formidable actor. As they scrolled further, they were astonished to find that his ex-wife was none other than Monica Bellucci. Matteo's expression grew even more complicated. In other words, Deva Castle's mother was the most beautiful woman in the world, and he had studied her work on more than one occasion. Forgive me, forgive me. Suddenly he had no idea how to face his little fan. After the 2-day break ended, the first team players threw themselves back into preparation. Their next opponent was Perugia. Having started the season strongly, Perugia's form had begun to decline steadily. They had now slipped to 13th place, much to the dismay of their supporters. Rumors were already circulating that they were planning to replace their current head coach Roberto Breda. Apolloni of course hoped that no managerial change would occur before facing Perugia, otherwise a new broom sweeps clean, and he might just get caught in the sweep. However, Scala was paying attention to another piece of news. According to the weather forecast, a cold front was set to sweep through Parma in the coming days, bringing heavy snowfall to the entire Emilia-Romagna region. That was certainly not good news for the match. Time quickly passed to 2 days before the game. No news of a coaching change came from Perugia, so it seemed Breda was safe for now. Apolloni breathed a sigh of relief. But just then he noticed the first traces of snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky. He drew in a sharp breath, looking at Alessandro, who seemed equally concerned. This snow won't affect the match, will it? Alessandro sighed. Who knows? Let's see what happens when the time comes. Apolloni said, I heard Perugia has already set off for Parma. Surely they can't have made the trip for nothing, right? Alessandro replied, probably not. We've played in the snow before. Apart from the players suffering a bit, everything else should be fine. Apolloni muttered, I hope that doesn't happen. Playing in the snow is far too unpredictable. Alessandro agreed, exactly. Players are also more prone to injuries. Apolloni glanced at him and suddenly grinned. How about you go out there with those old bones of yours for this one? If you get hurt, no big loss. Alessandro shot him a look. You really don't wish me well, do you? Apolloni burst out laughing. To their relief, only a light dusting of snow fell in Parma that day, so it seemed manageable. The Perugia players had also arrived in Parma and begun their preparations for the match. Believing a postponement was unlikely, they dared not take things lightly. Even by the next afternoon, the day before the match, the weather hadn't changed much. A few snowflakes drifted down occasionally, but nothing significant. Apolloni had finalized the squad list, and everything was ready. But just as they wrapped up their training session, heavy snow suddenly began to fall in thick, fluffy flakes. Within moments, the entire ground was blanketed in white. Alessandro and Matteo, who had just returned home, exchanged a glance, both sensing trouble. If the snow kept falling at this rate, the match could be in serious jeopardy. But there was nothing they could do except hope the snow would stop soon, giving the ground staff enough time to clear the pitch. When they woke up the next morning, they were immediately struck with a headache. The snow showed no signs of stopping, and a thick layer had already piled up at their doorstep. Alessandro quickly turned on the TV and found a local Parma station reporting on the storm's impact. The main streets are now completely covered in snow, and many vehicles have been involved in accidents. We urge all citizens to avoid going out unless absolutely necessary to prevent any accidents. He felt a pang of worry and immediately called Apolloni. After a quick discussion, they decided to cancel the morning training session to ensure no players would be put at risk on the treacherous roads. Meanwhile, Alessandro had Scala contact the stadium staff to see if the pitch could be cleared in time. But soon he received some unwelcome news. The stadium was completely buried under snow, and with the storm showing no signs of letting up, it would be nearly impossible to make the pitch playable. So Alessandro got in touch with the Football Association and the Perugia side to discuss the fate of the match. In the end, Perugia announced that they refused to play under these conditions and strongly demanded that the match be postponed. Although Parma intended to proceed at the scheduled time, Perugia's steadfast refusal to cooperate ultimately forced the match to be postponed. This undoubtedly introduced significant risks for Parma, as Perugia was currently in a precarious state. Failing to strike while the iron was hot would inevitably lead to greater troubles down the line. Yet there was no choice, for the heavens were not in their favor. The rescheduled match was pushed to April 13, 2018, and nestled between the 33rd and 34th rounds of the league season. This period would mark the most critical juncture in the championship race. Choosing this window for the rescheduled fixture was indeed exasperating. However, the Italian Football Federation had little regard for fairness, and a small club like Parma had no recourse but to comply. Even powerhouses like Inter Milan and Napoli had suffered injustices at the hands of the federation. What chance did a Serie B minnow have? With Parma idle this round, their rivals, Empoli seized the opportunity to claim a victory, narrowing the gap between the two sides to a mere 5 points. In the very next round, the two teams would face each other directly. Should Empoli emerge victorious, the deficit would shrink to a razor-thin 2 points. Moreover, with the match set to take place at their home ground, Empoli were resolute in their determination to secure all 3 points. Parma once again lined up in a 4-5-1 formation featuring Vicario di Lorenzo, Gatti di Cesare, Cambiaso Rossi, Tonali, Mac Allister, Insigne di Gaudio, and Matteo. Empoli meanwhile stuck with their 4-3-1-2 setup. Gabriel started in goal with Utset, Maeda, Lopet, and Pasquale forming the backline. The midfield trio comprised Brigi, Castagnetti, and Krunic operating behind attacking midfielder Lorenzo Lalo, while Caputo and Chedlitz led the line up front. Compared to their previous encounter, the only change for Empoli was Krunic coming in for Sajic. It was evident that Empoli's head coach Andreazzoli was thoroughly satisfied with his team's performance in their last meeting with Parma. He believed that replicating that display would be more than enough to secure a comfortable victory on home turf. Indeed, the first 30 minutes unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Empoli dominated possession and territory, launching wave after wave of attacks towards the Parma goal. Fortunately for Parma, their defense held firm, denying Empoli any clear-cut opportunities to alter the scoreline. However, in the 31st minute, Parma delivered a devastating lesson through a lightning-fast counterattack. Di Cesare headed clear Utset's cross, and Tonali collected the ball just outside the box. Shielding it from Brigi's persistent harassment, he laid it off laterally to the on-rushing Rossi. Rossi controlled the ball with a deft touch, swiveling past the advancing Lalo before threading a precise forward pass into the path of McAllister. McAllister had already sensed Castagnetti closing in from behind as he prepared to receive the ball. In one fluid motion, he pulled the ball back, pivoted his body against the on-rushing defender, and spun past him with remarkable elegance. With only Empoli's backline remaining between him and the goal, he surged forward 2 steps and unleashed a perfectly weighted through ball. Matteo had already positioned himself between the 2 center backs. Anticipating McAllister's pass, he initiated his diagonal run at the precise moment. The ball curved elegantly past Lopez's outstretched leg and landed perfectly at his feet. Taking one touch to push the ball forward, he found himself clean through on goal. Due to his towering stature, Matteo's explosive acceleration was often considered a weakness. However, his long legs allowed him to reach impressive top speeds. In this instance, his superior positioning had negated any deficit in burst acceleration. By the time he hit full stride, the chasing center back had no hope of closing the distance. Only the opposing goalkeeper Gabriel stood between him and the net. Facing the on-rushing Gabriel, Matteo produced a delicate chip. The ball sailed gracefully over the keeper's head and nestled softly into the back of the net. 1-0. Parma had taken a stunning lead away from home. The traveling Parma supporters erupted in jubilation. This goal was absolutely priceless for their team. If the score remained unchanged, Parma would hold an 8-point lead over Empoli with a game in hand, a monumental advantage. Conversely, the Empoli faithful were crestfallen. Defeat here would all but extinguish their hopes of clinching the Serie B title. The contrasting emotions of the 2 managers were palpable. Apolloni was ecstatic, celebrating his team's clinical counterattack with fervor. On the other side, Andreazzoli fumed, stomping a water bottle flat in frustration. This goal dramatically shifted the tempo of the match. Empoli threw caution to the wind, pouring forward relentlessly. For them, losing by 2 was no different from losing by 1, but the chasm between a loss and a draw was monumental. Yet Parma's defense remained resolute and impeccably organized, ensuring Empoli went into the halftime break without finding an equalizer. Andreazzoli made a tactical substitution during the interval, bringing on Spanish striker Alejandro Rodriguez on loan from Chievo to replace Mchetlitz. His intention was singular: to level the score as quickly as possible and perhaps even snatch a winner. Empoli resumed the second half with renewed vigor, laying siege to the Parma goal in search of that elusive equalizer. Parma, in contrast, remained dangerous on the break, seeking a second goal to put the game beyond doubt. The 2 sides battled with contrasting game plans, yet neither could find the decisive breakthrough. As time ticked away, the match increasingly slipped from Empoli's grasp. Soon the clock reached the 89th minute. With only 3 minutes of stoppage time signaled, Empoli's hopes were fading fast. Just when all seemed lost, they carved out a glorious opportunity. Substitute attacking midfielder Krunic, having drawn in the challenges of Rossi and Tonali, cleverly slipped the ball through to the overlapping right-back Utset. Utset assessed the scene inside the box and unleashed a curling, low-driven cross from a 45-degree angle. It was an exquisite delivery, arrowing precisely into the perilous corridor between the center backs and the goalkeeper, leaving everyone in a quandary. Inside the penalty area, forwards Caputo and Rodriguez were perfectly positioned, poised to strike. Given the trajectory and pace of the cross, a single touch from either of them would almost certainly result in a goal. As the ball rapidly skimmed towards the 6-yard box, they split their runs, one attacking the near post, the other the far post, to create a double threat. They knew this moment would determine whether the gap to the league leaders would remain at 8 points or shrink to 5. At the near post, Rodriguez saw the ball arriving. He lunged forward, meeting it with a spectacular diving volley. The ball rocketed towards Parma's goal. Rodriguez at the near post stretched his body to the absolute limit, yet it still seemed just out of reach. The ball grazed the tip of his boot, merely altering its trajectory by a fraction. But this slight touch proved disastrous for Caputo, who, having anticipated the original path, failed to make contact with the ball at all. The ball swept past everyone and rolled out for a goal kick. On the sidelines, Andreazzoli clutched his head in despair, utterly bewildered that his 2 strikers had combined for such a spectacular miss. This was a monumental blow for Empoli. It was their best chance of the entire match, and yet neither of their forwards could force the ball into the net. It was simply unbelievable. With that opportunity squandered, their chance to equalize vanished. Ultimately, they succumbed to a 1-0 defeat at home to Parma, and the gap between the 2 sides stretched to 8 points once more. This all but shattered their championship aspirations. Meanwhile, with this victory, Parma further solidified their position at the summit of the table. After the match, Matteo received a message. "Big star, congratulations on your goal and helping the team win the top of the table clash." It was from David Castle. Matteo smiled and replied, "Thanks. I also wish you success in your studies and continuous progress." He hadn't expected the young girl to actually follow his matches. It was quite thoughtful of her. Though he'd prefer she followed him for his footballing prowess rather than because he had done her a favor. Following the match against Empoli, Parma continued their winning streak in the subsequent fixtures. They first secured a hard-fought 2-1 victory at home against Venezia, followed by a narrow 1-0 away win over Salernitana, extending their post-winter break record to an impressive 5 wins and 1 draw. However, Empoli remained undeterred by their defeat in the crucial showdown, winning their next 2 matches, as well stubbornly refusing to let Parma pull away. In the 29th round of the league, Parma faced the challenge of Palermo at home. There was no doubt this would be a tough battle for Parma. Palermo had climbed to 4th place in the league and were mounting a formidable challenge for a promotion spot. Given their quality, they were undoubtedly one of the strongest contenders for promotion. Parma, of course, were eager to extend their excellent form, setting the stage for what promised to be an explosive high-stakes encounter. Parma lined up in their customary 4-5-1 formation, while Palermo mirrored them with an identical 4-5-1 setup. Both teams fielded their strongest starting lineups, unchanged from their previous meeting. Parma's starting 11 were Vicario, Kraus, Gatti, Di Cesare, Cambiaso, Rossi, Tonali, Mac, Alistair, Insigne Jr., Di Gaudio, and Matteo. Palermo's lineup featured goalkeeper Pomini, defenders Rispoil, Rajkovic, Belushi, and Fiori, midfielders Yalo, Sayachev, and Nahor, wingers Tchaikovsky and Coronado, and striker Ballo. Parma's primary defensive focus was naturally on Coronado, who had scored a brace in their last encounter. Palermo, on the other hand, prepared to adopt an attacking approach aiming to outgun Parma in an open contest. Consequently, the match quickly descended into a similar rhythm as their previous meeting. From the opening whistle, Palermo surged forward with intensity, clearly intent on an attacking duel. However, Parma's young squad were not intimidated, immediately rising to the physical challenge. In the 11th minute, Palermo midfielder Nahor aired with a pass. Mac Alistair pounced, intercepted the ball, and charged towards Palermo's half. Before Yalo could close him down, he executed a neat 1-2 with Di Gaudio successfully evading the challenge. Receiving the return pass from Di Gaudio, he surged forward once more, and upon reaching the 30-meter mark, delivered the ball to Matteo, who had signaled for it. Matteo, holding off Belushi, laid the ball off to Insigne Jr. on the right flank, then spun and made a darting run towards the penalty area. Insigne Jr. took the ball in stride and drove towards the byline. Before Fiori could block him, he whipped in a low cross, perfectly finding Matteo inside the box. Matteo didn't hesitate, striking the ball first time towards the goal. Goalkeeper Pomini was helpless, watching the ball nestle into the net. 1-0, Parma had taken the lead. The home fans erupted in celebration, knowing full well the importance of scoring first in such a high-stakes encounter. Stung by the goal, Palermo launched an immediate response, committing numbers forward in search of a swift equalizer. For a period, Parma's goal was under siege. But just when Palermo seemed closest to scoring, Parma struck again on the counterattack. This time, Di Cesare launched a long ball forward. Matteo, shielding the ball from the opposing center-back, headed it down to Insigne Jr. Nearby, Insigne Jr. controlled it, executed a swift step over to evade Fiori challenge, and accelerated down the flank. Center-back Belushi was forced to step up and close him down, leaving his defensive partner Rajkovic isolated in a one-on-one situation against Matteo. Matteo initially feinted towards Insigne Jr., then suddenly pivoted and changed direction, creating a yard of separation from Rajkovic. Insigne Jr. read the run perfectly, threading a sublime through ball into space. Matteo burst forward onto it, finding himself clean through on goal. Rajkovic desperately gave chase, but Matteo was already at full speed and the defender couldn't get near him. Facing the on-rushing Pomini, Matteo shaped to shoot, then coolly dragged the ball past the keeper, leaving him stranded before rolling the ball into the empty net. 2-0, another goal for Matteo. These two quick strikes had completely stunned Palermo. The home crowd chanted Matteo's name. This prince had utterly won their hearts. As Matteo celebrated, a man in a suit in the stands nodded approvingly. He scribbled Matteo's name in his notebook, marking it with a prominent asterisk. After a moment's thought, he added a label beneath the name, versatile forward. This man was none other than Italy U17 national team coach Niciata. With the U17 European Championship scheduled for May, he was currently in the player evaluation phase. Clearly, both Parma's Rossi and Matteo were on his radar. Matteo's performance in this match had deeply impressed him. If he could perform like this against senior professionals, he would surely dominate the U17 Euros. In the ensuing match, Palermo continued their relentless assault on Parma's goal. Parma, however, remained poised on the counter, knowing that with the towering figure of Matteo as their target, their counterattacks were highly effective. Although Palermo pulled one back in the 56th minute through Ballo assisted by Coronado, Parma extended their lead in the 73rd minute when Di Gaudio scored assisted by Matteo, sealing the final score at 3-1. Matteo, with 2 goals and 1 assist, almost single-handedly secured the victory for his team. On the sidelines, Niciata stood up, his heart filled with immense satisfaction for Matteo. However, as Matteo was now a key player for Parma, persuading the club to release him would not be an easy task. This U17 European Championship was not a senior national team tournament, and clubs held the right to refuse releasing their players. Given the overlap with the Serie B season, if the club claimed they needed the players for their own matches, there would be little he could do. Indeed, when he negotiated with Scala the next day, Scala decisively refused. Mr. Niciata, we would love to cooperate with the national team, but as you know, Matteo and Dino Rossi are our key players. If we were to lose them, our team would fall apart. Niciata sighed inwardly, knowing he had no real leverage to force the issue, and could only say, Mr. Scala, I understand your difficulties. How about this? Parma currently holds a comfortable lead in the league. If you secure the league title before the squad announcement on April 18th, could you lend us Rossi and young Lucarelli? Scala, seeing the appeal had been made so earnestly, could only nod in agreement. All right, if we have clinched the title by then, and the players' physical conditions permit, we will release them. Only then did Nucciata leave satisfied. Now he was the person in the world most eager for Parma to clinch the title early. However, when Alessandro learned of this news, a troubled expression appeared on his face. This U17 European Championship was hardly a significant tournament, and he had no desire to see Matteo and Rossi waste their time on it. Yet with the request having been made directly, refusing outright could create awkwardness with the Italian Football Federation. He then discussed with Scala and Apolloni, what if we deliberately lose a few matches just to avoid clinching the title too early? Apolloni. Of course, Alessandro was merely joking. They would never deliberately lose games just to keep Matteo and Rossi from participating. After all, promotion was the paramount priority, and they couldn't afford any missteps. With over a dozen rounds remaining, their 10-point lead over third-placed Frosinone was far from secure. Following their victory over Palermo, Parma showed no signs of slowing down. They secured a 2-0 away win against Pescara, a 3-1 away win against Entella, a 3-0 home win against Foggia, and a 2-1 away win against Avellino, extending their lead to 10 points. After the match against Avellino, they were set to face their postponed fixture against Perugia. However, at that moment, Perugia made a shocking official announcement: head coach Roberto Breda had been dismissed. Given Perugia's recent poor run of form, his dismissal was understandable. But why did it have to happen precisely at this time? A new manager often brings a surge of motivation to a team, making their first opponents face a particularly tough challenge. They had tried to avoid this scenario, but it seemed they couldn't escape it. And Breda's successor was a truly formidable figure, Alessandro Nesta. The former world-class center-back had been coaching in the United States after his retirement, and now he had finally decided to return to Italian football. It was clear that Perugia had not given up on the season and hoped Nesta could rescue their team. Soon the day of the match, April 3rd, arrived. To protect Rossi and Matteo, Apolloni chose not to start them in this match, instead placing Tassi and Rispo in their positions. This decision significantly impacted Parma's competitive level. In contrast, the newly managed Perugia displayed immense fighting spirit, turning the tables and pressing Parma so hard they could barely breathe. In this match, Diamanti was exceptional. Using his experience and skill, he organized the team's attacks flawlessly from the front. In the 54th minute, he stepped up to take a free kick himself, breaking the deadlock to give his team the lead. Despite being on the back foot for most of the match, Parma managed to equalize in the 78th minute when Gatti scored from a corner kick. Ultimately, the two teams drew 1-1 at the Ennio Tardini Stadium. Nesta's debut for Perugia was nearly perfect. Though they didn't secure a win, managing to hold the formidable Parma to a draw on their home turf was a highly satisfactory result. Matteo, who had not played in this match, repeatedly cast his gaze towards Nesta on the sidelines. Of course, he wasn't admiring Nesta's looks, but coveting his skills. This was the genuine world's best center-back, if he could acquire his abilities. Thus, immediately after the final whistle, he rushed over to Nesta, staring at him intently. Apolloni, who had just finished shaking hands with Nesta, was startled by Matteo's sudden appearance. "Matteo, what are you rushing over for?" Matteo said with a hint of shyness, "Actually, I'm a fan of Mr. Nesta." Alessandro couldn't help but glance at his son, wondering why he claimed to be a fan of every person he met. This was taking the idea of being a fan a bit too far, wasn't it? Wasn't that the same excuse he used with Totti last time? Of course, he couldn't undermine his son in public. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Nesta, this is my son Matteo. Please excuse him." Nesta smiled. "I know him. You have a wonderful son. If he had played today, I think my debut would have been ruined." Everyone laughed. Nesta naturally fulfilled Matteo's small fan wish. He gently patted Matteo on the shoulder. "Keep it up, young man. I have high hopes for you." After saying this, he even took a photo with Matteo. Little did he know the mischievous thoughts brewing in the young man's mind. After this fan encounter, a new aura appeared in Matteo's mind. Nesta. The skills of the former world's best center-back were now his. With the draw against Perugia, Parma's lead over Empoli stretched to 11 points. With 9 rounds remaining in the league season, they needed 6 victories to secure the title. With 3 matches left before April 18th, it seemed Parma would not clinch the league title before the U17 European Championship registration deadline. It appeared likely that Matteo and Rossi would not be called up. This thought allowed Alessandro to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Their next opponent was Frosinone, who sat third in the league standings. Parma held a 13-point advantage over Frosinone and were naturally eager to extend their lead further. Securing a victory in this match would essentially guarantee their automatic promotion spot. For this crucial encounter, both Rossi and Matteo, who had been rested in the previous round, were named in the starting lineup. Frosinone, fully aware of the stakes, also fielded their strongest 11. Playing on home turf, Parma displayed immense positivity from the first whistle, determined to break the deadlock early and secure the win. Frosinone, in response, wisely adopted a defensive counter-attacking strategy, patiently probing for weaknesses in Parma's armor. It was evident why Frosinone occupied third place. Their defensive organization was impeccable, stifling Parma's creativity and preventing any clear-cut chances in the opening 20 minutes. But as often happens, a moment of individual brilliance can alter the course of a match instantly. This time the catalyst was McAllister. In the 22nd minute, Parma won possession in the attacking third. Tonali fed the ball to McAllister. The Argentine seemed momentarily unprepared, taking a slightly heavy touch. Sensing an opportunity, Frozenone's defensive midfielder Mirko Gori stepped forward to dispossess him. However, Gori was completely deceived. The heavy touch was a deliberate trap. Mac Allister swiftly poked the ball past him, leaving Gori wrong-footed and beaten. A gap had opened up in the Frosinone defense, and Mac Allister surged forward with the ball, arriving at the edge of the penalty area. Center-back Russo was forced to step out and close him down, but Mac Allister had already slipped a pass through to Matteo inside the box. Matteo, shielding the ball from the other center-back, Bergini controlled it, and spotting Mac Allister making a diagonal run into the area, laid it back off to him. Mac Allister had evaded Russo and received the ball deep inside the penalty area, a highly dangerous position. Without hesitation, he struck the ball first time. It skimmed across the turf, heading straight for the bottom right corner. Goalkeeper Vigorito dived desperately, but couldn't reach it. The ball clipped the inside of the post and nestled into the net. 1-0, Parma took the lead. This goal immediately put them in the driver's seat. Forced out of their defensive shell, Frosinone had to push forward. Now it was Parma's turn to exploit the space on the counterattack. This was familiar territory for Parma. With the formidable target man Matteo leading the line, their counterattacking efficiency was the best in the league. Indeed, before Frosinone could carve out a meaningful chance, Parma struck again. In the 38th minute, Tonali collected the ball deep in his own half and launched a long pass forward. Matteo won the aerial duel, nodding the ball down to the advancing Insigne. With a burst of acceleration, Insigne sprinted past left-back Ceriello, who couldn't keep up. Insigne now had a vast expanse of space ahead of him. Center-back Bergini was forced to leave his position to close down the threat, leaving a gaping hole in the center of Frosinone's defense. After carrying the ball forward a few steps, Insigne delivered a precise crossfield pass. Di Gaudio arrived at the far post and met it with a crisp first-time shot, sending the ball past the helpless Vigorito. 2-0. Parma had doubled their lead. The game's tempo was now firmly under their control. Despite trailing by 2 goals, Frosinone attempted to mount a comeback, but Parma were in no mood to relinquish their grip on the match. Parma's defensive structure remained resolute, offering the visitors few opportunities. Furthermore, Frosinone's growing frustration led to uncharacteristic errors, gifting Parma numerous counterattacking openings. In the 67th minute, Matteo received a pass from the defense, skillfully turned past a lunging Russo, and threaded a perfectly weighted through ball. Substitute Meshes raced onto the pass, surged into the area, and with composure slotted the ball past Vigorito to make it 3-0. That goal extinguished any lingering doubt. Parma cruised to a dominant 3-0 victory over the league's third-place team, extending their lead to a staggering 16 points. With 8 matches remaining, only 3 more wins were needed to mathematically secure a top 2 finish, and with it automatic promotion. The prospect ignited a frenzy of excitement among the fans. Could they truly achieve the remarkable feat of 3 consecutive promotions? It was a thrilling thought that stirred the blood. Following the triumph over Frosinone, Parma's next challenge was a home fixture against Cittadella. Cittadella, sitting 9th in the table and still harboring hopes of a playoff spot, approached the match with an ambitious and positive mindset. However, the gulf in quality between the two sides was evident. After 90 minutes of hard-fought action, Parma emerged victorious with a 2-1 scoreline. Matteo was rested for this match, but Risboy stepped up brilliantly, netting 2 goals to prove his worth. Elsewhere, Frosinone were unexpectedly held to a draw at home by Spezia. With 7 games remaining, Parma's lead over them had ballooned to 18 points. This presented Parma with the opportunity to secure promotion with 6 games to spare. Given Serie B's rules, where head-to-head record takes precedence when points are level, and Parma had swept their season series against Ascoli, a victory in their next match would mathematically guarantee promotion with 6 rounds left. Their next test was an away game against Ascoli. Ranked second from bottom, Ascoli's strength was hardly sufficient to halt Parma's relentless charge. Parma showed no mercy. Fielding a full-strength side, they were in blistering form, cruising to a 3-0 victory. As the final whistle blew, the Parma players erupted in joyous celebration, embracing each other on the pitch. Yes, they had secured promotion with 6 games to spare. Amidst the jubilant celebration, Alessandro sat quietly on the bench, a look of relief washing over his face. 3 years ago, he had taken a tremendous risk to be part of the restructuring of Parma and had become the club's owner. Back then, he was filled with passion, but as time went on, he realized how arduous this path truly was. Beyond training and playing, he had to manage countless affairs of the club, which often left him feeling overwhelmed. His temples and beard had begun to gray, a testament to the energy he had expended. Fortunately, the ordeal was finally over, and Parma was set to grace the Serie A stage once more, and he could finally conclude his playing career with pride. Yes, at that very moment, he made the firm decision to retire this summer. After celebrating with the coaching staff, Apolloni immediately turned and found Alessandro, and the two embraced tightly. As close partners who had worked side by side for 3 years, they understood each other's dedication to the team. This moment of joy was the perfect reward for their 3 years of effort. After a brief celebration, the Parma players, led by Alessandro, made their way to the away fans section. These fans were truly loyal supporters who never gave up on the team during its darkest hours and often followed them on arduous away trips. Without their support, Parma could not have achieved such success. Luigi Pelle, the president of the Parma Supporters Association, stood at the front of the fans, leading them in a round of applause for the Parma players. At 56 years old, he had been a Parma fan since he could remember. He didn't cry when the club went bankrupt, nor when they were promoted to Serie B, but today he simply couldn't hold back his tears. He thought he would never see Parma compete in Serie A again, but the team had given him a tremendous surprise. Under his lead, the fans' applause was relentless. Alessandro stepped to the front of the line and shouted to them, "Everyone, I did it." 3 years ago, he had promised the fans he would never abandon Parma, and 3 years later, he had led them to Serie A. Although his starting position had been taken over this year, no one could deny that he was the spiritual leader of Parma. Luigi Pelle was also moved, nodding repeatedly at Alessandro. "Alessandro, thank you." The fans on site also began to chant, "Alessandro, thank you." Alessandro could no longer control his tears. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and bowed deeply to the fans. Following his lead, the players all bowed deeply to the fans, thanking them for their unwavering support. As they straightened up, the familiar strains of F.A. Parma filled their ears. F.A. Parma, the Crusaders are champions. The players of Parma are brave and bold. Victory belongs to the Lions of Parma. No one can stop their valor. Glory is ours. The fans sang it over and over again, not stopping even after the players had left the pitch. Back in the locker room, Alessandro received a call from Scala. "Alessandro, the U17 national team coach Nunziata just called. He wants to talk to you." Alessandro raised an eyebrow, knowing full well that Nunziata must be looking to borrow players. After all, Parma had already secured promotion, so he could shamelessly ask for players now. After a moment's thought, he said to Scala, "Give him my number." Soon Alessandro's phone rang. He stepped out of the raucous locker room and answered. "Hello, this is Lucarelli." Nunziata's voice came through. "Mr. Lucarelli, hello. This is Nunziata." Alessandro replied, "Mr. Nunziata, hello." Nunziata said, "First of all, congratulations on your successful promotion." Alessandro knew his intention, but he didn't bring it up himself, and politely acknowledged the congratulations. Finally, Nunziata couldn't hold back and stated his purpose. "Mr. Lucarelli, I'm sure you can guess the reason for this call. Since you've already secured promotion, could you possibly let Rossi and Matteo from your squad participate in the U17 European Championship?" Alessandro hesitated. "Mr. Nunziata, you know, although we've been promoted, we haven't secured the Serie B title yet, and Rossi and Matteo are our key players. We can't do without them." Nunziata said, "I understand your difficulties, but I really need them too. After all, we all want the national youth team to win the championship, don't we?" Alessandro sighed. "Of course I want the national team to win as well, but we are a small club. If we lose these two players, our form might collapse completely. And even though we've been promoted, winning the title comes with a decent prize which we also need to fight for." Nunziata was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Alessandro's reasoning was valid. One couldn't just sacrifice a championship for a tournament as insignificant as the U17 Euros, could one? He thought for a moment, a hint of pleading in his tone. "Mr. Lucarelli, if two isn't possible, how about just one?" Seeing that Nunziata had stooped to this level, Alessandro had to concede. "All right, let me discuss this with the coaching staff and the players first. Wait for my news." Nunziata was delighted. "Thank you for your cooperation. But please be quick, as the registration deadline is midnight tonight." Alessandro nodded. "I'll give you an answer as soon as possible." After hanging up, he walked back into the locker room. The players were still celebrating. He called Rossi, Matteo, and Apolloni aside. "If we absolutely must send one player to the U17 Euros, who will it be?" Matteo answered without hesitation, "Dino goes." Rossi was taken aback. "Why me?" Matteo said, "Because you have a stronger sense of national pride." Rossi rolled his eyes, "As if you're not Italian." Matteo silently retorted, "I'm really not Italian actually." But he couldn't say that out loud, so he just said, "All right, let's do rock, paper, scissors. Loser goes." Rossi's face fell. "Forget it, I'll go." He had never won a single game of rock, paper, scissors against Matteo. Matteo chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Well then, good luck helping Italy win the U17 Euro title." Alessandro was curious. "Why are you so reluctant to go play in the Euros?" Matteo smiled. "You're going to retire at the end of the season, aren't you? I want to play your final match with you." Alessandro was taken aback. He hadn't expected Matteo to think that way. He gently patted Matteo on the shoulder, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately no words came out. Yet the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed into a smile. This kid really had a filial heart. Apolloni, standing nearby, looked at Alessandro with a mix of envy and jealousy, thinking to himself why he didn't have a son who was both sensible and a great footballer. Alessandro in turn glanced back at him, and unable to hold it in any longer, broke into a joyful laugh. Rossi, however, let out a sigh. That kid had managed to show off again. In the end, Parma decided to send Rossi to the U17 European Championship. Although Nunziata was a bit disappointed that Matteo couldn't participate, Rossi was also a valuable asset to their team, and he was immensely grateful to Alessandro. Rossi was set to report to the U17 national team the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, despite the promotion being worthy of celebration, Parma didn't throw a massive party, as they had a league match against Carpi in 3 days. After all, Carpi was the only team to have handed them a defeat this season, and they were all eager to settle the score. With Rossi away with the national team, Apolloni decided to deploy a 4-4-2 formation for this match. Risboy was once again given a starting spot. In their previous encounter with Carpi, the referee had gotten into his head, causing his performance to fluctuate wildly. So this match, he was determined to showcase his true abilities to his opponents. His opportunity arrived sooner than expected. In the 5th minute, Matteo received the ball in the attacking third, drawing the attention of 2 defenders. He shielded the ball and delivered a piercing through ball. Risboy, reading his intention, perfectly sprinted onto it for a one-on-one chance. Facing the goalkeeper, he struck the ball first time, and it flew inexorably into the net. Parma didn't halt their offensive after taking the lead. In the 23rd minute, Insigne Jr. drove down the flank and sent in a cross. Matteo won the first ball inside the box, but instead of shooting, he laid it back to Wristboy. Wristboy met the ball with a crisp side-footed shot, scoring his second goal of the match. This finally allowed him to vent his pent-up frustration. He sprinted towards the Parma fans, celebrating wildly. The supporters enthusiastically responded to their local lad. He was yet another beacon of hope for them. Parma continued to dominate the proceedings, and in the 65th minute substitute Messi added another goal, sealing the score at 3-0. This secured the victory. The home fans erupted in jubilation, using this win to amplify the joy of their promotion. They sang and danced ceaselessly, turning the stadium into a massive celebration. Soon after the final whistle, the players joined the festivities, finally getting the chance to interact with their adoring fans. Alessandro led the team on a victory lap around the pitch, several times basking in the adulation of the crowd. That night, Parma's Ennio Tardini Stadium was transformed into a sea of pure joy. A week later, Parma secured a 1-0 away victory against league's bottom side Pro Vercelli, maintaining their excellent momentum. Just an hour after their match concluded, second-placed Empoli were held to a draw at home by Novara, extending Parma's lead at the top to a whopping 13 points. This mathematically confirmed that Parma had clinched the Serie B title with 4 rounds to spare. Having just showered and boarded the team bus, the Parma players erupted in celebration. Although the title had seemed inevitable for a while, the confirmation still filled them with immense excitement. Back in Parma, they could finally celebrate in earnest. Alessandro organized a citywide parade, and the festivities lasted an entire day. Apolloni also granted the players 2 additional days off to rest. While the players were resting, Apolloni went to Alessandro's office. Alessandro brewed a cup of coffee for Apolloni. "Luigi, is there something you need?" Apolloni took a sip. "Alessandro, our contracts expire this summer." Alessandro smiled. "You want to renew? No problem, we can sign this afternoon." Apolloni shook his head. "I'm not here to sign a contract." Alessandro was stunned. "Then what's this about?" Apolloni said, "When my contract expires this summer, I don't intend to renew it." Alessandro frowned. "Why? Don't you want to coach Parma anymore?" Apolloni shook his head. "I really do want to coach Parma. But I feel my abilities aren't commensurate with the Serie A team. So I want to step aside and let a more capable coach take the helm." Alessandro said, displeased. "What kind of talk is that? We work so well together." Apolloni chuckled. "You're retiring, so why can't I?" Alessandro retorted, "It's not the same. I can't play anymore, but your coaching career has a long way to go." Apolloni looked at him. "You can't play, but do you think I can still coach effectively? Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to manage a team?" Alessandro laughed heartily. "The capable do more. I've always believed in you." Apolloni said, "Stop with the flattery. I know my own limits. This season, I felt I was losing my grip on the team. If it weren't for your help, I might have been sacked mid-season." He looked at Alessandro. "Everyone has their own mission. Ours was to get Parma promoted to Serie A, and now that's accomplished, we can bow out gracefully. The club needs someone more capable to lead it forward. I'll just step down quietly." Alessandro started, but Apolloni interrupted. "But what? Do you want me to cling to this position? Next season, without you in the dressing room, the team will be much harder to manage. If I were to mess it up, all the good reputation we've built over these 3 years would be ruined. It's better to leave on a high note now and preserve my legacy." Alessandro smiled wryly. "You're certainly being pragmatic. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't hold you back. What are your plans next? Fancy coaching one of the youth teams here at Parma?" Apolloni shook his head. "I need a break first. These 3 years have exhausted me." Alessandro looked at him with a hint of envy. "You're truly carefree." Apolloni smiled. "Well, since I can't reach the pinnacle of power like you, I might as well be a bit more laid back." Alessandro shot him a glare. "Pinnacle of power, my foot." In the following 2 matches, Parma fielded an all-reserve lineup focusing on player development. They had no particular demands regarding results, simply letting fate take its course. They secured a 2-0 victory over Ternana, but then suffered a 1-2 defeat at the hands of Cesena, which incidentally broke their own unbeaten record. As time arrived on May 12, 2018, Alessandro also faced a particularly momentous day. This was Parma's final home game of the season, and it would also be the last home game Alessandro would experience as a player. 3 days prior, he had publicly announced that he would retire at the end of the season, concluding his playing career. After helping the team return to Serie A, his career was left without any regrets. This match was also his farewell to the home fans, so tickets had long been sold out. In the player tunnel, Alessandro received embraces and well wishes from opposing players. The match pitted Parma against Bari. For Parma, there was little at stake in terms of standings, but for Bari, they still needed to fight for a better playoff position. Given the tight points gap between the teams ranked 3rd through 8th this year, it was almost certain that Serie B's playoffs would feature 6 teams. Teams ranked 5th through 8th would first compete in elimination matches, with the winners earning the right to challenge the 3rd and 4th place teams. Bari currently sat in 6th place. A victory here could potentially propel them to 4th, allowing them to bypass the first round and await their opponents fresh. Therefore, they had to give their all in this match. Although Parma had no imperative to win, this was Alessandro's home farewell, and the entire team naturally did not want to see him end his tenure on a sour note. Consequently, Parma fielded almost their full-strength starting 11 for this game. Matteo also started, partnering Rispo Lee on the front line tasked with leading the attack. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. As Bari was the side more desperate for a win, they pushed forward aggressively from the start, hoping to break the deadlock early. However, Alessandro was exceptionally energized for this match, seemingly pouring all his remaining energy into it. Under his leadership, Parma's defense remained impenetrable, leaving Bari unable to find a suitable gap. Parma, on the other hand, was poised to strike on the counter. In the 36th minute, their opportunity finally arrived. Alessandro headed away the opponent's cross. Tonali received the ball just outside the box, and facing pressure immediately laid it off to McAllister. McAllister advanced a few steps with the ball, before launching a long pass into the final third. Matteo, beating the opposing center-back to the ball, headed it down to Lee beside him, then turned and sprinted forward. Lee, without stopping the ball, played it straight back to Matteo. This quick 1-2 successfully shook off their markers, leaving only the inverted right-back Cassani between Matteo and the goal. Facing the veteran defender, Matteo feinted left, then swiftly cut the ball back completely, leaving Cassani in his dust. In just 2 strides, he burst into the penalty area. Bari's goalkeeper Mitsai had already rushed out, attempting to smother the ball at Matteo's feet. Matteo could have opted for a simple chip, but instead he suddenly changed direction, aiming to dribble past the keeper and slot the ball into the empty net. Just as he was about to edge past his opponent, Mitsai's arm clipped his foot. Matteo's body lost its balance instantly, and he tumbled to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded immediately. Penalty. Simultaneously, he produced a yellow card for Mitsai. Mitsai knew the foul was indisputable and accepted it silently, thinking to himself that he was fortunate the referee showed leniency, for it could easily have been a red card and a penalty kick. Matteo was Parma's designated penalty taker, but this time, he bypassed everyone and handed the ball to Alessandro. He had deliberately refrained from shooting moments earlier, all to win this penalty for Alessandro. Alessandro was taken aback for a second, then immediately understood his son's intention. He glanced at his teammates and finally decided to accept the ball. At that moment, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, eagerly anticipating Alessandro to convert the spot kick. Alessandro gently placed the ball on the penalty spot and took a few steps back. The referee's whistle signaled for him to take the kick. He took a deep breath, ran up, and struck the ball. There was no trickery to it, just sheer pace and power. Mitsai guessed the wrong way and could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the opposite corner. 1-0, Parma took the lead, and the goal was scored by none other than their captain Alessandro. After scoring, Alessandro smiled, ran towards Matteo, and embraced him tightly. All the fans in the stadium chanted Alessandro's name. It was a truly perfect moment for everyone involved. Following the goal, Bari did not give up and continued to bombard Parma's defense. However, Alessandro grew stronger with each challenge, performing heroically at the back and repelling wave after wave of attacks. Then in the 61st minute, Parma capitalized on another counterattack, with Matteo finding the back of the net to extend their lead to 2-0. Parma now held complete control of the match. Shortly after the goal, Apolloni made a substitution. He brought Alessandro off, allowing him to receive the adulation of the fans. Alessandro knew this moment had finally arrived. He quietly removed the captain's armband and placed it onto Matteo's sleeve. Everyone watched this poignant scene, a powerful symbol of succession. Alessandro's story as a player had concluded. Now he was passing the torch to his son. A flurry of camera flashes illuminated the stadium, capturing what was undoubtedly an iconic moment in football history. Matteo hugged his father tightly and watched him walk off the pitch. The entire stadium rose to their feet, giving the veteran captain a heartfelt ovation. Though he may not have been Parma's most famous star, he was undoubtedly their greatest captain. Alessandro slowly made his way off the field, receiving blessings and handshakes from teammates and opponents alike. Finally reaching the touchline, he saw Gatti waiting to come on. He gave him a gentle embrace before stepping off the pitch. The moment he stepped out of bounds, he turned around and took a sweeping look at the Ennio Tardini Stadium. Then he bowed deeply to everyone present. Alessandro Lucarelli will never again set foot on this pitch as a player. Farewell. After the match concluded, Alessandro took a special lap around the pitch, bidding an official farewell to the fans in attendance. Tears welled in his eyes, yet there was also a profound sense of release. He had achieved his goal of helping the team return to Serie A, and he was worthy of these fans. He had also burned through his final reserves of energy, giving everything he had to Parma. The fans on site sent their captain off with the most thunderous applause. From this point forward, he would continue to strive for Parma in a different capacity until the club could reclaim its former glory. A week later, Parma played their final match of the season away from home, drawing 1-1 against Spezia, bringing the campaign to a close. They, along with Empoli, secured direct promotion to Serie A. As for the third spot, teams like Frosinone and Palermo would have to battle fiercely for it. On the same day at the U17 European Championship, Rossi helped Italy secure a 2-1 victory over the Netherlands in the final, clinching the title. His impressive performance, featuring 2 goals and 3 assists, earned him the tournament's Most Valuable Player award. This young man, who was utterly unknown just 2 years prior, had now become the most talked-about prodigy in all of Italy. However, he was considered untouchable by Parma. Unless he himself wished to leave, no other club could poach him. And as the season concluded, Parma also faced a time of farewells. Head coach Apolloni revealed his intentions during the season summary. Everyone, starting from next season, I will no longer serve as Parma's head coach. Facing the astonished group, he said quietly, this has nothing to do with the club, it is entirely my own decision. These 3 years have exhausted me, and I need a rest. I hope you all can continue to work hard and showcase your best selves in Serie A. Though somewhat shocked, the players could only offer their applause, grateful for everything he had done for the team over the past 3 years. Though he was far from being a top-tier coach, he was a true Parma loyalist, having dedicated everything he could to the club. Besides, Alessandro Caleo also announced to his teammates his decision to retire from professional football at the end of the season. Ever since his injury this season, he had come to realize he could no longer keep up with the pace of professional play. As the season wore on, his appearances became increasingly rare, and he knew it was time to say goodbye. He decided to step away from the football pitch for now and return to his family. In one fell swoop, Parma lost 3 of their spiritual leaders. Additionally, veterans Mohamed Kohli and Munari would not have their contracts renewed and would also depart once their deals expired. Consequently, the only players over 30 remaining on the squad were De Cesare and Scalia. Having lost his starting spot this season, Scalia was also contemplating a departure. With 1 year left on his contract, he was unlikely to stay through the summer. This presented Alessandro with a new challenge. While rejuvenating the squad was his goal, the team also couldn't afford to be without seasoned veterans to provide guidance. After all, they couldn't rely entirely on youngsters like the 16 or 17-year-old Matteo and Rossi, the 18-year-old Tonali and Cambiaso, or the 20-year-old Mac Allister to carry the entire burden, could they? Even Manchester United's class of '92 had stalwarts like Roy Keane and Eric Cantona as senior figures. This was the dilemma Alessandro faced during the transfer window. Furthermore, Gatti would be transferring to Roma after the season. With his retirement and Kohli's departure, the center-back position would be critically undermanned. Reinforcements at center-back were an urgent priority. Additionally, the loan spells for Tassi and the younger Insigne had ended, leaving their positions vacant as well. And then there was the matter of selecting a new head coach. Just thinking about it gave Alessandro a headache. But before that, he needed to consult with Scala to figure out the available transfer budget. With Parma's promotion, their sponsorship deals were also upgraded. 3 sponsorship contracts had already been finalized, bringing in an annual revenue of €2 million. Additionally, winning the Serie B title netted them a bonus of €2 million, which was a considerable sum. Of course, the biggest chunk would come from Serie A broadcasting revenue. Although these funds are distributed at the end of the season based on final standings, it's guaranteed income, so using it in advance wasn't a problem. Based on last year's distribution, the bottom-placed team could expect to receive around €25 to €26 million. This distribution isn't solely based on league position, it also factors in Serie A rankings over the past 5 years, playing time for young players, average attendance, and other metrics. Parma was clearly at a disadvantage in these areas, so they expected to receive the lowest tier of broadcasting revenue again. Therefore, they could only estimate a conservative €25 million from this source. Ticket revenue was also projected to rise, mainly due to a planned price increase, with an estimated growth of about 10% compared to last year. There were also expected increases in merchandise and kit sales, but these constituted a smaller portion of income and wouldn't significantly impact the club's overall finances. However, their expenses were also set to rise dramatically, primarily due to player wages. Upon promotion to Serie A, nearly all contracts would need to be renegotiated, and this involved far more than just a 30% increase. Last year, their wage bill was around €3 million. Now it would at least quadruple. Crucially, they also needed to account for the salaries of future new signings, which would consume a significant portion of the wage budget. Add to that the coaching staff's wages and loan repayments, which would require another €2 million. They also needed to hire several new staff members, which would also cost money. Furthermore, there were the installment payments for Tonali and Mac Allister, as well as promotion bonuses to be paid out, representing a considerable expense. After tallying up all these miscellaneous costs, they could likely only muster a transfer budget of around €10 million. Fortunately, Gatti's transfer brought in an additional €5 million, bringing their total available transfer funds to €15 million. But the team still had so many holes to fill. The thought alone was exhausting. Just then, Scalia submitted a transfer request through his agent. He had a preferred destination in mind, Serie B club Foggia. It was an understandable situation. After losing his starting role, he naturally wanted to move on. Parma had no intention of standing in his way. Scala quickly negotiated with the other club, and the transfer was settled. For a fee of €500,000, the winger who had helped the team secure 2 consecutive promotions bid farewell to Parma. Just as he had arrived quietly, he left without much fanfare, a story mirroring the lives of many. With his departure, De Cesare stood as the only player over 30 remaining on the squad. Parma's immediate priority was to appoint a head coach. Only after securing a manager could they begin acquiring players according to his vision. However, this proved to be a daunting challenge for Parma. Renowned coaches wouldn't consider them, and average ones feared the risk of failure. Alessandro had pulled out several strands of hair in frustration, yet remained undecided on whom to approach. Just then, Matteo offered a suggestion. You might want to consider coaches who have recently left their posts in Serie A. There could be a hidden gem among them. Alessandro glanced at him and said, just tell me the name. He knew that if Matteo had spoken up, he must already have someone in mind. Sure enough, Matteo stated calmly, I think the recently relegated Benevento's coach is a solid option. Alessandro knew exactly who he meant. Roberto De Zerbi. Matteo nodded. Of course. Although he failed as a firefighter manager, his style of play is fluid and his tactical patterns are clear. I think he'd be a great fit for us. Although De Zerbi wasn't well known at the time, Matteo knew he was a coach with genuine ideas. During his tenure at Sassuolo, his team was regarded as a breath of fresh air in Serie A. He might not be suited for a top club, but he was perfect for the current Parma. Of course, Matteo had no idea that De Zerbi would later shine even more brightly at Brighton. Alessandro thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll contact him. Although he wasn't deeply familiar with De Zerbi, every recommendation Matteo had made previously had turned out well, which gave him immense confidence in his son's judgment. He had no idea where the boy got his information from, but since he was his son, he didn't bother to question it. Soon he obtained De Zerbi's phone number, and without hesitation dialed it. Hello, is this Mr. Roberto De Zerbi? A response came quickly. Yes, this is De Zerbi. Who am I speaking with? Alessandro said. This is Alessandro Lucarelli, the owner of Parma. De Zerbi replied promptly, Mr. Lucarelli, how do you do? What can I do for you? Even as he asked, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Could Parma be interested in hiring him as their head coach? He wasn't certain given his recent relegation with Benevento, but his guess was soon confirmed. Alessandro stated, Mr. De Zerbi, we are very interested in inviting you to be the head coach of Parma. Although De Zerbi was excited, he kept his composure and asked Mr. Lucarelli, why me? My recent track record isn't exactly impressive. He held himself to a high standard. If Parma was only looking for a cheap temporary stopgap, he would rather decline the offer. Alessandro had his answer ready. Because we unanimously believe you have immense potential. Your previous struggles were due to not having the right pieces, not a lack of ability. De Zerbi was taken aback by the high praise. He then asked, I'd like to know what would be your expectations for me, in terms of results, playing style, and so on. Alessandro laughed. Our only demand is to avoid relegation. De Zerbi also smiled. That's not a high demand at all, that's the bare minimum. Alessandro continued, we are not an ambitious club that overshoots its capabilities. We know that pushing for more with our current squad is unrealistic, so survival is our goal. De Zerbi pressed further. And what about the team's style of play? Alessandro replied, if you know our team, you'll be aware that we have several talented young players. Our primary focus is on helping them unlock their full potential. De Zerbi's eyes lit up. He had heard of Parma's gifted youngsters and had followed their news online. Indeed, these young men had genuine quality, and the prospect of coaching them was enticing. He immediately said, could we meet in person to discuss this further? I am very interested in coaching the great club of Parma. Alessandro replied, you can come to our club and we can finalize the details. De Zerbi agreed immediately, and they arranged to meet at the Parma club offices the following afternoon. After Alessandro hung up, Matteo, who was beside him, smiled and asked, all sorted? Alessandro said, basically yes. But how many years should we offer him? Matteo answered without hesitation, at least 3. Alessandro was surprised. You have that much faith in him? Matteo explained, he's a system builder. Without sufficient time, he can't transform the team. Look at Klopp at Liverpool, didn't it take him several years of hard work to turn things around? Alessandro often felt his son seemed less like a teenager and more like someone far more mature than himself. He didn't know how his son had become this way, but his arguments were compelling, so Alessandro decided to follow his advice. The next afternoon, De Zerbi, carrying a laptop, arrived at the Parma club offices. He presented his plans in detail to Alessandro and Scala, who both nodded in approval throughout the presentation. After over an hour, Alessandro was convinced De Zerbi was the right man for the next season. He asked, Roberto, do you have any salary requirements? De Zerbi answered, I don't require a high salary, but my one condition is a long-term contract. Scala couldn't help but ask, a long-term contract? How long? De Zerbi tested the waters. 2 years. Alessandro smiled. I'm willing to offer you a 3-year contract. De Zerbi's eyes lit up. Alessandro continued, with an annual salary of 600,000 euros, plus a relegation release clause. Does that work? De Zerbi thought for a moment. Is there a salary increase clause if we qualify for European competition? Alessandro chuckled. If we make it to Europe within these 3 years, we'll automatically raise your salary by 30%. How does that sound? De Zerbi countered, if we make it to Europe, I'd like my salary to be increased to 1 million euros. Alessandro pondered for a moment, then nodded. Deal. On June 1, 2018, Parma officially announced that Roberto De Zerbi would take over as the club's head coach for the new season, signing a 3-year contract. The signing caused little stir for a newly promoted side paired with a relegated coach, seemed like a makeshift outfit at best. Meanwhile, Parma began preparing their transfer business shortly after finalizing the deal. With only 2 natural center-backs in the squad, Dodi and Di Cesare, their primary objective was to reinforce the heart of their defense. Given their limited funds, however, they could not afford to splash out on center-backs with a budget of just 5 million euros. Such a sum could scarcely attract top talent in Europe, so they turned their gaze towards South America. Matteo's recommendation was a player named Cristian Romero. At the time, he was plying his trade for Belgrano in Argentina, still very much a fringe figure. With Crespo's assistance, Scala quickly got in touch with Belgrano's sporting director, Juan Carlos Olavi. Belgrano was naturally willing to part with a peripheral player. When Parma tabled a bid of 4.3 million euros, Olavi accepted without hesitation. Romero himself was eager to make the move to Europe and agreed to join. He soon arrived at the club, and after passing his medical, the final hurdle was cleared. In the end, he signed a 5-year contract worth 800 euros per week. And alongside Romero came Crespo, who also made his way to Parma. Crespo was officially appointed vice chairman of the club, and together with Scala, he would assist Alessandro in building Parma anew. With Romero secured, Parma's defensive budget was essentially spent, leaving only loans and free transfers as viable options. They set their sights on young talents from bigger clubs. Having previously loaned Inter's youngster Tassi, they now aim to secure Bastoni, the Nerazzurri's promising young center-back. This young man was no ordinary prospect, destined to become Italy's most expensive defender, a truly elite center-back in a few years' time. Yet at Inter he could not break into the starting 11, so the Nerazzurri were more than happy to loan him out. With both parties in agreement, Bastoni quickly joined on loan. They also snapped up veteran Portuguese defender Bruno Alves on a free transfer. Though already 37, he had shown decent form the previous season and would add much-needed experience to the backline. Alves signed a 11 deal with an automatic one-year extension triggered if he made over 15 appearances during the season. After a flurry of activity, Parma's defense was gradually taking shape, boasting 5 center-backs in their ranks. Elsewhere, Serie B side Pescara made an offer for backup left-back Leonardo Nazila, and Scala agreed to let him go. The deal was struck at €300,000. This opened up a spot for Juan Ramos, who had been out on loan the previous season. Parma recalled him, intending to pair him with Cambiaso on the left flank for the new campaign. And so Parma's defense was essentially complete. 5 center-backs and 4 full-backs, enough to cope with the demands of the new season. While Matteo's father was busy patching things together in the transfer market, Matteo himself had stumbled upon a dilemma. Lately he had been spending a lot of time at the youth academy, hoping to find someone worthy of inheriting Nesta's skills. But he didn't know these young players well enough yet, and was reluctant to entrust them with such a gift. One day he returned to the training ground once more. It was already afternoon, and the players had finished their session, drifting off the pitch in 2s and 3s. Matteo stood in the shade of a tree, watching them leave one by one. He observed them quietly, searching for the one who might be worthy of carrying on Nesta's legacy. Just then his eyes caught a familiar figure lingering in the corner of the training ground. It was Luca Berardi. He was one of the 4 youth players Matteo and Rossi had recruited back in the day, and the only one who had not yet received a skill from Matteo. Matteo had never found the right star skill to pass on to him, so the matter had been put off. But seeing him today, Matteo finally made up his mind. Berardi hadn't rushed to leave after training. Instead, he sat quietly in the corner, a look of uncertainty clouding his eyes. Today was his 18th birthday. After today, he would be a man. Amidst his unremarkable career, the time had come for him to seriously reconsider his future. It was clear that he lacked the talent to become a great player, a fact proven time and again throughout his years in the youth system. Especially when his peers had begun to shine in the first team, his mediocrity stood out all the more starkly, plunging him into frequent bouts of confusion and despair. Now he faced a crucial decision: should he give up his beloved football career and settle for an ordinary life? Just then he heard footsteps approaching. He looked up to find Matteo. Matteo smiled at him and sat down beside him. Berardi wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Though they had once been teammates, their paths had diverged far too much since. One was a future star, the other facing unemployment. Not to mention that Matteo was the club owner's son. At the thought, he couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority. But Matteo seemed to read his mind. He gently nudged Berardi with his shoulder. "Hey Luca, how's it going?" It was a gesture they used to share back in their youth team days. A warmth spread through Berardi's chest. "I'm okay." Matteo grinned. "Don't give me that. It's written all over your face." Berardi let out a sigh. "All right, you got me. I've been thinking about whether I should call it quits on football." Matteo was taken aback. This absolutely couldn't happen. He had just been about to pass on Nesta's skills, and now Berardi was talking about retiring. "Why?" he blurted out. "I believe that if you just keep pushing, it will pay off eventually." Berardi gave a bitter laugh. "In the world of football, talent outweighs hard work by a mile. Players like me without talent only sink deeper into failure the harder we try." Matteo quickly countered, "Don't think like that. Look at me. I toiled away as a center back for years without making any real progress. But the moment I switched to striker, I found my footing immediately. Maybe you should try a different position." Berardi's eyes lit up. "A different position?" Matteo asked. "You're over 185 meters by now, right?" Berardi replied, "I'm 187 meters. Matteo's heart leaped with joy. Nesta was about the same height. Wasn't this a match made in heaven? He spoke up. "At your height, left back doesn't quite suit you. Have you ever considered switching to center back?" Berardi's eyes lit up. "Center back?" Matteo said. "You're left-footed, and the world is short of left-footed center backs. If you switch to center back, you might have a great future." Berardi was stunned. "Left-footed center back?" Matteo patted him on the shoulder. "Trust me, I can talk to the youth team coach Stefano Morone to let you play more as a center back." Berardi was silent for a moment, then spoke. Can I do it?" Matteo said. "You need to have faith in yourself. Only with self-confidence can you succeed. I ask you, are you willing to give it another year?" Berardi lowered his head and was silent for a while. After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. "Then I'll do it for another year." Matteo smiled, gently patting Berardi's shoulder as if to clear his meridians. After transferring Nesta's ability to Berardi, only 3 glowing auras remained in Matteo's mind. Besides the 2 for his own use, he still had 1 from Varane that he hadn't given away. But he hadn't found a suitable candidate yet, so there was no rush to give it away. While he was busy with Berardi's situation, Parma was still actively scouring the transfer market. They found a veteran in the free agent market named Luca Rigoni, 34 years old, who played for Genoa last season. He is a midfielder with notable defensive abilities. They signed him to a 2-year contract, believing he could provide the team with more experience. Their midfield still needed 1 or 2 more players, so they prepared to hunt for bargains. Matteo recommended a player to Alessandro. His name was Tomáš Souček, currently playing for Slavia Prague in the Czech Republic. Although he wasn't famous, yet he would later shine brightly at West Ham United. A balanced player, he could help defensively, and with his 1.92 height act as a battering ram in the opponent's box at crucial moments. He was undoubtedly a top-quality player. Moreover, he was later named Czech Footballer of the Year multiple times, a testament to his career achievements. So they immediately went to the Czech Republic for negotiations. Souček had already made a name for himself in Czech football, and Slavia Prague naturally wouldn't easily give up their young player. After much haggling over the price, they finally agreed on 7.5 million. Of course, Parma paid in installments too. 5 million per year. Souček signed a 5-year contract with Parma with a weekly wage of 1,000. After securing Souček, Parma wanted to bring in another midfielder, but they preferred to go for a loan this time. This made him think of a player whose development had stalled, but eventually broke through. Martin Odegaard. He was definitely a value buy right now. If they could loan him now, they might even have a chance to buy him outright later. What a steal that would be. So Alessandro and Crespo went to Real Madrid together. Matteo also wanted to see the place, so Alessandro brought him along as well. Upon arriving in Madrid, Alessandro and Crespo went straight to the club to negotiate with their management team. Such a minor loan deal wouldn't bother the club president, so they only met with the sporting director Ramon Martinez. Martinez had no objections to loaning out Odegaard, after all, loaning anyone was the same to them. They were even prepared to loan him to the Eredivisie or the Norwegian League. With an Italian club showing interest, they were more than happy. Thus the negotiations went smoothly. Odegaard himself had no objections to the loan, knowing he wouldn't get any playing time at Real Madrid. They quickly reached an agreement, a 1-year loan with Real Madrid covering 60 of his salary. However, he was indeed a top-tier player. Even with Real Madrid paying 60, Parma still had to pay him a weekly wage of 1,500. This made Matteo feel that such premium players were simply unaffordable. After securing Odegaard, they finally completed their midfield lineup of 6 players. After finishing business, the Real Madrid staff gave them a tour of the club. As the undisputed top club, everything about it left Alessandro and Matteo in awe, especially their trophy room, which was both spacious and luxurious. Looking at the rows and rows of trophies, Alessandro couldn't help but think of his own club's trophies, still lost, feeling a pang of melancholy. Back then, to pay off debts, those trophies had been sold off and had yet to be recovered. He vowed to buy them all back once they had the money. Crespo was also visiting for the first time. Seeing the rows of replica Champions League trophies and one genuine one, his eyes filled with envy. At the thought, he felt a pang of pain. He had scored a brace in the Champions League final back then. And then nothing more. After touring the club, they prepared to leave. As they reached the club entrance, a tall, bald man approached them. Seeing him, Matteo's heart skipped a beat. It was Zidane. Hadn't he resigned? Why was he still here? Zidane had indeed resigned, but given his relationship with the club president, he could come by any time. However, he didn't come often, as it wouldn't be appropriate for the former head coach to frequent the club. This was his first visit since resigning, coming to pick up some personal belongings. He also noticed Alessandro and Crespo and stopped in his tracks. He had faced them during his time in Serie A, especially Crespo, with whom he was quite familiar. Zidane took the initiative to greet them. Alessandro: Hernan, what brings you here? Crespo replied, we're here to negotiate the loan of Odegaard. The deal is done, and we're just taking a tour of the club. Zidane smiled. I've been following Parma. I'm really happy for you that you've managed to rebuild in such a short time. Alessandro quickly expressed his gratitude. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and seeing that Zidane had things to do, Alessandro and Crespo wisely prepared to say their goodbyes. At that moment, Matteo asked somewhat shyly, Mr. Zidane, you're my idol. Could I take a photo with you? Alessandro couldn't help but cover his face. Here he goes again. After bidding farewell to Zidane, Matteo found himself adorned with yet another of his auras. This was truly an unexpected boon, and Matteo's spirits were lifted for the entire day. Now there was hope for his younger brother Diego's skills as well. Initially, he had considered seeking skills from the Argentine football legend also named Diego, but Diego Lucarelli had already shot up in height. At nearly 180 meters, he was hardly suited for the skills of that smoking, drinking, perm-haired king of football. And Zidane, the tall maestro of ball control, was undoubtedly his best choice. Alessandro had originally planned to show his son around Madrid, but an unexpected phone call summoned them back. An emergency had arisen at the club. The issue lay with striker Domenico Rispo. This prolific scorer, who had netted 15 goals in Serie B, had refused to renew his contract. His contract still had a year left. Scala had intended to offer him a raise to 8,000 per week for a 3-year extension, but Rispo's camp demanded 10,000, a sum Parma simply could not afford. Consequently, Rispo outright rejected the offer and submitted a transfer request to the club. At this point, Scala wasn't yet angry. It was normal for a player to seek a move when contract talks stalled. However, his calls to Rispo were all declined, which began to kindle his anger. What was the meaning of refusing to communicate? Was he openly trying to burn bridges with the club? He relayed the matter to Alessandro. Matteo, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation and immediately pulled out his phone to dial Rispo's number. But to his surprise, after a few rings, his call was also rejected. This truly infuriated him. Alessandro frowned, remarking, he's sealing his own fate. Matteo said, perhaps he already has a new club lined up and is using this tactic to force us to sell him. Alessandro nodded in agreement. That's quite likely. Matteo asked, Dad, what's your plan? Alessandro gave a wry smile. As much as I'd like to bench him indefinitely, our finances simply won't allow it. Matteo nodded in understanding. Indeed, running a club requires pragmatism over emotion. If an offer comes in, let's sell him. Alessandro nodded. He was of course unaware that Matteo possessed the power to reclaim everything he had bestowed. Sure enough, 2 days later Parma received an offer. The offer came from Lazio. They submitted a bid of 3 million for Rispo. Unsurprisingly, this price was not satisfactory for Parma, leading to a series of negotiations between the two clubs. Eventually, they reached an agreement at 5 million. It was a difficult position, with only a year left on his contract, and a player refusing to negotiate. Parma held little leverage. This, however, puzzled many Parma fans. Why was their homegrown talent being sold so readily, and at such a low price? But soon more details of the transfer emerged. It turned out that it was Rispo's refusal to renew that forced Parma's hand. For a time, the fans' ire turned towards Rispo, condemning him as an ungrateful traitor. Meanwhile, Matteo had been trying to locate Rispo, intending to reclaim the Inzaghi skills he had granted him. To his disappointment, Rispo was avoiding him and refused to meet. This left Matteo feeling rather disgruntled. Of course, he would have his opportunities later. After all, the lad was going to Lazio, not the moon. Rispo's unexpected departure also vacated a spot in Parma's forward line. They needed to find a suitable striker to fill his shoes. However, top-tier forwards were unattainable, and average ones would be of little use. Once again, Alessandro found himself in a quandary. It was then that Matteo thought of someone. This individual was only 18 now, and hadn't yet fully exploded onto the scene, had he? But could they secure him? After all, his future was so dazzling. However, he couldn't afford to worry about that now. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. So he spoke up. Dad, I have a recommendation. Alessandro's interest was piqued once more. Let's hear it. Matteo said. His name is Erling Haaland. He turns 18 this year, and currently plays for Molde FK in Norway. Alessandro couldn't help but give him another look, wondering where he kept digging up such information. Nevertheless, he trusted his son's judgment. All right, I'll get in touch with them. Matteo pondered for a moment. Given our club's platform, I doubt we can keep him for long. I suggest including a release clause in the negotiations. It might make the deal more palatable for him. He recalled that Haaland was quite meticulous about his career planning. He had insisted on a similar clause when he joined Borussia Dortmund, which later allowed Manchester City to acquire him for a relatively lower fee. However, Alessandro's initial communication with Molde did not go smoothly. Since the Norwegian league was in full swing, Molde was initially reluctant to let Haaland go. Even though Haaland hadn't yet exploded, they held him in very high regard. Moreover, his father was no ordinary man, and Molde had to consider his opinions when making decisions. Alessandro's initial offer of 5 million was outright rejected, which made him somewhat hesitant. Would increasing the bid be too costly? After all this, Haaland hadn't proven himself at a high level. But Matteo gave Alessandro the confidence. This player is worth a higher bid. He will definitely generate far more profit for us in the future. Alessandro was about to argue, but seeing Haaland's impressive physical attributes, he gritted his teeth and raised the offer to 5 million. This price finally tempted Molde, and they agreed to enter negotiations with Parma. Eventually, a deal was struck at 9 million. During negotiations with the elder Haaland, Alessandro initially didn't mention a release clause, and as a result, the elder Haaland remained non-committal about joining the club. It wasn't until Alessandro finally capitulated and proactively proposed a 60 million release clause that the elder Haaland was finally persuaded. In the end, Erling Haaland signed a 3-year contract with Parma. The 9 million transfer also made Haaland the club's most expensive acquisition of the summer. The expenditure of 9 million euros on a young player from the Norwegian league was met with widespread incomprehension, particularly from the club shareholders. Even Guido Barillo was skeptical of the deal. Alessandro, I believe your transfer dealings this summer have been overly aggressive. We've invested so much, yet all we have to show for it are players like Romero, Soucek, and Haaland. Especially Haaland, a player under 18 who has never proven himself in a top-tier league. Is directly shelling out 9 million really not too much? Alessandro smiled. Mr. Barillo, this Haaland deal cannot be a loss. With his height and long legs, even if he doesn't pan out, he'll be easy to sell. Barillo said, I think our primary focus for the new season should be avoiding relegation. We should be signing players with immediate impact. Alessandro laughed. How about Gervinho, the former Arsenal player? We are currently in negotiations with him. He's in his prime. Barillo opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he finally said, well then, I wish you luck in the new season. He paused, then added, while I might be able to accept this, I'm afraid Bianchi and the others will have significant objections to your operations. Barillo opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he finally said, well then, I wish you luck in the new season. He paused, then added, while I might be able to accept this, I'm afraid Bianchi and the others will have significant objections to your operations. Alessandro nodded, having already prepared himself mentally. If the team's performance in the new season was poor, Bianchi and the others might very well seek to sell their shares. This thought also brought him a certain amount of psychological pressure. Alessandro nodded, having already prepared himself mentally. If the team's performance in the new season was poor, Bianchi and the others might very well seek to sell their shares. This thought also brought him a certain amount of psychological pressure. It seemed the new season's results would be critical. After acquiring Haaland, their transfer budget was nearly depleted. They had around 4 million euros left. He had initially hoped to reinforce the wing positions, but De Zerbi rejected the idea. It seemed the new season's results would be critical. After acquiring Haaland, their transfer budget was nearly depleted. They had around €4 million left. He had initially hoped to reinforce the wing positions, but De Zerbi rejected the idea. Once Gervinho was secured, he didn't plan to request more players from the management. Although he favored a formation with wingers, the presence of Matteo and Haaland made him inclined to experiment more with a three-defender system. Switching to three at the back would render wingers unnecessary. Once Gervinho was secured, he didn't plan to request more players from the management. Although he favored a formation with wingers, the presence of Matteo and Haaland made him inclined to experiment more with a three-defender system. Switching to three at the back would render wingers unnecessary. Thus Parma saved a significant sum. A few days later, Gervinho successfully signed with the club, finalizing their squad for the new season. Goalkeepers: Vicario Marijan Koric. Defenders: D. Lorenzo Kraus, Duty, Romero Valeri, D. Cesare Bastoni, Bruno Alves, Cambiaso, Juan Ramos. Midfielders: Dino Rossi, Tonali, Mac, Alistair, Soucek, Odegaard, Luca, Rigoni, Gervinho, and Antonio Di Gaudio. Forwards: Messi, Haaland, and Matteo. The squad boasted a relatively balanced age structure, with seasoned veterans in their 30s providing leadership and teenagers like Haaland taking on starting roles. Only time would tell how they would perform. With all that settled, the global transfer market came to a standstill. The World Cup had begun. Italy had no part in it this year, having failed to qualify. With nothing else to do, Italian fans sought other teams to support. Matteo, for his part, decided to back Portugal. After all, Bruno Alves was the only Parma player participating in the tournament. Of course, at 37, he was clearly not a starter. It was undeniable that this Parma squad lacked star power. Meanwhile, Alessandro set up a small betting pool at home, asking everyone to predict the World Cup winner. Matteo unhesitatingly predicted France. He knew they would be the champions. This French squad was exceptionally strong, capable of fielding 2 or even 3 lineups that could reach the quarterfinals. Their array of strong athletic players was particularly enviable. Matteo had considered scouting in France, but the players he fancied were too expensive, and those within their budget didn't meet his standards. So he was confined to searching within their existing means. Aside from France, the team Matteo followed most closely was Croatia. He hoped to witness their miracle firsthand. Indeed, the World Cup unfolded much as he remembered. France displayed immense strength, encountering a few hurdles, but ultimately securing the title without too much alarm. Their most thrilling match was the quarterfinal against Argentina. As Messi's passing and shooting weren't what they once were, Argentina didn't rely on him for playmaking. Instead, they deployed him as a striker. This proved surprisingly effective as they matched France blow for blow, even creating a faint possibility of equalizing at the death. It was the most precarious match on France's road to the title. The tournament's biggest surprise, however, was Croatia. Led by Modric, they fought their way to the final only to fall short due to a significant gap in quality, having to settle for the runner-up position. Following the World Cup, the European transfer market sprang back to life. The most talked about transfer was Cristiano Ronaldo's, who left Real Madrid after years of service to join Juventus. The transfer fee was a staggering €100 million, an unthinkable amount for a 33-year-old. It was a testament to Ronaldo's immense value. Another stunning deal saw Liverpool acquire Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson from Roma for over €70 million, filling the final gap in their squad. Alessandro couldn't help but shake his head at these transfers, for the big club's money seemed to be no object. Parma, however, had concluded their transfer business and were focused entirely on preparing for the new season. With the exception of Bruno Alves, all their players had reported back for duty. The absence of summer tournament distractions was a small but welcome advantage. In addition to the main squad, Parma also snapped up a few young players on free transfers for their youth team. The one Matteo valued most was a player named Taffel. This young man had once been touted as a midfield prodigy in football simulations, but his development had stalled. This summer he was completely released by Inter Milan. Impressed by his physical attributes, Matteo decided to bestow upon him Varane skill set. He hoped Taffel could forge his own path with those abilities. Parma's youth squad now boasted the new Nesta, Barata, the new Zidane, Diego Lucarelli, the new Varane, Taffel, and the new Totti, Salvatore Cantu, a collection of talent that even Matteo found remarkably luxurious. If they could endure the next couple of years, Parma's future would be incredibly bright.